blackout was supposed to end at 4 a.m. It is still continuing over here. There is constant announcements, and there is constant patrolling that is being done by the local police over here, trying to give out this message that people do not need to panic, do not need to step out their houses. They just need to follow the SOPs, and everything will be fine. But yes, India's air defense system proving yet again that these Pakistani missiles, these Pakistani drones
Akash is also there with us. Akash, I believe that off-cam briefing has been cancelled. Now we'll have a regular briefing at 10 a.m. Any idea on why that off-cam briefing has been cancelled and what's going on? What's the word you're picking up from MOD headquarters?
The operations are ongoing, situation is evolving, and that's the reason why they have in fact they have cancelled the briefing we have been learning, Zaka. In fact, this briefing will be happening after 10 a.m. we have been told, and this will be a regular briefing since we are hearing about several attacks at different places throughout India. Specifically, they are targeting Pathankot, Jammu. In fact, I'm learning about some attempts in Jaisalmer as well once again, but then we'll wait for the confirmation. They are firing ballistic missiles at places. We have been told that there are places where they have been, firing ballistic missiles. Artillery is very much on, at the LC, and situation is evolving. That's the reason why MOD officials may have, cancelled the briefing. But we have been learning. In fact, Pallavi is talking about the briefing that is going to happen at 10 a.m. Zaka, this is the major escalation. We have been talking about it, how India retaliated, and then once again in the morning time, in the daytime now, the attack is on, which is in fact, going towards a major escalation, a war possibly. But then at this point in time, Indian armed forces are very much ready and capable, and they, we have been in fact told that air defense systems are very much active, and in Jammu, in fact, there are attempts at least there are 5 to 6 attempts in the last half an hour, we have been told, in Jammu. But all of these attempts are thwarted, and in fact, drone attack is there, missile attack is there, and rocket propulsion is something that officers are talking about, possibly a missile when we say rocket propulsion. But Jammu is not the only place. In Srinagar also we have heard a sound, and in fact, apart from Jammu and Srinagar, we have been told that in Udhampur also sirens are on. So at this point in time, while India has given it back to Pakistan at 3 different air bases of Pakistan, it seems that Pakistan is once again trying to attack the military infrastructure, specifically the air force stations and the air bases. Possibly they want to attack on airstrips or the the air assets that we have at the air force stations. But yes, an official word is very much expected, because we have been in fact told about several other things. And then I'm hearing the constant sound, Zaka. I want to stress on this particular sound, because Jammu is one prime target. So Jammu is very close to the international boundary, international border. In the initial day, we have seen that how a barrage of drones were launched towards Jammu, and this time around we are learning about missiles. I'm also trying to check the environment. In fact, the clouds where I'm unable to see anything. Very close to the airport I'm standing, and at that particular place only we are seeing. In fact, we are seeing this sort of action where we have been told that missiles are there. Missiles are coming towards the Jammu, Air Force Station and the airport. Both are in close vicinity. Also, other than Jammu and Srinagar, we have been told that there is a target in Haryana. I'll of course not name the location, but there is a target in Haryana as well, which has been in fact thwarted. Missile was launched. We know that how a missile was launched towards Delhi as well, the national capital. They clearly want to escalate it further. It was categorically mentioned by the Indian Armed Forces that we don't want to escalate, and that's why we are not targeting a civilian population. But we have seen that how last night in Firozpur a civilian population was targeted. Several individuals were hit because of this sort of target where
Akash,
they
just give me a moment.
hit one civilian.
So the big story happening right now is there's an off-cam briefing by senior officials of the Indian Army. They're saying that there has been retaliatory action that's been carried out. The LOC has been hot for the last 4 or 5 hours. In fact, more than that, it's been hot since last night. But what has happened overnight is Pakistan has now climbed up the escalation ladder from drones, which did not have any explosives. They've now notched it up to drones with explosives. And last night, they have now notched it up one rung further in the escalation ladder, trying to hit India through ballistic missiles, including one, a Fatah-2, which was launched in the direction of Delhi. Thankfully, that's been intercepted in the skies over Sirsa. India has retaliated. India has responded to the Pakistani escalation. India has managed to hit at least 3 different air bases in Nur Khan, of course, which is one of the biggest air bases of the Pakistan Air Force. They've also hit an air base in Chakwal, a civil cum military airport in Sukur in Sindh. So multiple military installations and civil installations as well have been hit. It's been a combination of drone attacks plus missile attacks. I also want to get more information at 10 a.m. The Foreign Secretary will be briefing. Remember, the last 3 days, it's been the Foreign Secretary along with the 2 young women officers of the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. So that briefing is going to happen at 10 a.m. That's going to be on the record. Right now, what is happening is an off-record briefing by senior officials of the Indian Army. Let's go across to more reporters who are also joining us. Ishan is joining us from Srinagar. Ishan, again, looks like it's been a very hot night in Srinagar as well as in other parts of the Kashmir Valley.
Well, Zaka, right. This is for the first time also that drones came to Srinagar, Avantipora and Baramulla. Multiple, blasts were heard, and the defense system ensured that none of the air bases was hit. The target was to hit Avantipora Airbase and Srinagar Air Station. We should understand that Srinagar Airport is not just a civilian airport. It's a military army, Air Force air station. So that's why they try to hit the crucial infrastructure. And even 5 or 10 minutes back, we heard in Srinagar, people are waking up to the 2 loud blasts that were heard, possibly intercepting some kind of missiles or some kind of projectile being fired towards possibly airports in Srinagar or Avantipora. These are the main 2 bases. But apart from this, we have been learning that they tried to carry out, drone-based attacks last night on the India's military infrastructure, particularly in Baramulla, which acts as a front line for the line of control. So they might have tried to hit the Indian Army's main assets in Baramulla, Srinagar, and Avantipur. But that has been repulsed. What we have been given also to understand is that security around these vital installations has been doubled, and it's amply clear that they are going to attack these vital installations to basically stop the militaries or air forces advance. If at all that happens with Pakistan. But during overnight, there has been massive shelling that has taken place both on the line of control in Kashmir and also other areas of Kashmir where people have already left their houses and left for safer destinations.
All right, Aman is also joining us. Aman, what's the word you're hearing from top government sources? It's been a very, very hot night, escalatory action by Pakistan. India responding with both drone attacks as well as surface-to-air missiles. What are you learning from top government sources? I believe the Foreign Secretary will be having that briefing at 10 a.m. for an official word. But what are you picking up on what an escalatory night it's been between Friday night and Saturday morning?
Well, absolutely, Zaka. It's been a big escalation, first from Pakistan and a big response from India. That is what we're hearing from top government sources, especially India's attack on 3 air bases of Pakistan, mainly the Nur Khan Airbase, which has in Rawalpindi, which is a major response by India, because this is now India firing missiles at Pakistan after the relentless 2 days. Pakistan has sent 300 to 400 drones the previous night, and yesterday also these drone attacks have been incessant on our forward, cities, and all major cities of India are now on high alert, because there is also news that Pakistan fired a missile towards India, which has been intercepted at Sirsa. So Pakistan is really escalating the situation. This seems to be their main attack in the last 2 days. Maybe, as Indian officials were saying at the briefing yesterday, that those attacks were mainly to gauge India's air defense system capability and gather intelligence. This seemed to be the main attack which has happened last night, and though it has been foiled to a larger extent, and we'll get details of that at 10 a.m. when the Foreign Secretary and the government brief us on what exactly has happened. But so far it seems Pakistan is escalating the situation. Indian government sources are saying that Pakistan should stop, because if it doesn't stop, the Indian response is going to be even more fierce. India is ready to go to any lengths to protect its assets, to protect its territory from such missile and drone attacks by Pakistan. And by hitting Rawalpindi, India has shown the capability it has to hit in the heart of Pakistan. We have seen these visuals on the screen as well. Indian government sources are very clear that India is not going to step back. If Pakistan is going to do such big retaliation that we have seen since last night, and big air bases of Pakistan being hit by India. We'll get more details. I think the official press briefing, Zaka, has also been put off for now because the operation is ongoing. It's a very evolving situation, and the next 2 to 3 hours could be very crucial in determining which way this escalation is now going, Zaka.
Arunima is also joining us from South Block. Arunima, I believe there's been some off-rec information that's been given to reporters. Who was briefing and sorry, what have they said? What is the information that you have?
Yeah, so this was supposed to be an official briefing, to respond to all that DGISPR has said. But what we were told that since air operations have begun again for the last 1 hour or so, air operations have begun again, even though on ground, this is what we learned that on the LOC, the ground fire that we are hearing, that has become intermittent firing for now. So the entire focus is on the sky. And because of those ongoing air operations, the briefing has been delayed now. The briefing is now expected at 10. But what we can confirm is that, South Block is carrying on retaliatory attacks after Pakistan carried out its misadventure at 26 locations last night as well. And these are air operations mainly that are going on. DGISPR and Pakistani officials claim that Pathankot and Jammu Air bases in India were targeted, but there's no confirmation that is coming in from South Block at this stage about whether Pathankot or Jammu Air Base was targeted at all, because we have seen over the last 2 days also such attempts were made and the attempts were thwarted. India, however, is confirming that three Pakistani air bases have been successfully targeted as a retaliatory action after Pakistan's misadventure. At around 10 o'clock, we're expecting a detailed list of the overnight operations that have been carried out. One must emphasize that what we are being told is that the operation is still ongoing. As we are speaking, the air operations are still on.
So here's what we know, that Pakistan, in a dramatic manner, tried to escalate the attack on India's military installations. I have a list of places that have been hit overnight, or at least the attempt was made by Pakistan to try and hit. It attempted to attack Udhampur, which is a large base that we have. Pathankot Airbase, one of the forward air bases of the Indian Air Force. The Jammu Air Force Station has also been one of the targets of the attack. Sirsa, where the skies above Sirsa is where the Fatah 2, the ballistic missile, was intercepted and brought down. That, we're given to understand, was headed in the direction of Delhi. So it's a major and dramatic escalation by Pakistan over the last 6 hours or so. I suspect it was after the announcement by the International Monetary Fund that they are releasing that tranche of $1 billion as part of that agreed package for $7 billion over a period of 3 or 4 years. Let me ask you, Arunima, so in response to this, it's clear that Pakistan has escalated and tried to attack India's Air Force and Army bases. India has responded too. Is there any word you're picking up officially from Defense Ministry officials or from senior army sources as to what are the places that India has hit in Pakistan in response to what Pakistan has tried to do?
So before that, Zaka, since you mentioned that, from Sirsa, the target seemed to be Delhi. So what we heard from South Block is that Delhi is absolutely safe, that there was no attempt that was even close to the national capital. So that is one thing that South Block has made absolutely clear, that there's no problem for the national capital. However, on the Pakistani side, the report that we are getting is that Islamabad, Lahore and their air assets were targeted and successfully targeted is what we are being told. However, they're refraining from going ahead and giving an official word or official coordinates, because they do want the foreign secretary and the two officials who we have been hearing over the last 3 days between 10 and 10:30. That official briefing is expected, and they do want to give out the specific names and air bases at that press conference. But indications that yes, we have carried out retaliatory attacks in the Pakistani capital, in Rawalpindi and also in Lahore, and they're emphasizing that in spite of all the bombastic claims that are coming in from DGISPR, none of the Indian air bases have been breached. They're all safe, and the national capital, the misadventure that they wanted for the national capital, was stopped way ahead. So Indian air defense is still working, but once again to emphasize that the air operations are still on.
All right, so here are the military installations that Pakistan has tried to attack over the last 6 hours. There was an attempt at the Udhampur station, at the Pathankot Air Force base, the Jammu Air Force station, and of course over Sirsa, which again is a large Air Force base, Air Force station in Udhampur as well. There, the missile, the ballistic missile, the Fatah-2, which is a medium-range missile, it's about 300-400 kilometers range, which Pakistan tried to send in the direction of the national capital. That has been intercepted and that has been brought down in the skies over Sirsa. So there are at least 4 or 5 Air Force stations that Pakistan has tried to attack, Indian Air Force bases that Pakistan has tried to attack over the last 6 hours. In response, India has hit back and it has targeted at least 3 major air bases of the Pakistan Air Force. The biggest one, of course, the Nur Khan Airbase, right in the heart of Rawalpindi. You've also had an attack on the Chakwal Airbase and the Rafiqi Airbase. There's also one on a smaller civilian defense airport in Sukur in Sindh. So at least about 4 locations which are air facilities have been hit by India, both in drone attacks as well as missile attacks. Again, medium-range missiles that have been launched, air-to-surface missiles. Let me go back to our report. Aman is also joining us. Aman, again, just putting this into perspective for our viewers. So up until last night, till that IMF announcement happened, till about midnight or so, Pakistan was sending these exploratory drones, these probing missions. At least on the first night, none of them seemed to have explosives attached. Last night, there seemed to be explosives with some of those drones. But post-midnight or so, this dramatic escalation by the Pakistani Air Force to try and target specifically some forward Indian air bases, and now India in response hitting back and successfully targeting some Pakistani Air Force air bases. This is now a definitive climbing off the escalation ladder. Put it into perspective for our viewers.
Well, absolutely, Zaka. What government sources just told me that, when we attacked Pakistan during Operation Sindoor, we did not target any military installation. These were all terror targets under Operation Sindoor. It is Pakistan which started off 2 days back, by first attacking our military installations, trying to send these drones, to attack the Jammu airport, the other Bhatinda air station, which was mentioned yesterday in the briefing as well, that Pakistan tried to target. It is Pakistan which started it. But yes, over the last 2 nights, what the drones which were sent by Pakistan were more, as you were correctly saying, not were armed, many were not armed. These was most of an intel exercise to assess the capability of our air defense systems, more like a recce missions, which government sources are saying the real attack was kept off till the IMF bailout happened. Soon after the IMF bailout has happened last night, Pakistan has actually launched its operation by trying to target our air bases, and that is why India has retaliated and done this big strike, especially at the Rawalpindi Air Force Base, because that is a major Air Force base of Pakistan. By attacking that, India has shown its capability that Pakistan should immediately de-escalate, because what Pakistan is doing is actually to escalate the situation by trying to target our Air Force bases, our military stations. India did not do that in Operation Sindoor. Our strike was only against the terrorist infrastructure. But Pakistan, by its response, especially today morning, and this news that a ballistic missile was fired towards Delhi is an open, I would say, Zaka, proclamation of war by Pakistan. And, India will respond in greater, greater strength now. That is what sources are telling me, that India will not stop now unless Pakistan stops, because we are committed to defend our military installations, and this kind of an attack by Pakistan will be responded very, very strongly. And we'll hear that, Zaka, from the FS at 10 a.m.
All right. So the Foreign Secretary briefing is going to be at 10 a.m. Likely that he will be flanked by both the Indian Air Force and Indian Army officers, the lady officers. Let's try and bring you up to speed with what India has done in response overnight. It has hit multiple air bases. The biggest one, of course, is the Nur Khan Airbase in Rawalpindi. Rawalpindi, of course, is where the general headquarters of the Pakistan Army is based. This is the heart of the Pakistani Fauj, and it has hit the biggest airbase in Rawalpindi, the Nur Khan Airbase. It's also hit an airbase in Chakwal, that's also in Punjab. There have been smaller drone attacks in the outskirts of Islamabad. We've had a couple of attacks in Rawal, in Lahore, in Sheikhpura, etc. There's also the Rafiqi Airbase in Shorkot, which is in southern Punjab. This has also been hit. So 3 major air bases from Nur Khan and Murid Airbase in Chakwal, the one in Rawalpindi, the Shorkot Airbase, the Rafiqi Airbase, and there is a smaller airport, the Sukur Airport in Sindh. So Punjab and Sindh, these are the 2 heartland provinces. They make up for the bulk of Pakistan. Both of those places have been hit. Some of these smaller blasts have been through what they call loitering munitions, these suicide drones, these LMS drones. But some of the bigger attacks on the Air Force stations, we can show that Nur Khan base attack, the Rawalpindi Air Base attack. That was through a major ballistic missile. We're also getting more breaking news. This, of course, in response to what Pakistan has tried to do in India, getting breaking news that there have been at least 3 blasts that have been reported in Udhampur at the military base there. It's again one of our forward bases. There has been some degree of damage. The damage assessment is being done right now. There has been shelling, and this is, of course, keeping the LOC active and hot. There's been massive heavy artillery shelling that's been going on across Surankot, Jammu, Naushera, as well as Rajouri. Let me go across to Ishan with more details on this. So, Ishan, the activity, the heavy artillery shelling is happening now, not just across the LC, but also happening across the international border. Akash has more on that. So, Akash, Udhampur Air Force Station, I believe, has suffered some damage. What the extent of the damage is, we don't know. They're assessing that right now. But more importantly, there's also heavy artillery fire across the international boundary, Surankot, Jammu, Naushera, as well as the Poonch Rajouri sector.
Right, so a ceasefire violation is there, at the LC, but yes, Udhampur was one target, and Manoj Gupta is, reporting, in fact, that how, Udhampur has got hit, in fact, but in fact, there were sounds in the Udhampur, and there we have the headquarters of the Northern Army Command, and that's why it is very crucial place. It was on target, in fact, day before yesterday. In fact, yesterday it was on target, but we have no confirmation of the hit. But yes, 3, sounds have been heard, in fact, from this particular location. Also, Zaka, in Jammu, I'm learning about a civilian location being hit. They are targeting civilian population while the attack on the Air Force Station or the airbase was thwarted. I'm learning that in Jammu, we have some civilian casualty possibly. Injuries, or I should say, in some time from now, we'll have confirmation, but we have air sirens once again here in Jammu. And, Zaka, today they are launching the ballistic missiles. We know that how they have Fatah series, which has got 120 kilometers of range, and they possibly have been, launching the Fatah missiles. And in fact, there is a plan of further escalation, given the fact that DG ISPR, addressed the press conference and, said a number of things which, in fact, have not been confirmed by Indian Armed Forces. At around 10 a.m., we'll be having confirmation. But yes, artillery fire has been going on in Srinagar. The explosive sounds are, in fact, very much there, in fact, have been heard by the locals, and Ishan has been reporting from there. In Poonch area, shelling has been happening at the line of control, where we have reported that how civilian population was targeted, a Gurudwara was targeted. In Rajouri as well.
Okay, Akash, just stay on with us. I'm going to come back to you in just 1 second. I want to bring our viewers up to speed and give them a degree of reassurance as well that Pakistan has been attempting to hit multiple Indian Air Force bases, forward air bases, but the good news that I can share with you is that all are safe. There's been relatively minor damage that has happened. No casualties, no fatalities in any of these installations. The Pathankot Forward Air Base, the Jammu Air Force Station, the Udhampur Air Force Station, all are safe. That is the word that we have from top government sources. All 3 of our forward air bases are safe. All personnel have been accounted for. Whatever minor damage assessment is going on, but all 3 air bases are safe. Arunima has more on this. So, Arunima, that's the big picture. Pakistan trying to attack India's forward air bases. All of them are safe. In retaliation, India targeting some of Pakistan's air bases. The Nur Khan Airbase up in Rawalpindi is one of the biggest that they have in the country, and that has been hit badly. You can see from those pictures. Arunima.
Successfully targeting Pakistan is what we are hearing as well. One must underline that officially at 10 a.m. we're expecting location by location, coordinate by coordinate briefing by the Ministry of External Affairs. Most likely Foreign Secretary will take the podium once again, along with the 2 officers from the Indian Army and the women officers from the Indian Army and the Air Force. But what we are being told is that even though Pakistan attempted to attack Pathankot, they attempted to carry out attacks in Udhampur and also in Jammu. All these 3 air bases, the air assets were targeted, but Indian Air Defence managed to thwart all these 3 attacks at Jammu, Udhampur, Pathankot. No damage done. All our assets are safe. There's no casualty, no injury to any personnel present in the in the air base complex.
All right. Arunima, we'll try and come back to you as you try and, look, reporters are spread all across the country, particularly in some of these points that have been hit or attempted to be hit by Pakistan. There has been cross LC as well as cross IB firing. This is heavy artillery shelling that Pakistan has been undertaking for the last couple of nights at least. In the Jammu, Poonch, Rajouri, that sector, in Surankot, in Nowshera, as well as in Rajouri, overnight there's been heavy artillery shelling. Ishan is there with us with more details on that. So just break this down for us. There's been an attempt to hit some of the forward air stations. All of those have been thwarted, but at the same time, Pakistan is also using heavy artillery fire, both across the LC as well as across the IB.
Well, absolutely right, Zaka. Even it started yesterday before the sunset. Generally, they would fire towards Indian positions after sunset, but yesterday they started firing at around 4:30, and then India had to retaliate. This is happening in Uri, this is happening in Keran, Tangdar, Kupwara. Every place in line of control has been impacted by the ceasefire violation. People have been moved, people have been taken out to safer locations and safer shelters, and now we are hearing that the exchange is still happening on the line of control. Look, what we have also heard is that there have been, at least 3 sounds that have been heard in Srinagar, which has woken up people. We are getting messages from people, but we should tell our viewers that there is no need to panic, because there's a lot of panic around after hearing those sounds around Srinagar and other parts as well, as a possibility that they might be also trying to hit India's important assets in Jammu and Kashmir. Yesterday, they tried to attack through drones by sending drones to a couple of locations which are very important for the defense forces, but they were immediately the air defense system ensured that they are brought down. Sources told us at least 8 drones were seen around Srinagar, Baramulla and Avantipur, which hosts one of the big air bases of Indian Air Force in Udhampur. So they try to attack the vital assets.
All right, so Ishan, we'll come back to you. There's some forward air bases, including Udhampur, Pathankot, I believe even Adampur, again in Haryana, which is again a forward air base, has also been tried to be hit. Akash, what are top Ministry of Defense officials, Indian Army, Indian Air Force officials telling you? Clearly, I think Pakistan is climbing the escalation ladder, no doubt about it. That has been the attempt. The attempt has also been to try and target some of India's forward air bases and air force stations. All of those attempts have been thwarted by India. India, in response, of course, has successfully carried out major strikes from the Nur Khan Airbase to the Chakwal Airbase to the Rafiqi Airbase. Tell us what you're picking up from top defense sources. Like I said, the attempts at the air force stations, the forward air force stations in Udhampur, in Pathankot, in Jammu and Sirsa, in all these 4 places have been thwarted by India's air defense systems.
Right, you rightly pointed out the Air Force stations in Jammu and Pathankot specifically are safe, and in fact I'm learning that there is in fact some sort of damage in some civilian infrastructure. We'll get it confirmed by the civilian authorities as well. But till now, all attempts, in fact, have been thwarted. And Zaka, armed forces, in fact, are very much capable and ready. This is what the defense sources are telling us. In fact, at around 10 a.m., we'll get the official word as to what they did, last night, and also what is the sort of, retaliation that they are planning now, given the fact that Pakistan is launching, ballistic missiles and, has shown that they want to escalate it further. Zaka, we have been seeing that how from last 48 hours, in fact, in the last 72 hours, a number of things have happened. Specifically, we talk about the current times. Yesterday, it was happening in the night hours, but today, in the early morning hours, we have been seeing these attacks specifically targeted towards Udhampur and Jammu, because in Udhampur we have one military base, and there, we have constant sounds here. In fact, in Jammu, ballistic missile is what has been tried here in Jammu as well. It was tried for Delhi. It was tried for one location in Haryana, very crucial location in Haryana. I'm not putting out the details right now, but very crucial location is being targeted there in Haryana as well. It has been thwarted, all safe. In fact, as far as the assets are concerned, so all our air assets are safe. In fact, they have been trying, the core headquarters of Leh, I'm told, and in fact, last night it was tried, but it was thwarted once again. Air defense is in play. In Udhampur, we are learning, several, sounds, in fact, but we have no confirmation on the sort of explosions that are being reported from that particular location. In Punjab also, they have been launching their ballistic missiles for Punjab, in fact, especially in Pathankot, also because of the sort of air defense we have in Pathankot. Pathankot. They might have some sort of input of the sort of platforms that we have in Pathankot, and that's the reason why Pathankot is being targeted, and is a very important FO establishment there that we have in Pathankot, and also in Srinagar, Zaka, launches are there. And we have been learning that since ceasefire violation is happening throughout the LC, so army is also retaliating to that. We are having ceasefire violation in Rajouri, Poonch, Mendhar, and in fact, in Kathua also I'm learning that violation is there. But since we have the international border there, so we are waiting for the confirmation, BSF, whether or not BSF is engaged in any sort of firing, because till now it is limited, more on LC, line of control. In Uri and in, other areas of the Kashmir, we have been learning about the ceasefire violation, but specifically in Poonch, we have this heavy shelling going on.
Okay, I want to bring our viewers up to speed on what Pakistan has attempted to do over the last 6 hours or so, and this is specifically right after the amp up of the IMF bailout announcement that happened. So here are some of our forward Air Force stations and air bases. Udhampur, of course, is the headquarters of the Indian Army's Northern Command. Massive military station there. It's the headquarters, like I said. It is, of course, very critical for the entire Jammu region as well as the Poonch-Rajouri region. But Udhampur, there's been some attempt by Pakistan to try and cause damage at the Air Force station there, at the military base there. But that has been thwarted. Also at the Jammu Air Force Station, there has been an attempt by the Pakistanis to try and attack the Air Force Station. Again, I can report to you there is very little, minimal damage there. The Air Force Station is very much functional. Pathankot is one of our forward air bases, one of the largest in the country. It's on the outskirts of Pathankot city. It is literally on the border with Pakistan. Remember, in 2016, it was the Pathankot Air Force Station that was attacked in a terrorist attack. Of course, that after that attack, India tried to give access to an ISI team for a joint investigation. That investigation really did not go any further. This is a massive Air Force Station, one of the biggest, one of our forward air bases. And then, of course, there is the Sirsa Air Station as well, part of the Western Command of the Indian Air Force. So these four installations have been tried to be breached by Pakistan overnight. All of it has been unsuccessful. I can report to you that all of our forward air bases, Air Force stations and military bases are safe. If at all there is minimal damage, assessment of which is being done in Udhampur, which is of course the headquarters of Indian Army's Northern Command. I want to go across to Arunima. So Arunima, paint the picture for us at about 6:30 as our viewers are waking up to this Saturday morning. It seems very clear that Pakistan has attempted to go up the escalation ladder. They want to try and take this to the next level. They've been sending in missiles, they've been sending in drones that are fitted with explosives, trying to take out some of India's air bases. All of those attempts have been thwarted. India, in response, has taken out, I'm given to understand, at least 3 frontline air bases of the Pakistan Air Force. What is the big picture this Saturday morning?
Yes, so the source-based information that we have, first thing first, Indians should just have trust in our defense forces. It's all good, it's all safe. Attempts that were made at Pathankot, Udhampur, Jammu, all attempts thwarted. There was an attempt at misadventure towards the national capital of Delhi as well, over Sirsa. I think even that has been, the Fateh missile has been intercepted. So that national capital is safe as well. But what is it that we have done in terms of retaliatory action in Pakistan? Some details just coming in. What we are being told by sources is that there was a calibrated and purposeful military target hit, and the adversary has got a bloody nose after those 26 locations in India that Pakistan targeted last night as well. The Nur Khan Airbase, it was hit. We have been reporting this since morning, Zaka. The strikes have happened near the vicinity of Joint Staff Headquarters at Chakwal as well. So there is source-based confirmation coming to that. The jugular of Pakistan, the 14 Corps with 10 and 11 Division in Lahore, that has been targeted, and we are specifically being told that Lahore was struck because they were trying to strike Amritsar. Of course, our air defense took down the attempts against Amritsar as well, but in retaliation, Lahore was struck. Assets of the 15th Division at Sialkot has been activated, is also what our forces are learning, but they are fully prepared. But Siddhant is also here with me. If you can give me a moment, I want to get in his views. What has happened overnight? The ramifications of it as far as diplomatic quarters are concerned.
Well, Well, Arunima, I look at it. In fact, Zaka was also pointing out they were waiting for the IMF bailout, and there's no doubt about it. There were a lot of international pressure which India could manage to build, on the committee which sanctions it. There is no vote provision there. In fact, India has abstained. IMF has taken note of India's abstention. But how I look at it is in a way that what they did yesterday was perhaps a recce. This is what I was told. They sent their drones, whether they were armed or they were not armed, I really don't have much idea about it, but 300 and 400 drones were sent just to locate our air defense systems. And perhaps we fooled them again,
yes,
Arunima.
I can add information to that. 500 drones across 24 locations. Most did not have weapon, looked like a surveillance and prodding exercise.
Yes. And what we really fooled them yesterday. In fact, I was told by top sources in government of India, we even didn't use all our air defense systems. We shot them down with the aircraft guns. This is what I'm being told. That was a recce which they did yesterday. They created a lot of panic. They created a lot of noise around it. In fact, there was to camouflage their operation yesterday night. What they did was they did a press conference. They invited foreign media. In fact, I was going through all that content last evening, Arunima. So they kind of said that what India is doing, they kind of they did spread lie against India in those press conferences. That was kind of a camouflage they wanted to do. But the idea was to struck India today, Arunima, and we thwarted all their attempts. Perhaps what Arunima is reporting for us is that all our bases are safe, and we have hit them harder this time around.
Yes. So that I think the body language, Zaka, I once again want to point out to that Rajnath Singh picture that we got yesterday morning with the 3 service chiefs and the Chief of Defence Staff. The CDS was present, the Defence Secretary was present. That showed, combat uniform, all 3 chiefs were in there, but the body language was confidence, they were smiling, and that is, I think, because they were prepared. They were quite aware of what Pakistan was up to, and they were prepared, and that preparation has held us in good stead early this morning.
All right, so I can also report to you that there was some attempt to try and disrupt the civil as well as the technical airport in Jammu. Those attempts have been thwarted by the Indian air defense systems. Remember, so the big picture is Pakistan has been trying to take out some of India's forward military bases as well as some forward air force stations. The attempt has been on some of the biggest ones. Pathankot is one of the biggest and a forward air base that we have. It was also the scene of the 2016 terror attack. That attack has been thwarted. There was some attempt at the Jammu Air Force Station. That has also been thwarted. And then, of course, the Air Force Station in Sirsa, which has also been thwarted. In response, India has attacked the Nur Khan Airbase, of course, which earlier used to be called the Chakwal Airbase of Pakistan, one of the biggest just in Rawalpindi, in the heart of the general headquarters, is barely a few kilometers away, the general headquarters of the Pakistan military. So this hits right at the heart of the Pakistani military. But I can report to you that whether it was Udhampur, whether it was Jammu, whether it was Sirsa, whether it was Pathankot, whether it was some of these forward air force stations that India has, the attempt by Pakistan has been foiled. India has retaliated in good measure and targeted some very frontline air force stations of Pakistan. There has been, of course, increased shelling as well, heavy artillery shelling both across the line of control as well as across the international border. There has been some shelling in some civilian areas in Jammu, but I can report to you, so far at least, there are no confirmations on any civilian casualties yet. Akash is also through with us. Akash, so where you are in Jammu, there's been an attempt to try and hit the Air Force Station there, but that has been negated. What are you hearing in terms of where all India has hit Pakistan, particularly the Nur Khan Airbase, which used to be the Chakwal Airbase before, one of the biggest. It's right in the heart of Rawalpindi. It's close to their general headquarters. That would not have gone well. And those pictures, that video, I think somebody there, that's the third picture that you're seeing on the right of your screen, somebody capturing that on your mobile phone saying, Bhaijan, they've hit the Nur Khan Airbase. Just walk us through what India has done in response to this very hot night between both countries.
Right. So Nur Khan Airbase, you rightly pointed out in Chakala of Rawalpindi, near Islamabad, has got critical air assets. Zaka, I was mentioning it earlier that how their transport aircrafts as well as their military fighter jets are very much there. They're operating there. Several drones, in fact, from there. And we have been told that in fact, the air assets in that particular Air Force stations were on target and have been hit successfully. And also, Shorkot Air Force Air Base, in fact, which is in Punjab, it has got JF-17 Thunder aircraft, F-7PG, and several other air assets as well. It was hit, and in fact, we are not learning about the airstrip, but yes, the air assets was on target, and the target was successfully hit. In fact, we are learning about Murid Airbase, that is in Chakwal of Punjab. This is a smaller airbase, but is technically important airbase, and we have been told that primarily supports training and secondary operations. And the drone attack that was launched towards India was very much supported from this particular Air Force station, and we have been told that it has got fighter jets and possibly some drones as well, and it was successfully targeted by Indian forces, Indian Armed Forces. So these three Air Force stations we have got confirmation for several air assets, and in fact the infrastructure was on target and it was successfully hit by the Indian Armed Forces. Also in retaliation, now Pakistan is trying to make a dent, and in fact is trying to hit our Air Force stations, but they are not successful till now. And our air defense is very much working, 80 guns, and in fact the the systems that we have is very much working. It's the daytime now. We have been seeing the escalation particularly in the night time from last 24 to 48 hours, but will it continue in the daytime as well? What will be the next future course of action as far as India is
Akash,
concerned?
I'm sorry to interrupt. The image that I'm showing on the left is also from Jammu. It's a civilian area. There is a temple called the Shambhu Temple in Jammu. We're given to understand there's been a projectile that's hit. We don't know if it's a drone or a missile, but a projectile has hit just outside the temple. No casualties. That is the important thing. You can see the remnants of the wreckage there. This is mobile phone footage that's been shot by one of the individuals there. You can see the wreckage that's strewn all over the place. This is called the Shambhu Temple in Jammu. Again, the good news is that there is no casualties there. There you can see the main gate, the pillars leading into the temple. So on the outside perimeter of the temple complex, there's been a projectile hit. Again, the good news being that there is no reports of any civilian casualties in the Shambhu temple attack. Aman is also joining us. Again, I want to go big picture for our viewers who are tuning in a little past 6:30 this morning, this Saturday morning. There has been a visible amping up by Pakistan. India has retaliated. Pakistan's attempts have been foiled. The attempt was to try and target some of our forward air bases in Pathankot, in Jammu, the military station in Udhampur, etc. But all of that has been foiled, Aman. In response, India is hit back with a combination of drones as well as missiles. And some of the Air Force station attacks in Pakistan have been very, very successful. What are you hearing from top government sources?
The big picture that we're hearing is that the government is very, very clear that April 22nd was the original escalation by Pakistan. India responded to that escalation through Operation Sindoor, and our attack was on the on the terror infrastructure in Pakistan, the terror headquarters in Pakistan of Jaish, of the LET, of the Hizbul, and this was because Pakistan did not act against them, and over 100 terrorists were killed in the Indian strike. For India, the offensive had ended there. India did not want to take it further. Beyond there, India very clearly said we did not target any civilian population, neither any Pakistani military infrastructure in Operation Sindoor. The escalation the Indian government feels is now coming from Pakistan. First through these drone attacks for the last 2 nights, which now seem to be, Zaka, more of recce missions. These drone attacks seem to be more to assess our strength of our air defense systems, our alertness, where are our air defense systems located, maybe also to try and exhaust maybe some of our air defense systems before the actual attack comes. Indian government is also now seemingly very clear that Pakistan decided to wait for the IMF bailout before launching its big strike, because it did not want its IMF bailout to be jeopardized in any manner. And this shows that soon after the IMF bailout, Pakistan cleared its airspace today morning and has launched an attack through ballistic missiles, not only at our forward Air Force bases in Pathankot and the Udhampur, it has also tried to attack our major cities. So this is a major escalation by Pakistan. That is what India is saying. India never targeted earlier Pakistan's military infrastructure, but because Pakistan has now, upped in a way the game, India is not shying back, and this attack on the airbase in Rawalpindi by India is to show how deep India can hit. And I think India is still trying to tell Pakistan to get the message to de-escalate. But if Pakistan does not de-escalate from here, Zaka, Indian government sources are telling me that we will also not stop now, and Pakistan will be taught a lesson.
All right. So our reporters are spread across the length and breadth. Ishan is joining us from Srinagar. Akash is joining us from Jammu. In Delhi, we have Arunima and Siddhant joining us from South Block. There's going to be a briefing by the Foreign Secretary at 10 a.m. Last 3 days, the briefing has been done by the Foreign Secretary along with the 2 young women officers of the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. Siddhant is also joining us from South Block. What are you hearing, Siddhant, in terms of what the MEA has to say? The briefings have been going on by the Foreign Secretary. Any word you're picking up on, our international players trying to intervene? I believe there was a statement put out by the G7. The Saudi Deputy Foreign Minister, who was here in Delhi a couple of days ago, he was in Islamabad yesterday. And this visible upping the ante by Pakistan has happened after the announcement of the IMF, the bailout announcement of $1 billion. What are you hearing from MEA?
Well, that's right, Zaka. In fact, just a short while back, Zaka, we have been told that press briefing by Foreign Secretary, which was expected to take place at 10 a.m., has again got delayed. In fact, they have told us that they're going to inform us again when and where this press briefing will take place today. Perhaps, as Arunima was also pointing out, that the ops are still going on. The focus is on Sky at this point in time, Zaka. And in fact, yesterday, India also decided to close Kartarpur corridor, Zaka. Perhaps that was an announcement which Foreign Secretary made, because India knew that this is coming. This is coming the time Pakistan will secure the bailout package from IMF. They are gonna hit us. Day before yesterday, Zaka, what happened post midnight? Perhaps they sent more than 300 UAVs. Perhaps we have also been told that those UAVs were not even loaded, were not even armed. Those UAVs were only sent to locate our air defense systems. Perhaps we knew about it, and we did not use our best of the systems in place. In fact, we shot them down using aircraft gun. This is what I'm being told. In fact, since then, India was preparing that what they did day before yesterday was a recce visit. Perhaps they are going to hit India, and they could target forward bases, Pathankot, Jammu, etc., those locations. So India was fully prepared for it. As you rightly pointed out, at a diplomatic level, perhaps India is not escalating. Foreign Secretary again reiterated yesterday that the first and the only escalation was the 22nd April attack in Pahalgam. India is only responding to the escalation by Pakistan. In fact, yesterday in the press briefing also, Foreign Secretary highlighted, Zaka, that how religious sites have been targeted in Poonch. There's a convent school which has been targeted.
Yes, Siddhant. I'm going to come back to you. We're getting more information, courtesy Manoj Gupta, our investigations editor, that a bunch of missiles have been fired. I can't reveal the exact number, but a bunch of missiles have been fired from the Srinagar airbase. That too, Pakistan has tried to attack, but there is very minimal damage that has happened there. So from the Srinagar airbase, missiles have been sent, and a Pak Air Force jet, at least one we can confirm, possibly more than one, but definitely one Pakistan Air Force jet has been shot down by missiles that have been sent from the Srinagar airbase. So that is a big development. One Pakistan Air Force jet being downed by India. Remember, Pakistan has a combination of the F-16s, which are the American fighter jets, the 4th generation fighter jet, and also a combination of the JF-17 and the J-10. The JF-17 is the 4.5 generation Chinese fighter jet, and the J-10, the 4th generation fighter jet. So it's a combination of Chinese as well as American military jets, fighter jets that the Pakistan Air Force has. We don't know which of this has been brought down, but at least 2 Pakistani Air Force jets have been downed by India in missile strikes that have been launched from the Srinagar Air Force Station. Arunima, what more details are you hearing? There was supposed to be an army briefing earlier this morning. I believe there wasn't much information that came from there, but at 10 o'clock, the Foreign Secretary is expected to brief the press. But this big development that we are breaking right now on our screen, at least 2 Pakistani Air Force fighter jets have been brought down by missiles that have been fired from the Srinagar Air Force Station.
I think this was the air operation which led to the delay and subsequent postponement of the briefing. We got a message early in the morning around 5 a.m., quarter to 5, that by 5:30 there will be a briefing in the lawn, which you can see in my frame in South Block. But when we reached here, we were told that the air operations were still on and there were intense operations that were going on, and therefore it's not feasible to brief and put out the correct picture at this stage because it was a developing situation, it was an ongoing situation. We were also told that while the entire focus is on the sky, it's the air operations which are giving a bloody nose to Pakistan. On ground, there is intermittent firing that is going on along the line of control. And now I'm hearing that in Rajouri, there is intense artillery fire. Some civilian houses in Dhangri have also taken the hit. So Pakistan is trying to cater to its own domestic constituency by targeting civilians. First, they have targeted civilians in Poonch. Now, similar exercise going on in Uri and in Rajouri as well. So while their air assets are being taken down after their misadventure, they're trying to respond on the ground by artillery firing, which is also being responded to very strongly by the Indian Defence Forces.
All right, so there's going to be a briefing. We know that 2 Pakistani fighter jets have been shot down by India. What these jets are, I think we should hold back on that, at least the make of these jets, what these jets are. But definitely 2 fighter jets of the Pakistan Air Force have been brought down by missiles that have been fired by India. All right, we're going ahead and saying that these are Pakistani F-16s. I want to be very, very responsible, very measured and restrained in our reporting that India has shot down 2 Pakistan Air Force jets. Despite all of this fog of war and all of this confusion that happened a couple of nights ago, we can now report to you early Saturday morning there has been a dramatic escalation, clearly an attempt by Pakistan to climb up the escalation ladder. They have gone up a couple of notches, a couple of rungs in that escalation ladder. India has responded measure for measure. Pakistani Air Force jets, 2 F-16s, have been shot down by missiles that have been launched from the Srinagar Air Force Station. Akash, what are you hearing from your top defense sources? PAF aircraft down.
I have no independent confirmation on that. Manoj Gupta is bringing us this input where, he has been reporting that how 2 F-16s, have been in fact brought down by the Indian Air Force. So we'll wait for the official confirmation as well. But this is big, Zaka. This is big. We have seen that how, F-16 was very much there, a part of the sort of, activities that happened in 2019 when the dogfight actually happened between MiG-21 and F-16. And even at that time, we know the whole episode of Wing Commander Abhinandan, but this time around, we are learning that, we have shot down these F-16s. I'll check for with the Air Force as well for the independent confirmation. But Manoj Gupta has been reporting that how 2 F-16s, in fact, have been downed by, the Indian Air Force. In fact, we have got several sort of videos, that are, in fact, somewhere confirming, the debris and, in fact, some sort of smoke, coming from a distant place. Ishan has been reporting this. But it is big, Zaka, given the fact that Pakistan Air Force, consider, itself as a superior force. They have always challenged, Indian armed forces and, in fact, Indian Air Force specifically for the dogfight because they think that their machines are superior, their training is superior. And this is one development where, it is a slap on their face where, they have been trying the military establishment, military infrastructure in different places. Here in India, none of, them is successful. But this time around, we are learning that in Srinagar, at least 2 F-16 aircraft have been downed by the Indian Air Force, Zaka.
So 2 Pakistan Air Force jets have been downed by the missiles that have been hit by the missiles from the Srinagar Air Force Station. So bringing you up to speed, the big picture that Pakistan has escalated over the last 6 or 7 hours post-midnight after the announcement by the International Monetary Fund that they were releasing the tranche of $1 billion, part of the $7 billion package that Pakistan has managed to procure from the IMF, emergency bailout money. Right after that, And right after the Deputy Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia left last night, there's been a dramatic escalation by Pakistan. Multiple attempts at forward air bases, at Air Force stations from Jammu to Pathankot, which is one of the biggest Air Force stations in northern India. In fact, it is bang on the border with Pakistan. It was also the scene of the terrorist attack that happened in 2016. We're also learning that the Sirsa Air Force Station was also one of the targets of attack. But all of that, the Udhampur military station, all of that has been thwarted by India's air defense systems. And now in retaliation, India is hit and brought down 2 Pakistan Air Force jets. They've been brought down over Srinagar, is what we're given to understand. These are deferred visuals we're getting from Udhampur, and the visuals that you're seeing on the left side is India attacking the Nur Khan Airbase, which used to be called the Chakwal Airbase earlier, hosts a big military college as well. It's very close to the general headquarters, the heart of the Pakistani military. There's been a massive attack there on the Nur Khan Airbase by India in retaliation to what Pakistan tried to do overnight. Let me go back to Aman, Arunima, reporters. Aman, again, as we await the Foreign Secretary's briefing in about 3 hours' time, what's the word that you're getting in from our top defense sources? India, of course, wanting to be absolutely certain that we are the responsive authority here. We're responding to the escalation by Pakistan. It is Pakistan that is choosing to climb the escalation ladder.
Zaka, and what government sources are also saying that we were prepared for this. We knew that a major attack by Pakistan will happen. We were very, very clear that the drone attacks which were happening, on Friday night, we also saw these big drone attacks. This was mainly, Friday morning, was mainly to assess our air defense preparedness. Pakistan was waiting for the IMF bailout. This information and this intel was there with the government that the Pakistan will only launch its big strike after the IMF bailout process is over, and that is what has happened absolutely in the way India anticipated. India's defense system was at an all-time high early this morning also, and we were anticipating this to happen. That is very, very clear. India is also saying that this upping of this escalation by firing these Fatah series missiles, not just on our forward air bases like Pathankot and Jammu and Udhampur, but also at our major cities, especially Delhi, is a major escalation by Pakistan. This shows that Pakistan's intentions are not good. We have to safeguard our territory, we have to safeguard our assets, and that is why we've hit at the heart of the Pakistani army in Rawalpindi, the Chakwal Airbase. A very, very secure facility inside Pakistan which India has managed to hit. This shows that India is giving this warning to Pakistan that you need to stop here, because if you escalate further, India then will not stop, because India considered Operation Sindoor as it's a major operation, in retaliation to what happened on April 22nd in Pahalgam. But this is now showing that Pakistan, Zaka, is in no mood to stop, and India is responding in equal measure.
So there's also visuals we're showing on the top right of your screen, which is from Jammu. It's a Shambhu temple. There's debris of a projectile that you can see strewn all over the place. This is just on the outer perimeter of the temple. Let me also go to Arunima. Arunima, who's in South Block for us. Arunima, what are you hearing? What are you hearing from your top government sources? This Pakistani jets being downed, is a huge statement by India. Pakistan Air Force jets that have been shot down over Srinagar airspace. But the attempt by Pakistan to try and target some of our forward military stations, forward air bases, that has been thwarted. And in response, India has targeted, among others, the Nur Khan Airbase, or the Chakwal Airbase, which is one of the biggest that Pakistan has. Also the Chakwal, the Murid Airbase, again in Punjab. And you also have one more, the Rafiqi Airbase. 3 air bases of Pakistan have been targeted in missile strikes by India. What more do you have?
Yes, so Zaka, they had put out a statement late last night saying that 26 places were targeted, and they're just sticking to that for now as far as official word goes. Yes, they have told us that the intense air operations are going on, but on that specific input that Manoj Gupta has about India taking down a Pakistani jet, the South Block is not confirming that as yet, and understandably so perhaps, because even day before yesterday night there was intense speculation that similarly a Pakistani jet had been down and a Pakistani pilot pilot had been taken into custody, but India has remained non-committal. They've not confirmed, not on come on record on that. So in this case also, I think they will take their time, and once they are ready to share the details, only then will they come out with an official confirmation. Because of course, even though both sides officially are just calling this a conflict, the terminology of war is not being used officially. The fact is that if that is the situation, and if you have someone in your custody, then the Geneva Convention will apply, prisoner of war rules will apply. That perhaps is the reason why they're calibrating their next step. But Manoj Gupta is learning that the air operations has resulted in one more bloody nose for Pakistan. Their top of the line asset, their top of the line aircraft has been down. We're not taking the names and the details as yet, but there is worrying news coming in from the line of control as well. Intermittent firing is targeting civilian population there in Rajouri, in Poonch, in Uri. It has been on and off. Intermittent is what we've seen over the last 3 hours. But while India is giving them a bloody nose in the sky, they're trying to retaliate by taking out their frustration on civilians.
All right, Arima, stay on with us. So if you're joining us at 7 o'clock, top of the hour this Saturday morning, it's been a hot night between India and Pakistan, both along the line of control as well as the international border. But the important one is the air attacks. There have been attempts by Pakistan to try and neutralize some of our forward air stations, forward military bases. Let's look at what Pakistan has attempted to do, and I'll get to what India has done, and successfully at that, in response to that. Udhampur is the headquarters of the Indian Army's Northern Command. The attempt there has been to try and neutralize the Air Force station. It's a smaller Air Force station there. Pathankot is one of the biggest. In fact, it is our forward airbase. It's spread over 2,000 acres, multiple, squadrons of our fighter jets are stationed there. It was the scene of the 2016 terror attack. Again, that has been foiled by India. In Jammu too, the Air Force station there, the Pakistanis tried to try and neutralize. Why is this happening at the level of the Air Force stations? That is the first line of defense. When countries go into conflict, when states go into conflict, the first attempt is to try and neutralize the ability of the enemy to scramble his jets. That's what Pakistan attempted to do. Sirsa too, again part of the Western Command, is one of our big Air Force bases, stationed to squadrons of the fighter jets. This is what Pakistan was attempting to do. In response, what has India done? India too has targeted Pakistan's forward air bases. Let's get out that second map. What India has done in response to what Pakistan tried to do. And you look at this map, what stands out are the air stations that India has attempted to take out. And you can see those pictures as well from the Nur Khan Airbase in Rawalpindi. This is one of the biggest air bases that Pakistan has. It played a role in the 1965 and 1971 wars as well. This was earlier called the Chakwal Airbase. It is right in the heart of Rawalpindi. The general headquarters, Rawalpindi, is not too far from the airbase. In fact, there is a famous Pakistan military college that's housed inside the Chakwal Airbase. It's now been renamed as the Nur Khan Airbase. You saw those pictures recorded by an individual, a civilian there, looking up at the big cloud of fire and smoke going up at the Nur Khan Airbase. Then further south, the Chakwal Airbase, it's called the Murid Airbase, again was active in the 65 and the 71 wars. The Chakwal Airbase too has been hit successfully by India. And then you have a smaller one in Shorkot. It's called the Rafiqi Airbase. Again, a lot of transport aircraft, the C-130s, the Il-76s, they've been housed in some of these air bases. The Shorkot Airbase in southern Punjab has been hit as well. And Sukur, which is a civilian defense technical airport, Sukur has also been hit in Sindh. So basically in the heart of Punjab as well as in Sindh, these are the two biggest provinces in Pakistan. They have been successfully hit by Indian Army and by Indian Air Force. So what happens when a conflict begins? The first attempt by both parties is to try and take out the other side's air bases, because the ability not to be able to scramble jets, that is a significant tactical advantage in any conflict. So the attempt by both sides has been to try and take out each other's air bases, particularly forward air bases, render the runway unusable. That is the attempt. Once the runway becomes unusable, then it's difficult to scramble your jets, and thereby you are taking off a tactical advantage that the enemy has. That's what India has done last night to some of these forward air bases in Pakistan. Nur Khan, of course, this will have huge ramifications that are running through general headquarters, the military headquarters of Pakistan. Pakistan's attempts, whether it's in Udhampur, in Pathankot, in Jammu, in Sirsa, have been thwarted, and India in response has carried out significant damage to some of the air assets that Pakistan is hosting. Akash is there with us from Jammu. Ishan is there with us from Srinagar. Arunima in South Block. Siddhant is also joining us from South Block. Akash, first things first, the Jammu Air Force Station, Pakistan did try to take down the Jammu Air Force Station and render the runway unusable, but that has been thwarted by India. What are you hearing from what attempts have been made by Pakistan overnight and what India's response to that has been?
Zaka, possibly they have been trying the batteries, the air defense batteries, because the locations, I will not specify, but the locations that they have been trying, are, somewhere carrying the air defense batteries and the systems, and they want to, destroy the air defense system, given the fact that, yesterday it was done by India. Last night also they tried several Air Force stations, but they failed in that, and in fact, after India retaliating back, they are trying it once again in the morning. We have been learning about Pathankot, that how they tried Pathankot Air Force Station. We have been learning about Udhampur and also in Jammu. In Jammu, I was hearing sounds till 30 minutes back, but now it seems that it has stopped. And in fact, civilian population was on target as well, because they want to, spread panic here in India because, their narrative on social media seems not working. Indian Air Force and in fact Indian Army or the armed forces for that matter are coming up with official statements. We have been seeing the briefings on a daily basis, and in fact Indian media is acting responsibly, and this is the reason why Pakistan is frustrated and they want to spread panic. They are targeting civilian population as well. We have seen Firozpur, we have seen today Jammu as well, that how there was some sort of destruction in the civilian area. As far as the air defense system is concerned, so we have been reporting that how they are targeting the airstrips, not just airstrips, so that jets cannot be scrambled, but also the Air Force air defense systems. S-400 we have been reporting about S-400. We have been reporting about Akash, Pechora, and everything else related to it. There is an open source information that is available. A maximum of it is not true, but yes, we won't reveal the exact details and the specific details. But they have been trying air defense systems. We have been learning about ceasefire violations at the LC in different areas in Rajouri and Poonch specifically, where fighting was on till 10 minutes back, and we have been learning about Kashmir as well. Manoj Gupta is talking about their fighter jets, in fact, down by Indian Air Force. We will be looking for some more confirmation on that as well. But yes, it is big development where they have been failing in every of their attempt. But Indian Air Force, Indian Armed Forces have not only hit them, in their house, but also, have been, destroying their jets and also the drones that they have been sending.
Okay, Akash, stay on with us. Ishan is also joining us. But before I go to him, we can report to you that the Air Force Station in Udhampur is safe. The Jammu Civil and Technical Airport, both are safe. Pakistan has been targeting civilians. We're given to understand, and we saw those pictures of the Shambhu temple in Jammu, where there has been wreckage of some missile that we can see. In Janipur, Rehari, and in the Udhampur parts of Jammu have been targeted. The bordering areas of Rajouri have been targeted. Araspura has been targeted. And there have been ceasefire violations in Arnia, Uri and Akhnur, all of which are, of course, on the line of control. So there have been ceasefire violations on the line of control. There has been violations across the international border in Rajouri, in Araspura, in Udhampur, Janipur and Rehari. These are all in Jammu. So both on the IB as well as the LC, there have been heavy artillery shelling that Pakistan has tried to carry out. Also, that important word that we got overnight, Pakistan launched the Fatah-2 missile. It was headed in the direction of the national capital is what we are given to understand. But India's air defense systems thwarting that in the skies over Sirsa in Haryana. And that is a major escalation by Pakistan in response. India has hit back, and you can see the picture in the middle, which is the Nur Khan Airbase, one of the forward air bases of the Pakistan Air Force, one of the biggest, in fact, that they have, played an important role in both 65 and in 71. It used to be called the Chakwal Airbase before, houses the Pakistan Military College there as well. That has been now attacked in a significant way by the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. Let's also go across, if we can, do we have Ishan? If we have Ishan, we can go to him. All right. Arunima, coming back to you again. So we have two sets of action that are happening. One, of course, the ceasefire violations and the heavy artillery shelling that are happening both at the LC and in the international border. And then you have this missile and drone activity that's happening courtesy the Indian Air Force, which is trying to take out some of Pakistan's forward air bases. Tell us what a night it's been between India and Pakistan in these last 6 or 7 hours.
Yes, so what we are hearing as far as ceasefire violation goes, that the firing in Jammu, in Rajouri, in that division has stopped over the last 15-20 minutes, about almost leading up to half an hour. We have not heard the intense shelling that was going on. This was intermittent firing in any case, and the South Bloc was confirming that this has been going on off and on. The last half an hour or so, it seems to have gone down. However, the bad news for Pakistan is that one of their top-line aircraft has been taken down. That's what Manoj Gupta is reporting, and looks like that for now, as the sun has come out nice and bright, for now Pakistan's misadventure has been halted. But come evening, will they make an attempt again? Over the last 3 days, consistently they have tried to breach our airspace and been thwarted by our air defense system. Even this morning, we got a confirmation from South Bloc, from the defense sources, that yes, the attempt was made at Udhampur, the attempt was made at Pathankot and at Jammu. In Jammu, they managed to strike civilian areas. A temple a missile landed near a temple, and some houses were damaged.
All right, Arunima, give me a moment. We're just showing pictures of wreckage from a drone. This is in Amritsar, in the outskirts of Amritsar, in the rural parts of Amritsar, I believe. You can see the wreckage of the drone there. Do we have audio on that clip? If we do, I think we should try and play up that audio. Clearly, you can see some of the wreckage, some of the damage from last night. All of that wreckage parts being sort of strewn around the place. These are from the rural fields of Amritsar. I believe some cops are taking this footage. Civilians there in the vicinity as well. These are on the fields. The fields, of course, have been ploughed for the sowing season. There you can see the remnants of the wreckage there of what looks like a drone. We don't know if this was an exploratory mission, a probing mission, or whether there was any kind of explosive that was attached with this drone. From this wreckage, it's difficult to identify what make it is or which country's drones these are. But India did call out yesterday in the press briefing Turkish drones that were made by Turkey and used by Pakistan to send on that exploratory mission that happened on the first night, the night of 7th and 8th of 8th and 9th of May, where you can see some of the cops there standing on the fields. This is what happened overnight in Amritsar. You can see those pictures of the remnants, the wreckage of a Pakistani drone there in the fields just in rural Amritsar. Let me also get in a word from Siddhant if he's there. Siddhant, so Foreign Secretary is going to brief in about 3 hours' time. Likely he will have the two women officers as well, Colonel Qureshi of the Indian Army and Wing Commander Singh of the Indian Air Force. What is the assessment that India is having right now in these last 6 hours or so? Because there's been a visible escalation and climbing of the escalation ladder by Pakistan overnight.
Well, that's right, Zaka. In fact, we've been told that the press briefing of Foreign Secretary has got delayed. In fact, now this press briefing will take place later in the day when the armed forces will have full assessment of the situation. Zaka, talking about the developments which have taken place in last 24 to 48 hours, perhaps, there were 300 to 400 drones which were sent to India. They were dropped into India from Leh to Sir Creek, and in fact these drones were largely unarmed. These drones were sent day before yesterday to locate our air defense systems, but we understood that why this is being done, and we had fired and brought all of them down, all of the drones down through our air through our air guns, and perhaps at that moment only India understood that that Pakistan is planning something big. Then what they did, Zaka, they did series of press conferences, perhaps camouflaging their yesterday's to camouflage their yesterday's operation, because they also didn't want the entire IMF bailout to get jeopardized, and perhaps they did series of press conferences, raking up Samjhauta Express blast, raking up issues like 26/11, that how India did not send witnesses to Pakistan, for the trial purposes, etc., etc. So those things were said in the press conference. But India knew that they are gonna, they are planning something.
Okay,
big.
just give me one second, Siddhant. These are shots from Lahore. It seems like a posh area. You can see the wreckage of some destruction, some material that's been used. You can see a big sort of smoke and fire going up. We don't know if this is a missile or a drone. It doesn't look like a drone. It looks much more bigger in that sense. It looks more like a projectile of some form of missile that's been used. This is in Lahore. It looks like on the outskirts of a major road. Whether this is in a deeply populated part of the city or whether it's on the outskirts, we don't know again. But this is from Lahore, and you can see fire and smoke on the sidelines of a major road. Whether this is a highway or an arterial road, you can see civilians there trying to capture the images. It seems like fields that are just off the road. The fields seem to be on fire, and you can see the remnants of a projectile as well. It doesn't look like a drone. It looks much bigger in size. It looks like some kind of missile remnant that has fallen there in Lahore. So these are the images that we're getting in from Lahore of what India has done. It's one of the places that India had targeted in Lahore last night in response to what Pakistan has been doing, trying to take down some of the Air Force stations and the military stations as well. So bringing you back to what happened overnight, we also know that 5 missiles have been fired from the Srinagar Air Force Station. 2 PAF jets, Pakistan Air Force jets, have been brought down. The image that you're seeing on the left-hand side of your screen is from a place called Lasjan. You can see the wreckage of what seems like a projectile. It seems like an explosive added ammunition, added a drone that's been taken down. Parts of some of the remnants of this wreckage you can see on the left side of your screen. I want to go across to Ishan. Ishan, what more details do you have?
Well, what we know that some part of it has fallen into the residential compound of house, and the mobilizing of troops has started around the location. There was definitely a dogfight that we're given to understand, and air-to-surface missiles were activated immediately after the activity was detected. What we have given to understand is that the Srinagar airport and every particular base is running on a high alert to ensure that none of the Pakistani aircraft enters the Indian airspace. And if there is any possibility, they are shot down immediately. And also what we know so far that, the forces are trying to ensure that if at all there's a possibility of further escalation in Srinagar or areas surrounding it, particularly the defense establishment, that aggression is, dealt with severely and ensured that they are able to hit back at those targets from where these missiles are coming. We don't want to give out any operation details, but for now, what we have been given to understand is that the debris has been found, and there's a possibility either a jet or some projectile which was fired has landed in a residential area near Srinagar. It's close by to the highway connecting Srinagar to the rest of India, but a debris has definitely been found. More troops have been mobilized to that location, as we are also heading towards that location to give you an exact clarity on what it is and whether really an aircraft has been shot down on the outskirts of Srinagar.
All right, stay on with us. Lasjan, I believe, is a place on the outskirts of Srinagar. You can see wreckage. We are given to understand that this is wreckage from some kind of an aircraft. That's the word, the preliminary word that seems to be coming. You can see one of the motors that's strewn around. I believe parts of this wreckage have fallen into a residential compound of an individual who's living there in a place called Lasjan. What more can you tell us? Is there any word, Ishan, about what is this wreckage, what it likely I mean, is there any word? Some preliminary information seemingly suggesting that this is one of the Pakistan Air Force jets that was brought down, but it seems quite small. Some smaller parts seem to have fallen in this individual's residential compound.
Well, yes, but it can be anything. As of now, there are no confirmations about what it is, but there are reports that there was a dogfight which took place over Srinagar. There are further details that we don't want to speak about at the moment, but definitely sources indicating that there was a dogfight over Srinagar and possibility of aircrafts being shot down has not been eliminated. What will give further confirmation is that once they'll be able to find the wreckage, they'll be able to spot it, they'll be able to see it, and then only can we have confirmation that any fighter jets being brought down. But there's a possibility that the sort of action that we have been witness to, or what we have heard from the top officials, it seems like the India's surface air missiles possibly had been able to hit any projectile of aircraft or incoming the thing that came from hit down. And what we have been given to understand is that the systems have been activated around Srinagar to ensure the safety of residents as well, because there's a densely populated area where this projectile has fallen, and now the assessment is being made what it really is, and further details are awaited. The senior officials from the Air Force and other forces are now trying to reach out to this location to ensure that they're able to take this projectile in their custody, and if there is a jet which is lying around, that possibility cannot be eliminated as far as the sources are telling us.
All right. We're also getting word from Akash, if he's there, as we look at the wreckage of this, likely from a downed fighter is what we are told, a Pakistani Air Force fighter jet. This is in the Lasjan area in the outskirts of Srinagar, as Ishan is trying to make his way there. Akash, I believe your sources are saying that there was a dogfight as well?
Yes, Zaka. In fact, I have been learning that there was a dogfight, possibly after which, we have downed these Pakistani jets. Now, we are not sure if, because of the dogfight, it came down, or because of the air defense systems, it came out. But yes, wreckage is there, and in fact, we have been seeing the parts. You rightly pointed out, it seems like some motor or some other part of the aircraft. We are still not sure as to which aircraft it was. Reports are suggesting that it can be one F-16, but we'll wait for the official confirmation for that. But yes, sources, in the armed forces are somewhere confirming that a dogfight indeed happened between the Pakistani and Indian jets, and it was an intense fight. Operations are still on. I won't reveal much of it, but yes, activities have been happening. They have been trying missiles since morning, but till now, we haven't seen any sort of major damage as far as military infrastructure is concerned. Yes, Air Force is very much involved in the operations. Air Defense is very much there in the operations. Whether or not a dogfight is still happening, or it has happened, in the past 1 hour, 2 hours, we are not sure about it. But yes, dogfight happened at one point in time, and possibly after which, we have brought down these two Pakistani jets, in the Kashmir and in fact in the nearby areas. We'll get more details, Zaka.
All right. Ishan is also headed out to this Lasjan area. How far is it out from downtown Srinagar? And do we know any further information about where this has landed, Ishan, and whose house this is? These are, so I want to be very clear, and we should be very clear with our viewers. This image is from Lahore. This is the likely remnants of a projectile or a missile that India has hit Lahore with. You can see some of the fields just off the main road up in fire. You can see some civilians trying to take pictures of what is happening. So this is Lahore. I want to be very, very clear. We should tab that with where the location is of these pictures. And the other image that we were showing, the daytime image, this is overnight. The daytime image that we were showing is from an area called Lasjan, which is on the outskirts of Srinagar, where you can see some of the wreckage of what is believed to be a Pakistan Air Force jet. Can we go back to Ishan to try and find out, do we have any information on where this has fallen? I believe it's the house of some individual, who this person is, and what he has managed to find in his residential compound. How far out is this place from downtown Srinagar, for example? All right, we've lost Ishan. We'll try and go back to him. So, two separate images. The one on your left is the one from Lahore overnight. shot by some Pakistani civilians. You can see a bunch of them that are gathered just off a main road. It looks like a highway of some sort, but just off a main road. And you can see fire in the background. Some of the fields are up in fire. There's a lot of smoke, black smoke coming up. And you can see the remnants of a projectile, a wreckage of a projectile. We don't know if it's a missile, whether that's a drone. It's unlikely it's a drone because it looks much bigger than a drone. It looks more like some kind of a missile, a short-range one, if you will. And these are images on the left again of the Shambhu Mandir in Jammu. You can see that on the top right part of your screen. There is wreckage of a Pakistani projectile that's been found there on the outer perimeter of that temple. So they've been trying to hit civilians. Massive damages across the LC, where ceasefire violations have been happening for 3 nights now. I believe in Rajouri, for example, a senior government official has also unfortunately lost his life. That's been tweeted by the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Mr. Omar Abdullah, that a senior government official has lost his life there. I think Arunima has more details on that, so maybe we can go to her to try and get that sense. But pictures that we're showing from Lahore on the left, fields up on fire, and the wreckage of what looks like a missile. And then you have on the top right of your screen images of the wreckage from a temple in Jammu, the Shambhu Mandir in Jammu. But Arunima, the details that you have of a government official unfortunately losing his life in the shelling that has happened in Jammu overnight.
Yes, so Rajkumar Thapa, he was an assistant, district collector level officer in Rajouri. A shell landed at his residence during, intense firing in Rajouri, the ceasefire violation that was happening, and a shell landed at his residence, and he was subsequently rushed to the hospital, but he is no more. And Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, in fact, has tweeted his condolence message. What Chief Minister has said, he's confirmed that this is a devastating news that is coming in from Rajouri. He says we have lost a dedicated officer of the Jammu and Kashmir.
All right, Arunima, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but these are shots that we're getting of India intercepting some of these Pakistani missiles. This is from last night. We don't know the location of where this has been intercepted, but you can see the wreckage, huge smoke going up in what seems like a field. But this is the image of India intercepting Pakistani drones. Can we have the location of where this has come from? Checking with our producers at the back end. But these are live pictures, not live, these are pictures that happened from last night. And then you can see the aftermath of the wreckage of the drones that have fallen in what looks like fields. We're given to understand that this is from Jammu. If we can get Akash to walk us through these pictures. Akash, this seems like some kind of CCTV footage that's been recorded overnight. You can see 2 separate visuals. One is the drones going up. You can see those flares in the sky. There you go. The flares up in the sky. And then the second image that you can see, the second visual that you can see is of the wreckage. There's massive fire going up in what looks like a field. Akash, what more can you share with us about specifically these pictures?
So, Zata, while we know that drones have been sent by the Pakistani forces towards India, we know that many of these drones are being operated from the forward post of Pakistan, the military post of Pakistan. This is one video where Indian Army has basically destroyed one such post where, which was in fact earlier a terrorist launch pad. Infiltration was happening in that particular area, and there were inputs in fact that, it is happening from that particular post. It is working as a launch pad. And now we were learning that, drones are being operated from that particular place. This post has been destroyed by Indian Army. It is near Jammu, and it has been destroyed by Indian Army. These are the visuals where we are seeing, in fact, the visuals, fire coming out, and in fact, after the hit, in fact, the smoke and every other aspect of that particular hit. These are the visuals. The Indian Army has basically destroyed this Pakistani post, which was, carrying out this sort of infiltration, and in fact, the attempts were happening for last so many days, in fact, and in fact, this particular post was facilitating the drone movement, and in fact, drones were launched from this particular post. There were inputs, and after that Indian Army basically has hit this particular post, Zaka.
stay on with us as we show these pictures, as well as multiple pictures that we're getting from Lahore, as well as from Jammu and Srinagar. In Srinagar, on the outskirts, in a place called Lasjan, we're given to understand that there are remnants of a Pakistan Air Force jet that have landed in the residential compound of one individual. We were showing you those pictures a moment ago, but these are images, CCTV images likely of India intercepting these Pakistani drones. There you go. That's the first set of images. You can see the intercept happening in mid-sky. And then the next set of images are the remnants of the wreckage up on fire and smoke in what looks like fields. This is from the Jammu region, is what we've given to understand. Siddhant, in terms of diplomatic maneuvers, have you heard anything, any interventions, anything from the Americans, the Europeans? The Saudis, of course, were here both in Delhi as well as in Islamabad. But it seems like, the level of intervention seems to be far less, certainly from what President Trump and Vice President Vance have said, that it seems like India and Pakistan's problem, and it is up to India and Pakistan to sort it out.
Well, that's right, Zaka. In fact, we are also getting statement from G7 foreign ministers, Zaka. And in fact, they have unequivocally condemned Pahalgam terror attack. And in fact, that statement could be seen more inclined towards India. And in fact, the G7 foreign ministers have also urged for a de-escalation. As you rightly said, that a junior foreign minister of Saudi Arabia day before yesterday came to India. In fact, he met Minister Jaishankar. His convoy was in fact spotted outside Prime Minister Modi's residence, though there were no photographs released by either side. Yesterday, he was in Islamabad. Perhaps there was a meeting with Shehbaz Sharif and Army Chief Asim Munir. And in fact, those photos were made public by the Pakistani side. In fact, now we also got release from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in fact, confirming that that the junior minister was the envoy of Saudi Arabia. Perhaps it was an effort which was given by Saudi Arabia to de-escalate tensions between India and Pakistan. Now, Zaka, as you rightly said, as far as United States is concerned, perhaps, they have condemned the attacks. In fact, they extended full support to India at all levels in United States. All offices have perhaps condemned the attack. But yes, the last interview of J.D. Vance, perhaps the remarks that he made, that, it gave a sense that, America is not much interested in de-escalating tensions between India and Pakistan, or rather America does not want to be the part of another war going on, or perhaps a part of a peace process of another conflict, rather, Zaka, which has started. So that could be America's strategy, Zaka. But having said that, it is very important to highlight, Zaka, that this action by Pakistan is coming after the IMF bailout was announced. Perhaps the world should take note of it, and this is exactly what India said yesterday at the board meetings, that how Pakistan misuses the funds for the terror activities. And in fact, there is also a chapter on Pakistan misusing funds for terror activities in IMF itself. India cited that chapter only to get the funds.
All right, Siddhant, just give me a moment. These are visuals. I want to once again go back to these pictures. This is India intercepting drones, a Pakistani post from where these drones were sent. We're given to understand that this is in the Jammu region, so you can see two separate sets of pictures. One, the interception that's happening, likely by the indigenous air defense systems, the Akash missiles. And then the second set, this is the second set of visuals that you're seeing, which is the wreckage, the fire and the smoke after the interception, the wreckage falling onto what looks like fields there in the Jammu region. So you can see both these sets of images. These are CCTV images from last night. It's been captured on closed-circuit television. You can see those flares going up in the sky, the interception happening up in the sky, and then the wreckage falling out in the fields. So if we can go back to Akash. Akash, just walk us through these pictures as my colleague Anand is also gearing up to show us some of these images. We have separate images from Lahore. This is the image from Jammu region that we're seeing, the flares up in the sky and the interception happening. Arunima, I don't know if you can see these pictures, but what are you also hearing from top defense sources about what seems like not just a drone set of attacks now? You're seeing missiles and also reportedly word about 2 Pakistani Air Force jets being brought down in the skies over Srinagar.
Yes, in fact, just on the outskirts of Srinagar, there is an area called Pantha Chowk. When you move from Srinagar towards Jammu on that highway, the first place that you come to outside of Srinagar is Pantha Chowk. And that is where an intense search operation is currently on with multiple cordons being laid out by the military, by the paramilitary and by the local police to look for those Pakistan Air Force pilots. It is being suspected that they could have ejected around Pantha Chowk, and there's an intense search that is on there. Help from the locals have also been enlisted. Manoj Gupta, in fact, confirmed to us a while back that a Pakistani jet has been taken down near Srinagar, and post that we got this confirmation that there is this intense search operation that is on. So if it is confirmed indeed that these 2 pilots are near Pantha Chowk, then that will just change the dynamics of the conflict perhaps that we are seeing. You must have noticed, Zaka, all through social media, every time you speak about the India-Pakistan conflict, Abhinandan's name comes out after our fighter pilot who was after Balakot, taken into custody by Pakistan. They crack jokes about that incident, but it seems now the tables are turning on Pakistan. On the other side, I was also telling you how intermittent firing has been going on along the line of control. So the bad news from there is that one assistant district divisional commissioner level officer, Mr. Thapa, is now deceased. He's no more. A shell landed at his residence. So Pakistan is continuing to target civilian areas in Rajouri, Poonch, Jammu. A temple was targeted. A temple's wall was damaged. There were some houses near that temple that was damaged as well. So for now, it's all clear. It's a bright sunny day right now, and the input that we're getting is that things have calmed down, but the ramifications, what has happened overnight is still on, and we're expecting that briefing also in a short while from now, where India will officially confirm what has happened last night.
All right, so we have pictures from Lahore, pictures from Jammu. These are all images that we are broadcasting here on CNN News 18. So just to bring you up to speed, there has been an escalation in the drone and missile strikes from Pakistan's side overnight over the last 6 hours, specifically after the IMF announcement happened. And then India, in retaliation, has targeted at least 3 major air bases, including the Nur Khan Airbase, the old Chakwal Airbase of Pakistan. That you can see the smoke and fire going up there. This is in Lahore, likely again a missile, Indian missile that landed up there. You can see the fields up in flames, and then of course the interception of the Pakistani drone launch pad somewhere on the other side of the Jammu region. You can see the intercept happening mid-air, and then that's the Nur Khan Airbase, one of the biggest, the Chakwal Airbase. It's bang in the middle of the military complex in Rawalpindi. The general headquarters is not too far away from there. It has a Pakistan military training college as well, and then in Rawalpindi, in the heart of the city itself. So Anand is also joining us here in our studio. So Anand, it's been a very hot night between India and Pakistan.
Hope the international community is watching. There is a reason why Bharat was very clearly, vociferously against the IMF bailout. Soon after the bailout happens, look at this. Let's look at these visuals. This is where the tube drones were being fired. This was the tube from where drones were being fired across towards India. And that's what it's now been demolished altogether. So you have the flares and thereafter, then you see the flames. This is where this has been destroyed. This is where those Turkish drones and a lot of the Chinese drones were being pushed into India. The more important part is that these drones were actually probing. They were coming there to try to see where the air defense systems are placed, and thereafter the Pakistan was trying to send across ballistic missiles. Fatah ballistic missiles have been fired towards Bharat. That's the level of escalation that has happened soon after midnight at about 12:05 a.m. That's when the first news came in that there were ballistic missiles that were fired in the direction of Bharat, and that have been intercepted over Sirsa. So that's the level of escalation that the Pakistanis have now resorted to. General Asim Munir will now have to account for this because Bharat is going to respond in very, very strong measures. So let's try and see those pictures. These are visuals of the entire drone tube that's now been demolished. So one important aspect. Let's try and look at some of the other pictures that are coming through. So this is the dump, and let's move to the next set of pictures. Now these are pictures which are coming in where there has been damage. This is over in Pakistan, and there is extensive amount of damage that is visible. Yeah. And clearly there are ammunition, missiles, loitering munitions that have landed in this city. No, these are Jammu. These are pictures of Jammu. I was just looking at the card numbers, the registration numbers. So this is what Pakistan's done. It's targeting Jammu city. There are military installations, but some of these have also landed near temples. They have also landed near some of the temples, very famous temples in Jammu, where some of the munitions, some of the missiles, the projectiles that have been fired by Pakistan have landed. There is damage in civilian areas. These are the two jets. There is a serious dogfight that's been registered. There are dogfights that have been registered, and Asim Munir is actually called Chachu Whiskey there in Pakistan. So his team has suffered losses. 2 of his jets are down. What are the make of these jets? We don't know. But 2 of the jets are down in a dogfight. Indian Air Force has really knocked down 2 jets. It's a big setback and big embarrassment. Further embarrassment heaped on Asim Munir and the Pak military. These are the remnants. They have landed very close to Srinagar city. And that's why there is a possibility that the 2 pilots have ejected and they have landed on Indian soil. Now, it's a matter of time that they are apprehended, and we'll get you more. Now, this is more of the drones. These are parts of drone, remnants of the drone in Amritsar. Clearly, the make of the drones this time, and this entire wreckage that we are seeing in Amritsar, this time around the drones are bigger. They seem to have been equipped with explosives and munition, and with the attempt to target positions in Amritsar. Now, one of the treacherous things that Pakistan was trying to do was to try and attack the Golden Temple in Amritsar and blame it on India, and activating their entire Khalistani cronies to try and push this whole thing on social media, but it's been called out by India. And look at this. This is in Amritsar. These are Pak drones, Pak sent drones. So clearly, huge amount of escalation. But Bharat is also responding, and the response is in far greater measure. There have been severe reversals for the Pakistanis. Critical air bases have been hit, and this is in Lahore. The Lahore people are now seeing parts of the Indian Jawabi Karwai, if I may say, and this is the damage. Now, it looks like a field, but it's clearly that it's just one of the projectiles that's landed there. But in Lahore, along with the ADS system near the Walton Airport, there are some critical facilities that have now been impacted because of Indian Air Force or the Indian Forces response. Let's look at Rawalpindi. The Rawalpindi Airbase, again, this is confirmation that 3 of the Pak air bases were not able to operate their machines from these air bases after the response. This is post-midnight. Once Pakistan went up a ladder on the escalation, this is the response that India has given, and saying, you try to target our bases, you try to target our capital, or you try to target our cities, we will hit you so hard that you will not be able to fly your machines. So these air bases have actually been rendered ineffective overnight. Rawalpindi is one. There is also the Nur Khan Airbase, where there is a huge amount of damage. Now look at the damage that is seen at the Nur Khan Airbase, and there is this proof. And the fact is that there is evidence we are given to understand with our armed forces and with our intelligence that these air bases were rendered ineffective all night. They could not operate their machines from these air bases. So Rawalpindi, the Nur Khan Airbase, and of course, this is the old Narowal Airbase. So Narowal Airbase also rendered ineffective because they were not able to operate their machines. And these are confirmed hits at 3 big air bases of Pakistan. So if Pakistan goes up the escalation ladder, if Chachu Whiskey decides to go up the escalation ladder, Bharat was ready. And the important part, Zaka, as I hand it back to you, is that Bharat was expecting this. Late last evening, we put it out that we know that these were probing. The drones that were sent, largely ineffective, without any ammunition on them, were probes because they wanted to see how effective our air defense systems are and where our air defense mechanisms have been placed. And soon after the IMF bailout gets a thumbs up, look what Pakistan has done. The world should watch and see that Bharat said we don't want, and we actually offered them 1, 2, 3 off-ramps. But Asim Munir has said no, and the Pak military has said no, we come to, and they've called it Bunyane Mahsoos, and then launching ballistic missiles towards, and one of them intended reportedly towards the national capital, Zaga. This is serious escalation, and perhaps now India was expecting it. They were prepared to see to what level Pakistan takes it. Clearly, they don't want an off-ramp, and they don't want to get an escalating ladder because they seem to be desperate to get some win or the other, and that's not happening. That's being denied.
So what we are seeing, in case you're joining us a little past 7:30 in the morning, In case you're joining us this Saturday morning, it's been a night full of action. It's been, as they say, a hot night between India and Pakistan. Pakistan has decided to climb the escalation ladder. The drone swarms that we saw over the last couple of nights, that's now been notched up a rung in the escalation ladder, and that is now they are hitting India or trying to hit India through missiles, short-range missiles, both air-to-surface and surface-to-surface missiles, one of which was a ballistic missile, a Fatah-2 series, a 400-kilometer range missile that they tried to launch towards the direction of the national capital. It got intercepted in the skies over Haryana. We're not giving specific locations because we don't want to spread panic, but in the general airspace above Haryana, that was intercepted. India has responded. It has taken out at least 3 major forward air bases of Pakistan. The Nur Khan Airbase, which is the biggest in the country, the Chakwal Airbase, the Murid Airbase as it's known. Both of these air bases have both fighter jet squadrons as well as transport aircraft. So transport aircraft are also important in terms of being able to move logistics. Also the Rafiqi Airbase, which is further south in southern Punjab, and there's a civil plus technical airport in a place called Sukur in Sindh. So that is India's response to what Pakistan tried to do. Separately, we're also getting information about massive ceasefire violations both along the line of control and the international border. There has been some damage to civilian installations as well. Pakistan tried to attack some of India's forward air bases. Pathankot certainly saw a bunch of attacks last night, but there has been very minimal to zero damage there. The Jammu Air Force Station they tried to attack yesterday, again zero damage there. Both the technical and the civil airports are fine, are safe. Also in Udhampur, which is the headquarters of the Northern Command of the Indian Army, there too there is, I can report to you, minimal damage. So we're being very, very responsible, very, very measured in our reporting. So the big picture being that it's been a hot night between India and Pakistan. Certainly, both sides now climbing up a rung in the escalation ladder. Arunima is there with us. Siddhant is there with us. We'll try and go across to Akash as well, who's joining us from Jammu. Ishan in Srinagar, where I believe a dogfight has happened and 2 Pakistan Air Force jets have been brought down. Let me go across to Arunima. Arunima, big picture, what are you hearing? You're outside South Block for us. Any defense sources, government sources saying what the situation is, what the assessment is as they see it?
See, the situation right now, we are told at about 7:30 hours this morning on Saturday, is under control. Whatever misadventure Pakistan indulged in last night, post midnight, it has been met. And they have lost more than they attempted to harm India with. So what we are told is that there are at least 2 Pakistani fighter jets which have been down. Officially, they're not saying whether they know exactly where the debris are, but they are confirming that they feel that at least 2 Pakistani fighter jets are down, and an intense search operation is currently on around Srinagar to look for the Pakistani Air Force pilots who likely ejected. So that's one. Second, we do know that their ceasefire violation along the line of control in Rajouri, Poonch, all of that has resulted in deaths. They were targeting civilians. One district level official has also lost his life because his house was shelled. Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has also tweeted his condolence. But for now, the firing that was on at Rajouri Poonch sector over the last 1 hour or so, even that has gone down. Jammu also was targeted. Attempts were made at the Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur airbase. And even though Pakistan's propaganda machinery through their own local media channels were trying to say that the Udhampur airbase has been damaged, our sources in the defense establishment have confirmed that there's no damage to any air asset or to the premises or any personnel in any of these air bases. Pathankot, Jammu, Udhampur, it's all clear there. And right now the focus, like I said, A is to look for the Pakistani Air Force pilots, B is to assess the kind of damage that has been inflicted on Pakistan. Once this assessment has been done, we're expecting a formal press conference led by the Foreign Secretary.
All right. I also want to go across to Ishan, but what we're seeing in the middle part of your screen is wreckage believed to be from 2 Pakistan Air Force jets that have been downed. It's landed in a place called Lasjan, which I believe is in the outskirts of Srinagar. Ishan is on his way to Lasjan. What more do we know about these parts, this wreckage? Where was it found? The individual who has shot this, what more can you tell us?
The assessment is being done. What we know is that the team has arrived there. They have taken the wreckage and these parts with them. Initially, what the sources in the Air Force and the defense told us that they were able to shoot down at least two aircrafts of Pakistan in and around Kashmir, and particularly one in Srinagar. But the assessment is being done what it really was, whether it was a missile, whether it was a drone, or whether it was a jet that has been basically shot at by the Indian Air Defense. But right now, what we have been given to understand is that the Indian defense is running on maximum in Kashmir to ensure the safety. They have shot down, things. What we don't have a clarity yet on that what kind of projectile it is, what it was, and where actually it other places where it has landed. But what we know is that there is a high level of operational preparedness. The forces are checking everything that is coming in their radar to ensure that they are brought down immediately. There is an attempt to actually inflict damage at two important locations. One is the Avantipura air station, and one is Avantipura Air Base, and one is the Srinagar air station. Both of the targets are being done by the Pakistan drones, and Pakistani aircrafts and rockets are being shot at there. And also what we know is that this landed in a residential house of one person, but there is no damage, immediate damage that we know about that has been caused. Our sources have been telling us that people have been asked to stay a little vigilant, but not panic at all. There's no need to panic, as air defense of India is running high in Kashmir at the moment, and the line of control is also hot. Remember, the LOC areas are also right now hot. What we have been given to understand is that the firing is still going on the line of control. There is a possibility, if it is a pilot-based aircraft that was hovering around Srinagar, that the pilots can also be possibly anywhere. But yes, one has to wait for the IAF team to actually give us a confirmation to really what it was and what it really is. But they believed initially that they have brought down a fighter jet around Srinagar and in the Lajjan area.
All right, Anand is also there with us. We don't know the wreckage. This is from the Lajjan area in Srinagar. It's likely from a Pakistani Air Force jet that's been brought down, but we'll wait for that confirmation. These are images of the tube drones that were being launched from the other side of the border in Pakistan. That has now been brought down by the intercepts of the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. Anand, walk us through those pictures, please.
Well, let's have a look at this. This is a Pak military post where there is, if you see, they were launching the tube drones, and that they had the drone tubes, and this was a Pak post, and that's where this is that we are seeing on the picture. This is right across the Jammu region, across the international border. That's where they had these this post from where drones were being launched. That's been totally decimated. So this is a big uptick, because every time Pakistan, what they were trying to resort to do was sending these drones, and these drones were nothing but cannon fodder. They wanted to do that because they wanted to see how much of a backup. Now these are pictures. These are pictures. These are the latest. These are the latest objects that have been found in Jaisalmer. This is a huge projectile. Now, have a look at this. This is nothing short of a ballistic missile, but it's a huge projectile if you look at it, and it's mangled. We don't know if there is live ammunition in it, but this has been brought down. It's landed in a residential area in Jaisalmer, and quite a long one, at about 10 to 15 feet in length, at least, this projectile, if not more. And it seems that the head has come off and it's just landed. This seems to be the head of the projectile, and quite a big one. It's landed there. Whether it has live ammunition or not, we do not know. There have been some sounds of explosions in some other places, but this one has landed here, and you can see the way it's landed. There are a few craters just around the fact. It seems to have landed with a thud and then rolled over across to this bush, if you see these pictures. So this is in Jaisalmer. The cops, the local police have been alerted, and they've asked the local residents there to not go close or to touch this, but to leave it as it is. But we can see the villagers and all of them who have seen this. They've taken the images, and clearly the local authorities have been alerted with this. So this is the latest. So clearly a lot of efforts that have been made by the Pakistanis to ratchet up and to try and damage certain installations across the entire western border has come a begging for them. It's not yielded results. Have we lost people? Yes, we have. There's report of a civilian death, 2 civilian deaths that have happened in Jammu Kashmir region. These are latest pictures. These are also latest pictures from Jaisalmer. This is also another spot that's come in. Is this live ammunition? This is also looks like part of a projectile. This also looks like part of a missile. Now, this somewhere confirms the fact that the reports that we had that Pakistan has actually launched ballistic missiles soon after the IMF thumbs up for the $1.3 billion bailout that's come for them. But look at this, and that's why Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah is asking the international community. He's just taken to X for that. But look at this. Ballistic missiles have been launched, so this is clear escalation. Yes, Zaka?
Us live from Lasjan, where we believe wreckage of two Pakistani Air Force aircraft have gone down. Ishan, show us where you are and what you're seeing around you.
Well, this is the residential area. This is the impact spot. You will see that one of that, whatever projectile it was, landed here. Look at the impact spot. This is possibly a part of it, which is in my hand right now. And that has been taken away by the police as soon as before we reached here. This is the impact spot where it landed. You'll see around here the sort of the sort of scene that is this here. This is where it had landed, and this is it has uprooted the entire thing here. And you will also notice here that one more projectile actually fell at this place, and then it was taken away by the police. And what we've been told is that there's an active investigation going on, what it really was, what it really is. Now the Indian Air Force will ascertain that what really was brought down here. But initial information with the Air Force was that they have been able to bring down at least one jet around Srinagar and then on the outskirts as well.
What is
but
this
look at
place?
the spot where the impact spot is.
Is it the backyard of a house? What is this place?
Well, this is the backyard of a house. I'll give you an idea how close-knitted this locality is. You will see there are houses all around this place, everywhere. And luckily that it did not fall any of these houses. It fell in their back garden where nobody was present at that time. And you will see that there's a very less space present between these houses. And if it all had fallen on any of these houses, it would have created a lot of damage to them. But this is the impact spot. You will exactly see the sort of locality that exists, that there's nobody present at that time here. We've spoken to the residents here. They said that there was a loud sound that they heard. And after that, they came out and seeing that there was some projectile. Two of them present here, and then it was whisked away by the police. But the impact has been like a good big impact around this place. And lucky enough for these people that it did not fall in any of these houses, any of these residential houses which are closely knitted and closely located with each other. But we have given to understand is that now the Air Force and and the teams of Indian Army will look at this particular object and see what it really was and the sort of damage it could have inflicted on the residential area. But definitely we had seen that there was a high air activity. We've been given to understand that there was a possibly a dogfight that took place in the skies of Srinagar. But right now, it's difficult to tell what really fell here because it's part of the investigation by the agencies.
All right. Anand, I believe you have pictures of what has gone down in Jaisalmer.
Yes.
It looks like parts of a missile. Just take us through what you're
now,
seeing.
this is close to the Pokhran region, we are given to understand, and the locals are saying when this landed there, they heard a loud explosion. So they're not sure whether this is a bomb, but the shape of it and the way it is, it looks like a missile. Now, whether is it what make it is, what type it is, whether it is a portion of a ballistic missile, we have to wait and watch. But clearly, this is a far bigger projectile than what we saw landing in Jaisalmer yesterday and day before. So that were about 5-6 feet. Those were the kind of projectiles that we had seen. This is more than 10 to 12 feet long. And if you see the whole length and breadth of this and this entire image, it very clearly shows. Look at the locals, and you can compare and contrast the size of this projectile based on the locals who are standing there, and that itself gives you that this is at least 10 to 12 feet long, if not more. And this is not even the whole projectile. This is not even the whole missile. And this is another portion that's found. Now, this could be a live mortar shell or munition. So the locals have been advised that you take pictures and you stay away. Don't touch it. Keep minimum distance. Some of this may be live. Some of this may be diffused. We do not know. But these have landed. So clearly, the escalation ladder, Pakistan has really gone up the escalation ladder. With what intent? Can they sustain it? Is it desperation? But what also stands out is our air defense systems. Yes, there will be some reversals, there will be some aspects, but a 10% hit or a 5% blow on the chin or somewhere is nothing compared to the 100% might that was pushed by the Pakistanis. So largely, if you were to say 98% of the efforts pushed by the Pakistani military has been neutralized or has been diffused confused. But it is also sad that we have lost at least 2 civilians in Jammu Kashmir, leader, one lady and also one person who was part of the administrative services in Jammu and Kashmir, in Srinagar, who's also sadly lost his life. But the other part, Zaka, as I hand it back to you, is that Pakistanis have not just targeted military installations, they seem to be targeting certain religious installations also, because one of the missiles sent by the Pakistanis, or projectiles, has landed near a temple in Jammu. The other thing is they were flying around over Amritsar. With what intent? We have to see. Thankfully, majority of these have been neutralized. We are also awaiting details, and I'm very curious to see if there are locals who have cited someone trying to come down on a parachute. Because if there is a dogfight and 2 Pakistani jets have been downed, there is a high possibility that there could be 2 Pakistani pilots or enemy pilots on Indian soil. Now, whether they are apprehended, whether they've been cited, we're waiting for those confirmations. But there is a confirmed report that there was a dogfight over the Srinagar skies this morning.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Thanks for that, Anand. As we go across to Tejinder in Jammu, but those images from Jaisalmer, that looks like a significant piece of military hardware. That looks like a missile, possibly a short range or a medium range missile, the remnants of which landed up in Jaisalmer. We'll try and find out from our reporter there. We've got Anvit, I think, there in Jaisalmer. This is what the locals have spotted, and they have filmed it and they've sent it across. There's been some civilian casualties as well in Jammu, in Rajouri, Poonch. Tejinder has more on this. Tejinder, I believe a DC level officer has also lost his life. I think his house was attacked yesterday. There's been 3 civilian casualties in Jammu is what we are told. Just tell us what else are you hearing and seeing this morning in Jammu?
Zaka, unfortunately, there has been 5 civilian casualties across Jammu since the Pakistani army launched this ceasefire violation targeting the civilian population. 3 people, including an additional DC Rajkumar Thapa, have been killed in Rajouri. There has been a fatality. A woman has been killed in Mender area of Poonch, and another civilian has been killed in the Araspura area of Jammu, as Pakistan army continues to target the civilian population. As Anand was rightly pointing out, that a missile launched from the Pakistan side exploded outside one of the famous temples in Jammu called the Aab Shambhu temple, but luckily there was no casualty in that blast. Another 2 missiles that were fired from the Pakistan side, one landed at a residential house in Janipur and the other one in Rihadi. So clearly now the Jammu city, which never came under attack after the 1971 war, has been targeted by the Pakistan side. They are using drones, they are using missiles, heavy artillery guns to target the civilian population. And Zaka, as we speak, the line of control in Jammu as well as in Kashmir is really hot. Pakistan army is once again targeting the civilian population living along the line of control in Uri, in Tangdhar, Keran, Machil sector in Kashmir, and in Jammu region, Poonch, Rajouri, Kathua. These are the areas which are being targeted by the Pakistan side. But yes, the Indian army is giving a befitting response to Pakistan. We are told that several positions of the Pakistan army, from where they are launching their tube projectiles, from where they are targeting the civilian population, have been completely decimated by the targeted fire of the Indian armed forces.
So the 3 sets of images that you're seeing, one from Amritsar in the fields there, that's the wreckage of a drone clearly. Remember yesterday India called out Turkey and said there were Turkish-made drones that were being sent from Pakistan to India. The middle part of your screen is debris from a Pakistan Air Force jet. We don't know the make, could be an F-16, but we don't know the make. It's in a place called Lasjan. You heard from Ishan a moment ago. He's landed in that residential colony in Lasjan. Thankfully, it fell on the backyard of an individual. And then on the right side of your screen, it seems like a massive projectile of some sort. This is from Jaisalmer. We'll try and get to Anvit as well to try and get a sense of what this is and how the villagers managed to find this. Arunima is joining us. So the big picture at 8 o'clock this morning, this Saturday morning, it's been a hot night between India and Pakistan. Multiple drone and missile strikes both ways. Pakistan upping the ante, escalating going up the escalation ladder after the IMF bailout announcement, trying to attack India's forward air bases and military stations from Jammu to Udhampur to Pathankot to Sirsa, Adampur were all under target, but all of those attempts have been thwarted. India in response taking out some of the forward air bases of Pakistan, the Nur Khan base being the topmost one. It's one of the biggest air bases, one of the oldest air air bases of Pakistan. It used to be called the Chakwal Airbase, right in the heart of Rawalpindi. There's one in Chakwal, the Murid Airbase, a smaller one which has transport aircraft, and then one further south in Shorkot, the Rafiqi Airbase. Arunima, from South Block, what is the big picture that you're hearing from top government and defense officials?
So while assessment is currently going on, the current action that we are seeing is that assessment of what really has, what is the kind of damage that has been extended to Pakistan. We've all been reporting that it is suspected that 2 Pakistani Air Force pilots have ejected near Srinagar. So there is an intense search operation that has been launched to locate them. And now we're just looking at the Pakistani media. They're reporting that Shahbaz Sharif has called for a meeting of the National Command Authority. So all of the developments that are happening in Pakistan also is being closely monitored. Our own Foreign Secretary is expected to brief with details about what really has happened overnight. The only official word we had last night, the statement from the Indian Army, was that at 26 locations drone attacks were carried out, and after the statement came out, there were surface to surface missiles also, and also Pakistani aircrafts which were launched. We have been reporting how they've got a bloody nose. They tried to cause damage at Pathankot, Jammu, Udhampur, and their media is continuing to maintain that there was some damage done to the Udhampur airbase, but something which has been rejected by defense officials. There was a briefing that was supposed to happen this morning, but it was put on hold because there was live air operation happening, and soon after that we heard that Pakistani jets have been downed near Srinagar. So currently the big picture is that Pakistan is trying to once again get the international community involved, trying to raise the bogey of nuclear weapon once again. India, however, maintains that we are only retaliating. Provocation is coming in from Pakistan and we are only retaliating, and that press conference by the Foreign Secretary is expected to toe the same line.
All right, Anand's also there here in the studios with me. So some of these pictures that we're getting, Anand, these are parts allegedly of a downed Pakistan Air Force jet that's been found in Lasjan. We saw that massive projectile from Jaisalmer as well, and then of course the intercepts, the CCTV footage of the intercepts of a Pakistani post where they were using to launch drones. What are you hearing and seeing?
Well, there are multiple reports coming through. There is confirmation that there are 2 jets that have been downed. There are also pieces that have landed at different portions across the western border. So be it Jammu and Kashmir, be it in Haryana, be it in Punjab. Now these are pictures in Gurdaspur. So again, there is a huge collection of people who have come there, and there is something that's landed in the fields. Now it could be live ammunition. Viewers who are watching this, if you see something that has landed somewhere close to your vicinity, or if you know people who are telling you that they are seeing something, they should maintain a fair distance. But what's also evident is that the impact here has made a bit of a crater or a hole on the other side. Now these are farmers who are tilling their lands, and this is an open field in Gurdaspur. Look at the crater there. That's the ditch. Now something's landed big here. For the impact for it to be on a field, and it's landed huge here. So something's landed here and they're trying to show what it is. It looks like portions of a projectile that has landed here, and it's quite a big crater. Now you look at this. This is quite a big crater, and there are a lot of people around. It looks like these pictures are coming at a time when local authorities have already arrived there, because this is a huge collection of people. But look at the size of the crater. This is a huge crater that's landed here. So something big has landed here in Gurdaspur with a huge amount of impact. So clearly, with each passing night, from small drones which had nothing, small projectiles which were not very potent, the size of the projectiles, the missiles, has gone very big. Anshul joins us with more details. Anshul, Gurdaspur, there's a huge collection of people. What seems to have landed there? Is it portions of a big missile? Does this further confirm the theory that Pakistan has actually launched ballistic missiles towards India?
Well, definitely, this seems like a big missile, something that has not been that has not been regularly seen over the last 3 days regarding the kind of projectiles that have been launched from the side of Pakistan. At this point in time, the locals have collected over there. The officials and the members of the army, official members of the army, are reaching on the spot. They will try to ascertain as to what kind of missile was actually used that has landed in Gurdaspur at this point. However, the initial information that we are picking up, there has been no reports of any injuries that has been reported. But yes, there has been lost.
They seem to have landed in empty fields. You are in Pathankot at this point, Anshul. What's happening in Pathankot? Is it quiet? We spoke around the same time on Friday morning. This is now we are into Saturday morning. What is happening in Pathankot at this point? Was it active? Did people cite explosions last night too? Have there been certain portions or debris of attempts by Pakistan that have been neutralized, that have also landed in Pathankot?
Well, yes, at least 25 to 30 explosions were heard by myself, and all these 30 explosions were actually of projectiles that were sent from the side of Pakistan, but all of them were actually neutralized by our air defense systems. Especially from 5 a.m. this morning, there were one after the other that were attacks that were launched from the side of Pakistan, and that had landed over here. In fact, that were thwarted by our air defense system. Now, at the exact location at which I'm standing, this is the last village of international border over here in Pathankot. Right in front of you, what you are seeing is Pakistan. I'll try and see you a few posts of Pakistan or Pakistan over here. This village is a very, very important village, because the manner in which there has been amplification that has been done from the side of Pakistan. There are reports of certain firings that might have happened, but this is the international border. Over the last few hours, this has remained absolutely calm. But yes, a few locals actually claim that late last night they saw a few projectiles being launched from here. These projectiles were actually neutralized by our air defense systems. I'll just try and get in a word from a few people. भैया, आप यहाँ पर रह रहे हैं, किस तरह का माहौल है यहाँ पर? बिल्कुल पाकिस्तान सामने है आपके, और काफ़ी अभी टेंशन बढ़ी हुई है।
माहौल तो सर अभी ख़राब ही चल रहा है, आपको भी पता है, माहौल तो ख़राब ही चल रहा है। माहौल ऐसे अभी रात को तो कोई रहता नहीं इधर, जो लेडीज़ है जेंट्स है सब चले जाते हैं।
कुछ लोग तो रहते हैं,
कोई 10-15 जी रहते हैं।
कितनी आबादी है इस गाँव की?
इधर 450
आबादी है। तो कैसा है, कभी वहाँ से कोई अटैक होने का?
अभी तक तो कोई नहीं हुआ सर, अभी तक इधर तो नहीं हुआ, बाहर होगा, लेकिन इधर नहीं, सिंबल गांव में नहीं हुआ। हाँ जी।
So, thank you for that. To speed, a little past 8 o'clock is that there has been a hot night between India and Pakistan. Pakistan clearly climbing up the escalation ladder. What you're seeing are visuals from different parts along the northern and western sectors. Jaisalmer, a massive projectile of some sorts. It looks like a missile of some form. And then in Lasjan in Srinagar, you're seeing visuals of what is likely remnants of a downed Pakistan jet, a Pakistan Air Force jet. So let's bring you up to speed with the headlines that we're seeing. First, in Lasjan in Srinagar, in the outskirts of the city, parts of a Pakistani jet have been found. The pictures of the wreckage have been accessed. You can see this was inside the residential compound of an individual. Headline number 2, India managing to intercept Pakistani drones. We can show that CCTV footage as well. This is on a Pakistani launch pad they were using on the other side of the international border in Jammu. Top defense sources saying that India has destroyed this Pakistani post that was trying to launch drones, and of course the launch pads that have been used. The second image that you see is that of the destroyed drone. You can see the intercepts happening in the night sky, and then the second image, smoke and fire in the fields there. Headline number 3, part of a drone has been found in the fields of Amritsar. Amritsar, bang on the border, just 60 kilometers between Amritsar and Lahore. So parts of a drone have been found in the rural parts of Amritsar in agricultural fields. You can see that as well. Headline number 4, a projectile from Pakistan has been found in Lasjan. This is, like I said, believed to be parts of a fighter jet of the Pakistan Air Force that was brought down in a dogfight over the skies of Srinagar. A bomb-like object has been found in Jaisalmer. This is in a place called Jamla village close to Pokhran. The Indian Army has neutralized the Pakistani projectile. It seems like parts of a missile. There's also that image of a much larger, almost 10 feet large projectile that's been captured there in Jaisalmer as well. So these are the various images that we have. We have Arunima Siddhant joining us. Siddhant, what's the international community saying? Has there been any response, any form of, wanting to calm down tempers, de-escalate the situation? It seems like both India and Pakistan are now locked in this escalatory phase, climbing the escalation ladder. Someone's got to come in and try and mediate and try and get both parties to back off, or are they saying, as Vance and Trump seem to be suggesting that, look, it's their problem, let them figure it out.
Well, yes, that's right, Zaka. In fact, international community is urging both sides to de-escalate. In fact, we have a fresh statement from G7 foreign ministers. Perhaps, first they condemned Pahalgam terror attack, then they urged both sides to de-escalate for the sake of regional peace and stability. In fact, Saudi Arabia is one country which is giving efforts for de-escalation. In fact, this offer had come from various countries for mediation and for giving for offering their good office for the mediation purpose between the two between India and Pakistan. But at this point in time, Zaka, you need a country which has leverage with both India and Pakistan, and Saudi Arabia seems to be the one. So this is the reason that in fact the special envoy of Saudi Arabia was in the national capital day before yesterday. In fact, he met Foreign Minister Jai Shankar. He in fact met Prime Minister Modi, though there was no photographs released of him meeting Prime Minister Modi. Then yesterday he was in Islamabad, and in fact Islamabad released those photographs of him meeting Shehbaz Sharif and Asim Munir. Perhaps we really know very little about what was conversation all about. In fact, when he was here also in the national capital, there was nothing which we got in terms of information from Ministry of External Affairs or any other government wing regarding the conversation. Perhaps was he carrying somebody's message? What is the position of Saudi government? Whether that was conveyed to the Indian government, etc., etc. So we know very little. And today Saudi Arabia has come up with a statement, Zaka, confirming that this envoy was sent on a surprise visit to both India and Pakistan, perhaps to give efforts to de-escalate tension. But it doesn't look like
an unscheduled visit is the steer that we're getting. He's gone to both Islamabad as well as to New Delhi. First New Delhi and then Islamabad. Before I go to Anand, Aman is also joining us. Aman, what's the big picture? What are top government sources telling you? Because clearly things have escalated. This is the third night, the night between the 9th and 10th of May. It's the third night after Operation Sindoor. Clearly, we're now looking at an active conflict between India and Pakistan.
Well, absolutely, Zaka. As you correctly say, India, Pakistan both are on an escalatory ladder, and India is totally and squarely blaming Pakistan for what is happening. India is very clear, Zaka, that our attack, our retaliation was over with Operation Sindoor on May the 7th. It is since Pakistan, which is upping the escalation, first by sending drones across the border, attacking 36 targets from Leh to Sir Creek the previous night. And what has happened today early morning is a complete escalation, firing of ballistic missiles at India. This is something that India is saying will be responded in big measure. India has already responded today morning, and India is seeing a plot here, Zaka. India feels that Pakistan waited for the IMF bailout. Till then, the drones which came were all recce missions, intelligence gathering missions, trying to test our air defenses, maybe trying to exhaust our air defenses. But Pakistan has been caught by shock and surprise today morning when it launched its full attack soon after getting the IMF bailout. India also trying to now tell the world that, look, you have bailed out a country. IMF has given a bailout to a country which has launched ballistic missiles at India, which is exporting terror. So the world community also needs to, sit up and take note. What Pakistan has done today morning, soon after getting the IMF bailout, and this is what India told the IMF very, very strongly yesterday also by abstaining from the vote and lodging its strong protest, that a country which is fomenting terror against India, why is it being given bailout of one bailout after the other? Nearly over 24 bailouts given to Pakistan over the last many years. India made that point on the world stage. India was not able to stop the bailout because of the way the IMF is structured. But today's strikes are completely escalating the matter. India is now saying the onus is on Pakistan to stop, to de-escalate. But if Pakistan does not stop, India is going to go to any lengths to protect its territory, to protect its military assets, to protect its civilian population. And that is why you've seen this morning, Zaka.
All right, thanks, Aman. Anand's here in our studios. That projectile that you showed from Jaisalmer, and I believe Anvit will also be joining us. We can go across to him. It's from a village part of the Pokhran, Jaisalmer, that belt. Can you show us that projectile, Anand? And there's a massive crater that's been left on the ground.
Well, these are updated images, Zaka. These are updated. Now, this is what, see, the serial numbers are also there. The UCP 213-15956. and the serial number is also put out. So there are more images coming through of the projectiles that were launched. This is confirmed proof that it is Pakistan that has launched ballistic missiles and also sending huge projectiles. Look at the impact which is there on the field. It's landed on a field and people are now, we'll go across to that side where the size of the projectile itself shows that this was a missile. This was not a smaller one, and it was not mounted on a drone or anything. This was a ballistic missile. This is the person who's walking us, and he's taking us to the place where the actual portion of it has landed. It has come through that area. That's what they are trying to show. See, there are other pieces also. There are more fractions and fragments that have fallen here. Look at this on the ground, and then he's pointing with now there are more. See, you see more smaller fragments that have gone in before we come and see the final big piece, that is that blue, dark blue, indigo blue kind of a missile. Now this is the actual color, or midnight blue or black. That's the color that that the missile actually has. Now he's showing the distance that this entire projectile, once it's crashed, it's gone and it's traveled. The fragments have traveled. See, there are more fragments here. There are more portions and more fragments here that we are seeing. There you go. This one again. Big pieces, big chunks which have landed. That's more than a foot and a half of the material or the external covering itself. And then this person is walking across to that particular projectile where he finds it. Now they say it is behind the bike. If you remember the first set of pictures, the bike was right there. Now there you go. We're going to freeze these pictures. They're going to walk, and that's where it is. So it's created a bit of a hole. It's created a bit of a trail as it comes there, and more people are now coming to see these pictures of this projectile. Now these are pictures from Udhampur. More pictures will be coming through. These are pictures from Udhampur that we've got. There are pictures from Jaisalmer that have come. The Jaisalmer first picture, now this is confirmation. This is an open field where this piece has landed. There is also a piece that's landed in a huge projectile that's landed in Sirsa. So clearly Pakistan upping the ante and sending these projectiles. The world needs to watch these. The world has to see the ballistic missiles that were launched by Pakistan soon after they got the... Look at the crater. Look at this gap. It's opened it wide out here, and something's landed here too. So that's what the people are saying, that it's come from the skies. The people are pointing it out. It came from the skies. It came from there, and it's landed here. So there are drones that have landed. There are missiles that have landed near Pokhran. In Jaisalmer, there are big drone chunks that landed, which show that they had huge markings and also that they had munitions loaded on it. So let's try and understand where all Pakistan, soon after the IMF bailout got a thumbs up for them, attacked Indian side on the western borders. Let's look at it. So they very actively targeted Udhampur. There is something that landed in Udhampur, but the Air Force station and the base there in Udhampur is safe. There is no damage done. They have attacked Jammu city vigorously, but right across here on Jammu, here on a park post which was launching the tubes for drones, we have actually neutralized. There is Pathankot. Now, seriously, there has been some, at least 25, Anshul was there from the CNN News 18 overnight at Pathankot, and he said at least 25 explosions over the skies I've heard overnight, and Pathankot they've actively tried to target. There is also Sirsa. Now, the question is, Sirsa, where was this projectile aimed at? Was the Sirsa projectile intercepted, or this missile over the Sirsa skies intercepted while it was on its route to the national capital? Was it somewhere around Delhi? That's the big question. Did Pakistan, did Rawalpindi, did General Asim Munir and co. target the national capital soon after the IMF bailout? That's the big question because of this missile that was intercepted over Sirsa. Now, what have we done? Soon after this happens, around midnight, between 12 to 12:30 p.m., 12:30 a.m., there is a counter that India launches. Now, India's counter is so fast, so swift, that they have had huge reversals. What did we target? India targeted, the Indian Armed Forces targeted Islamabad, Nur Khan Base, the PAF Murid Base, Narowal, Shekhupura, Lahore, the Rafiqi Airbase, and the Sukur Airport in Sindh. All of them were targeted, and this is confirmed now that the base in Nur Khan Airbase in Rawalpindi has suffered serious reversals. There are actually reports that the Pakistanis, let's see if they confirm it, that their entire fleet of C-130s has been rendered ineffective here. They have suffered serious reversals. They couldn't operate their machines in Pindi. Then also the Narowal Airbase, again they couldn't operate their machines from here because the airbase has been hit. It's been hit hard. And there is one more, which was one more airbase that's been hit in Chakwal, or let me just see that. Yeah, in Shorkot. So this airbase also has been hit, and of course projectiles have landed, and there is confirmation of landings that have happened in Lahore where certain installations have been hit, Zaka. So clearly India's reaction has been far more punitive, and it's hurt the Pakistanis than what they attempted. But this treachery, the international community must note that the moment they get the bailout, Zaka, look what they unleashed.
Absolutely, and I think Omar Abdullah has underlined that point as well, that it can't be that Pakistan is given this bailout after bailout after bailout, and then some of those monies are diverted into directing terror and active aggression against India. I also want to get a quick word in from Anvit, who's in Jaisalmer, where we saw that massive image. It was a 10 feet long projectile, a rocket of some form. Anvit, if you're there, which part of Jaisalmer is it? It seemed like rural desert. What are the locals telling you? I mean, when did this land? How did they end up finding it? And I presume that either the army or the police would have taken away these wreckage, this remnants.
Yes, Zaka, the piece that has fallen has fallen in Pokhran. We were attempting to go towards the border, international border, ahead of Jaisalmer. We were stopped in, ahead of Tanot. We were stopped in Ramgarh. Ramgarh stands to be the last village beyond which civilian movement is not allowed. Media is also not allowed. Army has taken over, and BSF posts. From there, all the vehicles are being ridden. You can see this road is completely blocked. We are ahead of Jaisalmer in Ramgarh right now. In this area, last night, a huge shelling was witnessed, and many drones were also witnessed. Witnesses have said that many bombs were dropped, and some portions of drones that were intercepted by India have also fallen in this area. Yesterday we had shown how in Kishan one such piece was in a controlled detonation by the military. It was taken away. We have one witness who had witnessed huge amount of drone crashing in this area. Sir, आप यहीं रहते हैं?
जी, हम रामगढ़ रहते हैं।
यहाँ पे परसों काफी ड्रोन शेलिंग्स वगैरह हुई थी।
देखिए, यहाँ परसों रात को पाकिस्तान की तरफ से कुछ ड्रोन आए, तो हमारी सेना ने उसको तुरंत ही उसको
यहाँ पे भी कुछ ड्रोन के
थोड़ा सा यहाँ पास कुछ गिरा था, वो फिर उसको पुलिस और सेना ने उसको ले लिया। तो देखिए, यहाँ सेना हमारी पूरी मुस्तैद से तैयार है, और उसके साथ साथ माते श्री तनोटा घंटियालिया वो भी तैयार है। जब 1971 में लड़ाई हुआ था, तो माते श्री तनोटा ऐसे कोई भी बम फटा नहीं, कोई नुकसान नहीं हुआ, अभी भी वैसा ही है, कोई भय वगैरह डर की कोई ऐसा नहीं है।
So basically, in this area, a lot of bombs and portions of drones that have fallen, that were intercepted, have fallen, and the army had been collecting all of those with the local police. Yesterday also forensic teams were there in Kishan as well as in Ramgarh area, and further from here in Tanot as well. All the pieces have been gathered. They've been sent for examination to find out what is the origin, and also to find out what could have been the implication if they had exploded.
We'll leave it at that. I want to go to this piece of breaking news that MEA briefing has now been confirmed at 10:30 a.m. That is what we are given to understand. This is on Operation Sindoor. Remember, for the last 3 days, it's the Foreign Secretary who's been briefing the contingent of the media. So it will likely be a joint briefing of the MEA as well as officials from the Ministry of Defence. Last 2 days, it was the young women officers from the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army, Wing Commander Singh and Colonel Qureshi. Both of them are also expected to be flanking the Foreign Secretary. But it has been a serious escalation overnight between the 9th and 10th, the night between the 9th and 10th of May. Pakistan, immediately after the announcement of the IMF bailout, has upped the ante in an attempt to try and take out some of the forward air bases of the Indian Air Force. They've targeted the Udhampur Air Force Station. They've targeted Udhampur, of course, is the headquarters of the Indian Army's Northern Army Command. Also tried to hit the Jammu Air Force Station, Pathankot, which is our biggest forward air base. It has some of the squadrons of our 4.5 generation fighter jets. Also over the Sirsa Air Force Station. So multiple Air Force stations the Pakistanis tried to take out overnight. And this is the first sort of rung in the escalation ladder where two states or two armies, two air forces that are trying to take out each other's air force stations, because if the enemy cannot scramble his jets, then that is a serious tactical advantage that you have at the starting of any conflict. Siddhant is now joining us with further details. So the MEA briefing at 10:30 a.m., is it just going to be the Foreign Secretary, or is it going to follow the same pattern that we saw the last couple of days, Siddhant, the two young Army and Air Force officers also flanking the Foreign Secretary?
Well, so far, Zaka, we have a very limited details, but perhaps it could be the same format. What we have been seeing in last three press briefings of Operation Sindoor. In fact, we just got the confirmation from the government that at 10:30 there's going to be the press briefing, the joint press briefing of Ministry of External Affairs and Ministry of Defence. Perhaps there was a briefing which was scheduled early in the morning at around 5:45 a.m. Zaka. That briefing got postponed because the operations were going on. The focus was in the skies, and it was decided to postpone it to 10 a.m. And now we are getting to know that finally, Ministry of External Affairs has announced that there's going to be the joint press conference between Foreign Ministry and Defence Ministry at around 10:30. But this would be the first time that when Indian government will put its record straight as far as the developments which have taken place in last 12 hours, Zaka. Both sides are climbing the escalatory ladder. Perhaps Indian side has taken down the Pak air bases. In fact, Pakistan has attempted to target key Indian military installations. In fact, Fateh missiles have also been used by Pakistan. The attempt to target Sirsa was thwarted by the Indian forces. So,
okay, Siddharth, we're going to come to you as and when that briefing begins. I want to bring you up to speed. If you're joining us at 8:30 this Saturday morning, these are the 5 or 6 big headlines that you need to know. It's been a hot night between India and Pakistan. Multiple locations targeted by Pakistan here in India, and India giving it back in kind. Headline number 1, in Srinagar, in the outskirts, in a place called Lasjan, parts of a Pakistani Air Force jet, wreckage of a Pakistani Air Force jet have been found. These are the pictures of that in the Lasjan area. It's landed, thankfully, in the backyard of a residential complex, and therefore no one has been hurt or injured in the process. Headline number 2, India manages to intercept Pakistani drones. This is from the other side of the Jammu border, on the other side of the international border in Jammu, a place called Narwal. We're given to understand. You can see 2 sets of pictures. One, the intercepts happening on the background of the night sky. These are CCTV images. The intercepts happening in the middle of the sky. And the second set of images are the wreckage. There you go. The smoke and fire out in the fields of Jammu. You can see that happening. That's headline number 2. Headline number 3, we're given to understand a part of a drone. This is wreckage that's been found in the fields of Amritsar. Amritsar over the last couple of nights has been hot. There's been a lot of activity, drone activity. This again seems to be the wreckage of a drone. Yesterday, India did the unprecedented step of calling out Turkey and saying Turkish-made drones were being used by Pakistan on probing missions, on exploratory missions to try and test India's air defenses. Headline number 4, a Pakistani projectile has been found in Lasjan. Like I said, this is believed to be parts or remnants of a downed F-16. There's also confirmation of a dogfight that happened over the skies of Srinagar. 5 missiles, we're given to understand, were fired from the Srinagar military base and then believed to have brought down what is believed to be a Pakistan Air Force jet, the make of which we don't know. Hopefully, we will get some confirmation of that from the Foreign Secretary's briefing in about a couple of hours' time. Headline number 5, a massive bomb-like object. It's about 10 to 12 feet long. It's huge. It's been found in a place called Jamla. It's a village in Pokhran, in the wider Jaisalmer region of Pakistan, of Rajasthan. That, of course, you can see the second image, which shows that massive, almost 10-12 feet long rocket-like projectile that's been landed there, that's been neutralized there. The Indian Army has neutralized this missile attack in the sky. So this is headline number 5. Headline number 6, Pakistan also targeting civilian areas. In Jammu, there have been, unfortunately, 5 deaths, 5 civilians who have died. In Rajouri, a district collector level officer has also passed away. Unfortunately, his house was the target of heavy shelling. There's been heavy artillery shelling, both on the line of control as well as on the international border. Pakistani projectiles also hitting a temple, a famous temple in Jammu called the Shambhu Temple. Headline number 7, damaged parts of a drone or something like a drone has been found in Udhampur. This is in the Narsu part of Udhampur district. We don't know further details, but it seems like wreckage from a drone yesterday. Udhampur, of course, is the headquarters of the Indian Army's Northern Command, and the attempt there was to try and target the Northern Command headquarters as well. security forces have reached the spot. I also want to show that Shambhu temple picture. Again, this is wreckage from a projectile of some sort at the Shambhu temple, a very famous temple in Jammu. Thankfully, again, it landed in the outer perimeter of the temple complex, and therefore there's been no injuries or no one has been hurt. That, of course, again, a famous temple in Jammu. So clearly, the activities have increased between both India and Pakistan in the intervening night between the 9th and 10th of May. Akash is joining us from Jammu, where multiple attempts have happened in civilian pockets as well as the Air Force station, but all of it has been thwarted. Akash, what is the latest that you're hearing from top defense sources?
Right, Zaka, I'm standing in this Rehari colony. First of all, I'll try to give you a sense of what has happened here. There you have forensic teams and, in fact, the police here. This is one civilian property that has got damaged because of the sort of attacks that we have seen in the morning today. And there I am being given this sort of, this is something, a part of possibly a drone or the missile or the projectile that came here. And there you have. There you see, these are the individuals who have handed over this thing to me, and they are saying that this was a part of the sort of damage and, in fact, the projectile that came here. I have been told that many people who were, here in the house got injured. I'll try to talk to them as well as to what actually happened. But before that, I'll try to give you a sense as to what actually happened. There you have the top floor of the house that has got damaged. Multiple cars that have been standing here, in fact, have got the damage. There you have in the close vicinity around 50-meter area, is damaged. We still not, don't know as to if it was a drone or missile. But I'll try to, in fact, talk to the individuals as well. I'll try to talk to them. सर क्या हुआ था यहाँ पे और कितने बजे हुआ बता पाएंगे आप अभी आए हैं यहाँ का कोई है क्या हुआ है यहाँ पर
मिसाइल वगैरह वो रेड नीचे छत पे
कितने लोग रहते हैं इस घर में
यहाँ पे ऊपर 4 रहते हैं सेकंड फ्लोर में भी 4 रहते हैं नीचे 6 रहते हैं
तो वो ठीक है अभी
हाँ जी
उनको कोई चोट वगैरह लगी उनको चोट वगैरह नहीं लगी अभी ये फॉरेंसिक्स वगैरह टीम कितने बजे हुआ लगभग कितने बजे कहा
ये 5:50 पे
सुबह 5:50 पे तो किसने देखा कोई मिसाइल वगैरह थी या ड्रोन वगैरह था क्योंकि
लोग सोए हुए थे अचानक से आवाज आई सभी उठे
हाँ जम्मू मेडिकल कॉलेज पास में है हमें बोला जा रहा है कि शायद वहाँ पे टारगेट था कुछ ऐसा कुछ बताया यहाँ पे जो एजेंसीज काम कर रही हैं All right. Zaka, forensics teams are here. Once again, I'll try to give you the visuals of this particular house. This is the house, that has in fact got the damage. I'll show you the, in fact, visuals of the, workers who have been in fact there, the police, Jammu Kashmir police, and also the civil defense staff. Forensics teams are basically checking, the sort of damage and in fact the sort of thing, the projectile that was used. But it is unfortunate that civilian properties are being targeted. Either, it is a failure or it is intentionally being done. In both the cases, Pakistan is exposed because they have been saying that they don't want to escalate. But in this particular case, we have been seeing that how they have been launching attacks. And since last night, late in the evening, we have seen that starting from Jammu, they have been targeting many properties. We have seen the Firozpur area as well, where civilian property was targeted. And here in Jammu as well, we have this civilian property that was on target and in fact that has received sort of damage. Zaka.
All right, Akash, we'll come back to you in just a bit, but we're getting this piece of breaking news. Reuters is reporting, and we want to be very, very responsible and restrained in our reporting. Pakistani Prime Minister, and we can, it's flashing on your screen at the bottom half as well. The Pakistani Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif, has called a meeting of the National Command Authority. It is the authority that has overseen the nuclear powers or the nuclear command authority of the Pakistani military. He has called for a meeting of the National Command Authority today on Saturday. The Pakistani military has confirmed this to Reuters after Islamabad launched a major military operation against India in the night between 9th and 10th. The National Command Authority is the top body for civilian as well as military officials that take serious security decisions, including those related to the nuclear arsenal of Pakistan. This could be saber-rattling. I don't think we should fall for this propaganda, but clearly the Pakistanis seem to be ratcheting up. Last night, they're escalating it, going a couple of notches up the escalation ladder. India forced to respond, to retaliate to that. Now, some nuclear saber-rattling as well by the Pakistani Prime Minister. He's called for a meeting of the National Command Authority, which will have the Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister, the Defence Minister, and of course the heads of the armed forces as well, the Chief of Army Staff, Navy and Air Force Staff. Let me go across to Aman Sharma, our political editor. He's joining us live from outside South Block. As we expect that press conference by the Foreign Secretary as well as the individuals, the officers of the Army and the Navy. What's the reading in South Block, Aman? What is the big picture? Because this is a serious escalation that Pakistan has tried in the last 6-7 hours or so.
Well, Zaka, what I'm hearing right now is that top government sources are slamming the IMF bailout to Pakistan last evening. They are clearly saying what has happened since today morning underlines India's objections yesterday to IMF of the possibility of the misuse of the debt financing funds for state-sponsored cross-border strikes, terrorism by Pakistan. India is underlining this again, saying that the IMF bailout was completely mistimed and Pakistan actually was waiting for this money to start its big operation against India. India sources are saying that with billions in the bank, Pakistan is now putting missiles in the air against India. The world community needs to realize this, wake up to it, and what it has done by arming Pakistan again and again with these IMF funds. So I think at this press conference, which we will see at 10:30 a.m., India could raise this point that this IMF bailout is ending up arming Pakistan against India and especially its terrorist activity and the escalatory ladder that Pakistan is on. See, Zaka, government sources are very, very clear that the original escalation is of April 22nd, with the Pahalgam attack which Pakistan did. India did its offensive on May 7th, 96 hours ago, by doing Operation Sindoor, but only targeting terrorist infrastructure of Pakistan, not targeting any military infrastructure, not targeting the civilian population. The targeting of the military infrastructure, that cycle, Zaka, Indian government sources are saying has been started by Pakistan. On the morning of May 8th, we saw the first these 300 to 400 drones trying to attack our front air bases, and today morning, with missiles, Pakistan is trying to take out our multiple air bases, Pathankot, Udhampur. All these attacks have been foiled, but Pakistan intention is very clear to take up this escalatory ladder, and they stopped till the IMF payout. They didn't do it. It was more an intel exercise, this drone which were flown. But now, this is the ultimate attack by Pakistan, and India is responding very, very strongly. India has decided that if you will target our military infrastructure, we will take out your military infrastructure as well. And India has targeted Rawalpindi's airbase. This is deep inside Pakistan, Zaka, and this is a big, big message to Pakistan that if Pakistan does not stop here, India will go to any lengths to teach Pakistan a firm lesson. We'll hear more about it at the 10:30 briefing. I think I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I think Indian government is very, very upset over this IMF bailout, and is very clearly saying that Pakistan is to blame for this escalation ladder that we are on.
And just very quickly, there was some note or some justification of why India abstained at the IMF meeting yesterday. What's the rationale? What's the reasoning behind that?
Zaka, the government says that basically there is no option to say a no to a vote. You can either abstain or say yes. That has been the convention at the IMF, and IMF has many member countries, but every member country is not like one member, one vote. Your economic strength actually has a larger proportion in the vote there. So there are many questions being asked, Zaka, here also, that, why did the US not come out strongly to block this bailout for the IMF for Pakistan? So a lot of questions are being asked in the Indian security establishment, because India yesterday put up a very, very strong objection to this IMF bailout. India was also preparing for it for the last 2 to 3 days, knowing very well that if Pakistan gets this money, it could, the escalation in fact could climb, and India's fears are only coming true. The world community needs to sit up and realize that, what it has done yesterday, and I think India is going to strongly protest about this at the press conference as well, I believe.
All right, Aman, thanks for that. We'll come back to you at the 10 o'clock press conference, 10:30 press conference. Now, Anand, you have the images of the intercept of the ballistic missile?
This is over the Sirsa skies and what looks to be a portion of the Fateh missile. So this is from Sirsa. It's landed on a field. It was intercepted on the skies of Sirsa. I'm going to check with our team if we can put out the map and also the visuals. We can split it on this wall so that our viewers can understand the map graphics and with these visuals, because it's landed on Sirsa. And why this Sirsa is important? Because this Fateh missile, this ballistic missile, many believe was intended towards the national capital. It was intended towards Delhi. We'll try and show you these visuals and then try and split it here on this wall itself with the map graphics and these pictures, because then you can understand where this is. So if you can just pull this out, put this out, and just the map, because where Sirsa is, we need to understand where Sirsa is. Sirsa and the trajectory of the missile, many believe, was headed towards the national capital. And this is the big portion. This is the big portion. This is the big portion of the back end of the Fateh missile. So you'll see the tail, and that's the tail portion of the Fateh missile. Now you see these are authorities who are already there. The local police is already there, cordoning off, and now they're taking them away. It's being carted away. The portions have been now lifted, put on the back of a big vehicle, a pickup truck, and then they'll be carted. This is the big shot. Now this is the picture. Now look at this. This is the Fateh missile back end. Now if you have seen pictures of Pakistan flaunting the Fateh missile, the rear end of this portion with the wings and this is exactly similar to the design of the Fateh missile, and that's the reason why the ballistic missile launched towards the national capital. That is the level of escalation that Pakistan has triggered. Pakistan has triggered soon after the IMF bailout. So within 15 minutes of the IMF bailout at 12:05 a.m., that's when this was first reported or registered, that the possibility of ballistic missiles being fired towards Bharat. And later in the night, the confirmation coming, this has landed, it's been intercepted. So our air defense systems, the Indian forces air defense systems, are capable of thwarting even ballistic missiles. This is the biggest proof of it, and perhaps egg on the face of the Pakistanis at multiple levels. But more importantly, how treacherous Pakistan can be. This missile has landed on a field in Haryana, in Sirsa, and this is where it is. Now have a look at this. This is Sirsa. This is where this missile has landed. Look at the trajectory. Where is the national capital? The trajectory of this missile was towards the national capital. That's what many people are expecting this. We are going to wait for confirmation during the media briefing that this missile, these are portions of the missile. Again, more pictures coming through, more small fragments that after this entire missile was disintegrated, it was demolished, it was intercepted, and fragments have landed all across in Sirsa, in Haryana. And understand this, Sirsa, this is the range, this was the direction. This is the national capital region. So that's the reason why this big question is being asked. Was this ballistic missile, along with a few others that were fired by the Pakistanis, intended not just as military installations, but also perhaps certain portions of the national capital? And if that is something which is confirmed, if it is confirmed in the briefing today, that is serious escalation by the Pakistanis. And more importantly, this has come after the IMF bailout, where they tried to play with a begging bowl saying, help us out. $137 billion overextension of their debt to the world, and they continue to borrow and redirect this money towards acts of war. Clear acts of war, clear acts of military escalation by Pakistan, when Bharat's fight has been only against terror. It was a war on terror, not a war against Pakistan, but the Pak military, the Pak state is backing jihadis, terrorists, jihadi tanzeems, and this is what they are willing to launch ballistic missiles because Bharat has waged a war on terror. Zaka.
A massive escalation, no doubt about it. You had, these swarms of drones, unarmed drones, no explosives there. Then you had explosive-laden drones. Then you had these short-range missiles, and now you have the ballistic missile. This is a medium-range Fatah 2 missile, a range of about 400 kilometers, directed en route to Delhi, and it was intercepted in the skies over Haryana. And those pictures that Anand was showing, quite dramatic, that the manner in which it's been intercepted as well. Of course, India's air defense systems working round the clock into the T. Let me go across to Arun Danta and Arunima, both of whom are joining us. So what's the word in Delhi this Saturday morning, Arun Danta? Clearly the government is closely following all of these developments. It's been a very hot night. Escalation by Pakistan, India responding for good measure. What is the reading in government this Saturday morning?
That's right, Zaka. Yesterday that was the reason why you saw those long meetings taking place here. Prime Minister Modi chaired 3-4 important meetings. In fact, the last meeting concluded somewhere around 12 with the Foreign Secretary and the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, and we were told that in fact the RAW Chief and NSAG Dowell
IB chief, they all were present in that meeting. Before that, of course, we saw that the review meeting conducted by Prime Minister Modi with Rajnath Singh, three tri-services chief, NSA, in fact, RAW chief and IB chief were present in that. And also, before that, there was a meeting with the veterans and the former chiefs of different forces of the country. And in fact, they were, of course, expecting some sort of misadventure by Pakistan yesterday night, and that's the reason why we saw that India was in fact ready for any sort of action. That's the reason why we saw that how Indian forces have retaliated to Pakistan's drones or the ballistic missiles which they fired. And of course we know that Prime Minister Modi is very closely monitoring the situation. It's been 4 or 5 days since when we are given to understand that Prime Minister Modi has been awake during the night, has been constantly in touch with the NSA Ajit Doval. At this point, I'm outside the residence of Prime Minister Modi. It seems calm at this point, but perhaps the way action is taking place, you will see flurry of meetings.
I think there will be meetings in the next few hours. Thanks for that, Arun. We'll be in touch with you. Arunima is also joining us, but we got this breaking news. The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, let's go to that breaking news. Marco Rubio has now spoken directly to the Pakistan Chief of Army Staff, General Asim Munir. This happened just a few hours ago. This is the first conversation that any international official has had directly with the Pakistani Army Chief. Remember, the Deputy Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia was in Islamabad just last night. He was part of that meeting that was hosted by the Pakistani Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif. But this direct call between Marco Rubio and the Chief of Army Staff, General Munir, is an important one. It's the first conversation that an international official has had with General Munir. We'll try and get Siddhant. Siddhant is on the phone line. So Rubio has spoken with the Pakistani NSA, who's also the DGISI, General Malik. But now a direct conversation with General Munir, who, of course, the ball is really in his court. If he stops, then India will stop.
But yes, that's the message. That's exactly the message, Zaka. And in fact, last time around, Marco Rubio spoke to Shahbaz Sharif. But perhaps Marco Rubio also must have realized that Shahbaz Sharif is ineffective and he's just a puppet prime minister. And this is the reason that he is speaking to the real boss of Pakistan, perhaps the mastermind of Pahalgam terror attack, Asim Munir. And in fact, Reuters is reporting, Zaka, that this conversation has taken place. And as we were speaking before also, that US wants both sides to de-escalate. In fact, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt also said that President wants both sides to de-escalate. Perhaps US is also giving efforts in the same direction. This is the second telephonic conversation that Marco Rubio had with the Pakistani side. In fact, last time he spoke to Shahbaz Sharif, that call was really ineffective. Nothing happened after that. So today he decided to speak directly to Asim Munir, the Army General. Perhaps it also reflects upon, and perhaps it's once again established that, who runs the show in Pakistan. And if US wants Pakistan to de-escalate, then US has to speak directly to the Army General, not somebody from the political.
We've got an update from the ADG PI of the Indian Army as well. We'll go to Arunima with this. Basically, the ADG PI putting out a tweet saying Pakistan's blatant escalation with drone strikes and other munitions continues along our western borders. In one such incident today, approximately around 5 a.m., multiple enemy drones were spotted flying over the Khasa Cant, the Khasa cantonment in Amritsar. The hostile drones were instantly engaged and destroyed by our air defense units. So now we're getting to hear of multiple such drone and missile attacks. Arunima, you're in North Block, South Block. Whereabouts are you, and what is the word from government this morning?
Yes, so the Raisina Hills is abuzz with activities. South Block has had called for a press conference at about 5:30, but I think this is the air operation which led them to postponement. And now at 10:30, the Foreign Secretary is likely to brief. What ADGPI has put out is that at about 5 a.m. this morning, there were multiple enemy armed drones that were spotted over the Khasa Cant in Amritsar. The hostile drones were instantly engaged and destroyed. And Pakistan's blatant attempt to violate India's sovereignty and endanger civilians' life is unacceptable. 3 civilians have been killed in what has happened since last night, including one district level official there in Rajouri. And what the Border Security Force has also put out is that while the Jammu Airbase was getting targeted around 9 p.m., 2100 hours last night, there was intense firing at the Jammu stretch of the international border as well. So back to back 2 days now, we've seen, day before yesterday we We saw it in Samba. Yesterday at Jammu, attempts to also carry out infiltration while these air raids are going on. Yesterday they had shot dead 7 from the Jaish-e-Mohammed module in Samba. Yesterday also BSF confirming that there was firing at the Jammu sector, and now ADGPI confirming that there were hostile drones over Amritsar as early as this morning 5 a.m. Around the same time, tentatively, we were told there was a dogfight in Srinagar, and for that we're still waiting for the ADGPI and for the Air Command to tell us exactly what is the situation. But definitely things have escalated in the last 24 hours.
All right, I also want to go across to Akash Sharma, who is more on this. So the Army's first official statement this morning, the ADGPI saying there's some hostile drones, a swarm of drones over the Khasa cantonment in Amritsar, and those have been neutralized. Akash, what more are you hearing?
Right. So first of all, two important things in this tweet by the ADGPI. First one, that they are somewhere acknowledging the attack launched towards Amritsar today in the morning that we had also reported Zaka. And second, that they are saying the message is loud and clear that it cannot be accepted. Armed forces are in fact reacting since morning, and we have been learning, as Arunima pointed out, the dogfight, of course, the air defense, thwarting the attempts and destroying the enemy drones, and also Indian Army destroying the enemy posts. So a number of things are happening, but civilians are somewhere affected, Zaka. I have been mentioning this since morning, that while they are targeting the military infrastructure, they are also possibly targeting and intentionally targeting, civilian properties, and this is the reason why we have the damages like such that I am showing you in the visuals in the backdrop. Zaka, Indian Army and in fact Indian Armed Forces are going to brief us officially in some time from now, where we'll get to know as to what was the sort of action that was taken last night in retaliation. Of course, we know that how their air defense systems at different Air Force stations in Pakistan were targeted and in fact destroyed. But as far as other information is concerned and other inputs are concerned, so we are waiting for that particular brief. I'll once again try to show you the visuals there. There you can see the damage. Zaka, it was it is not in fact confirmed as to what it was. I'm showing you those broken glasses of that particular window there. People are also talking about some sort of projectile and then these splinters. So possibly it can be a kamikaze drone that hit the building and then got destroyed. So we are waiting for the confirmation. Okay. But looking at the damage, it seems there you have the main target was that building. Rajesh ji, if you can show that building was the main target, Zaka, and then okay, I believe CM is there. Yes, CM is there, and I'll try to.
All right, we'll come back to you, Akash, in a moment as you try to go across and see if we can get a soundbite from Omar Abdullah. But the ADGPI's tweet showing these pictures as well. Those are the remnants of the Pakistani drone that was sighted above the Khasa cantonment in Amritsar. Arunima is also there with us. I can see some wheels. I'm not sure what the wheels are. Clearly, it seems to have hit something on the ground. Those are the remnants, the wreckage that you can see from the drones that were sent over the Amritsar cantonment. Arunima, what more do we know?
See, there's also a video that has been tweeted out by the ADGPI handle. I think it is showing how the drone attack, the hostile drone attack, was taken down, and these pictures, gives you a sense of the marking that you see. YHAPFWH. The filling date is mentioned there. The filled lot is mentioned. The explosive lot, the weight, the total. So this looks like an ammunition that was being carried with the drone that the ADGPI has tweeted out. The ammunition and the remains of the drones, and also the time when the drone was intercepted. So there's visual proof, there's video evidence that is now being given out, and this is a trend that we have seen ever since Operation Sindoor has begun. And top government sources, government functionaries actually confirmed this to me, that after Balakot and after the surgical strike post Uri, there was a lot of question mark. Pakistan tried to negate the surgical strike by saying that nothing has happened really here. But this time India has gone prepared with technological advancement. Also, it is better prepared. It's putting out evidence to show Pakistan's complicity. All these labeling on the ammunition, the filling date, the batch number, the lot number is going to be shown to the international community to prove that Pakistan's escalation, and Pakistan is trying to target civilians, target our military base, escalate the entire situation, and Pakistan is definitely suffering a bloody nose by the way their misadventure is being countered by our air defense system.
All right, Arnab, we'll come back to you. That's the Indian Army statement. On the left, you're seeing images from Rehari in Jammu, where the Chief Minister, I believe, has gone to the residence of the affected victim there. I believe Akash is there for us. Akash, tell us, did Omar Abdullah say anything as he came into this in this house that's been hit yesterday by a Pakistani projectile? Did he say anything to the media, or are we waiting for him to come back and then speak to the media?
Not yet, Zaka. He has gone, upstairs to check the sort of damage that this property has received. Possibly he'll be, coming back and will be speaking to media. But this is important, given the fact that civilian properties are being targeted, and we have, received this sort of damage where not just this property but the adjacent properties are also damaged. In fact, the vehicles that are standing on this particular road, Rajesh will show you the visual. In fact, have got damaged. We have these security officials who have been trying, who have been in fact trying to get the people away from this particular place. But then Murid Abdullah is very much here. In fact, he is expected to speak to media in some time from now. People are standing here. Locals are standing here. They have been in fact saying since morning that they need some sort of action. Pakistan should be there should be some sort of retaliation, and there should be some sort of answer to Pakistan. I was speaking to one lady. She was crying. She's saying that this is her house and she could have lost her life in this particular attack. But at this point in time, I'm showing you the visuals where CM has gone upstairs to check the sort of damage that this property has received, Zaka. And there you have civil defense volunteers, the Jammu Kashmir police, and also the CRP. In some time from now, it is expected that Omar Abdullah will be speaking to media. But yes, at least 10 people we have been told have sustained injuries in this particular attack in this vicinity, Zaka.
All right, Akash, thanks for that. Anand is also here as we try and bring you some pictures. There's been a whole bunch of pictures of remnants of drones, projectiles, missiles that have been spotted in different parts from Jammu to Jaisalmer. This is the picture of the home in Rehari. But Anand, this is what the ADGPI has just tweeted. This seems to be the wreckage of a drone over Amritsar cantonment.
See, not just the drone. Look at the size of the drone. These are not the small drones anymore. These are far bigger now, and they have these markings. So the ADGPI has also figured out the markings, and of course they had munition. They had a certain level of payload which was supposed to be for impact. So clearly the Pakistanis over the last 2 or 3 days have been sending drones without any munition as probing, and this is exactly what there was a preparedness, there was an understanding what the Pakistanis are trying to do, but they underestimated Bharat's capabilities. They thought that over 2 days the entire air defense system would have been used up and there would be a free passage for their missiles and for their drones with a huge amount of payload and munitions. So that is something that's been marked out, but they've been neutralized. They've been neutralized by our air defense systems, and perhaps the Pakistanis don't understand. They have a stomach for escalation only for 3 days. They cannot fight an intense war for more than 3 or 4 days. That's the reality. Bharat is ready for 6 months. Bharat is ready for 6 months, and if required more. That's the difference. So they don't know who they are taking panga with, and the fact is that this is egg on the face again for 4 nights in a row for General Asim Munir. 4 nights in a row, he's just met with more failures, and on the other hand, look at the losses. The Nur Khan Airbase in Pindi has not just been destroyed, but there is a huge reversal for the Pakistanis there. Their machines can't take off because they have been rendered ineffective across 3 air bases. That's what's happened. But here, this time around, the locals need to be aware. Our hearts go and our prayers with those who are having material loss of, because of their houses and their fields being damaged, and also because of people who are getting injured or loss of lives of civilians. But please don't go close to any of these munitions. That's the important part. Stay away, stay clear, because some of these may be live munitions.
So
yes, Zaka.
We're getting live pictures of Omar Abdullah just coming out from that house in Rehari. I believe he's speaking to the media. If we can go to those pictures. Omar Abdullah has gone to an affected home in Rehari in Jammu. Can we show those pictures, please? Yeah, there you go. That's the affected home. He's just come out. He's, I think, met with the individuals there. In Rajouri also, one district collector officer district collector rank officer has lost his life. In all, 5 people have lost, 5 civilians have lost their life in Jammu. Akash is there. Akash, Omar still inside the house. Is he making his way out? Has he said anything to the media yet?
Zaka, I cannot hear you. Umar Abdullah is still, assessing the situation. In fact, is taking a stock of the situation. In fact, he has gone inside the second house where the lady, who owns this house has gone, in fact, inside and is somewhere briefing the Chief Minister as to what actually happened, at what time, and what was the intensity. And then there he is coming out. Possibly, we'll try to speak to him as well as to now when civilians are targeted and their properties are targeted. What is All right. So, has in fact gone to some third property now, and now he is expected to speak to media. But then at this point in time, this is very important. There is a series, in fact, of houses, in fact, which have in fact received this sort of damage, where we have been told that there was possibly a drone that hit the building and then got exploded, and because of those splinters, we have the nearby properties, also got damaged. And in fact, the vehicles that are standing here, you can see the debris there on this particular car, and a lot of people, are standing here at this point in time, and they are very furious because of the fact that they have been saying that we are seeing these actions on a daily basis now, and now, some sort of strong retaliation, should be there from the Indian Armed Forces.
I'll come back to you, Akash, as and when the Chief Minister comes out. He's visiting multiple houses which have been affected in Rehari. Yes, Anand, you were showing us the ADGPI the tweet and the video.
Let's go back to the pictures. The fact is that we'll go back to now. This has payload. Now, the only thing for our viewers and whoever are there in these local areas have to be that if there are fragments, portions that fall of debris or destroyed missiles, etc., or drones, just stay clear of them. Don't go and touch any of these parts, because a lot of them seem to have live munitions. The ADGPI has actually circled out, and this is live payload. So with the aim, with the intent to destroy, destruct and hurt, and it's ballistic missiles, there are other projectiles, there's loitering munition, and also drones with a certain level of capability. If you see the wheels on these drones, it surely shows that it was carrying a significant level of payload with the intent of trying to drop and then perhaps head back. Though you can see these. So we have to see the nature, and a lot of these are either Turkey made or China made, these drones. Now these are the houses. Omar Abdullah is there at this residence. Is he coming out? I don't think he's speaking to the media. He's stepping out. These are live visuals coming through. The media is trying to speak with him, but he's not speaking. He's just going to meet the families, and perhaps he'll move away from this location and then speak to the media later on. He's actually tweeted, and he said that he's alarmed at the fact that the international community has allowed this entire, bailout. And I think there is going to be, Zaka, Pallavi is getting us more information that Bharat is going to push for a serious reconsideration of this bailout that's been given to the Pakistanis. This is treachery, and this is deliberate escalation. You said Marco Rubio has dialed General Munir, but the dialing has to go to the IMF. How did they approve this bailout without understanding Pak's intent? Look at what they've done. They're attacking civilian installations, a temple near Jammu. That lady is actually turned around and said, "Bahut ho gaya, Modi ji, ab maro inko." Bahut ho gaya. We've shown enough and more of restraint, because they don't seem to learn. Omar Abdullah himself is very, very peeved. If you look at it, he's also showing great amount of restraint in his emotions when he's tweeting as a chief minister. He's putting out and saying, look what the Pakistanis are doing and look what the international community has allowed. I think there is a serious dissent and dissonance with the IMF for what they have done in a situation like this. You can't go and give a nation which is actually standing for according state funerals to jihadis and proscribed terrorists. You can't give them a $1.3 billion bailout. And that's what the IMF has gone ahead and done.
All right, we're getting that piece of breaking news now. Top official government sources telling Pallavi Ghosh that India will go back to the International Monetary Fund and ask them to reconsider the bailout that's been given to Pakistan. It's over $1 billion. It's part of the $7 billion tranche, the agreement between the IMF and Pakistan over a 4-year period. India shall use international pressure, diplomatic pressure, to wake the conscience of the IMF. Operation Sindoor is no way for closure. India has not and will not target civilians. The opposite is what Pakistan is doing. Pallavi Ghosh, tell us more. I mean, ultimately, look, if the Americans, who have 17% weightage on the IMF board, if they say no, this bailout can be cancelled. But why haven't the Americans said that? And what is India's strategy from here on out?
That's exactly the question which India is asking. Why is it that America said no? Because Donald Trump's earlier statement, where he said that we've given $3.3 billion to Pakistan, but we've got nothing out of them, they've done nothing for us. that is something which India is going to use effectively against Americans as well, and make the point to them that you may be one of the largest contributors to the IMF. I know this logic is going around, your money, we use it the way we want to. That's at least how the stakeholders of the IMF were talking about. But the point is that isn't an international organization also to be held accountable? And they also to ensure that the money that they're using and giving out is actually used for a good cause, or at least for the cause what it is meant to. You know, Zaka, if you look at the note which was released by the government of India yesterday in its response to IMF, and the statement which India made at the IMF meeting yesterday was that we leave it to your morality to decide how that money should be given and whether you should give a bailout to Pakistan because they have been an official offender. I think it's this conscience awakening call which is now being taken by the government, and therefore
All
when
right,
they're going to
Pallavi,
go
I'm
back,
sorry to
they are going
interrupt, but apparently there's some air activity where Akash is. He's in Rehari in Jammu. Akash, yes.
Zaka, I'm showing you the visuals, possibly some air activity. There I'm showing you the clouds there. We have this, okay, we have been asked to go inside because there are in fact some attempts, there were some attempts, in fact these attempts have been thwarted. I'm showing you the visuals of the air activities. I'm also hearing some sort of roar, possibly of the jets, but there I'm showing you the visuals of the clouds where we have that white smoke, and in fact we have been told that there is some fresh attempt possibly when CM was here. Zaka.
All right, that seems to be some activity there, some air activity. The reporters have been asked to move inside. These are the remnants of the damaged buildings in Rehari. So these are deferred pictures as well. We'll come back to you, Akash, as and when we can establish some confirmation of what kind of air activity there is. You could hear sirens in the background as well. There you can see an official asking Akash to move in. I believe the three defense chiefs have also reached South Block. There is a high-level meeting going on, and this will continue. This will continue through the day. If you're joining us at 9 o'clock this morning, these are the big headlines. It's been a hot night between India and Pakistan at the line of control at the international border. Let's bring you up to speed with what you should know in this escalating situation between India and Pakistan. Headline number one, Pakistan's Fatah missile that was aimed at Delhi has been intercepted and downed over Haryana. You can see the images there, massive remnants that have been left behind, the wreckage that's been left behind. This is a ballistic missile, 400-kilometer range, was in the direction of Delhi, but it's been intercepted over the skies of Haryana, and you can see it's fallen, the wreckage has fallen in the open fields there in Haryana. The villagers taking those pictures earlier this morning. Headline number two, it's not just in Haryana, in Srinagar, in the Lasjan area, in the outskirts of Srinagar, parts of what is believed to be a Pakistan Air Force jet, which was brought down in a dogfight. That wreckage landed up in the backyard of a residential complex. The individual whose house it was, where this wreckage was found, he is, of course, now speaking with the authorities. He has taken these pictures in what is believed to be the wreckage of a downed Pakistani fighter jet. Headline number three, India has managed to intercept Pakistani drones. These are two sets of images, CCTV images. This is the second set showing the wreckage after the interception happened. This is in the Jammu Narwal sector. The interception happening there. That's the first set of images. The interception happening in the night sky. And then the second set, which shows the destroyed Pakistani drones and the launch pad that was used by Pakistan to launch those drones. So you can see fire and smoke up in the fields in Jammu. Headline number four, a part of a drone has also been found in Amritsar. You had the ADGPI. This part is what was found in rural Amritsar. You can see the fields there, the fields being readied for the next season. You can see the part of the wreckage. That's clear that these are drones in rural Amritsar. The ADGPI also tweeted the drone that was visible in the Amritsar Cant, in the Khasa Cant in Amritsar. That too has been brought down by India's air defense system. Headline number five, a Pakistan projectile has been found in Lasjan in Srinagar. Ishan was there. This is the same area where you saw the wreckage of what is believed to be a Pakistan Air Force jet being brought down after a dogfight. What that is will be established by the authorities. Our Ishan Wani was there reporting from the backyard of that residential complex where which is the point of impact. Headline number six, a bomb-like object was found in a place called Jamla village in Pokhran in rural Rajasthan, in the deserts of Pokhran, Rajasthan. The Indian Army managed to neutralize this drone and missile attack in the sky, and what you're seeing is wreckage of that missile. Headline number seven, Pakistan targeting civilian areas. That's where our Akash Sharma was reporting from in Rehari. multiple homes have been targeted. There's a temple called the Shambhu Temple in Jammu that has also been targeted. Overall in Jammu, 5 people, I'm afraid, have died, both in artillery shelling as well as in Pakistani projectiles that have been hitting parts of Jammu overnight in the last 6 or 7 hours. So Jammu seems to be badly affected because of the overnight escalation of projectile, drone and missile attacks from Pakistan into India and India's response. Headline number 8, there are damaged parts of a drone that's been found in the Narsu area in Udhampur. Udhampur, of course, the headquarters of the Indian Army's Northern Command. We don't know what nature this drone is. You can see the army officials there taking away the remnants of this. This is from Narsu area in Udhampur. Security forces are on the spot. I can report to you there is no damage to the Udhampur air station or any part of the headquarters of the Indian Army's Northern Command. Headline number 9, amid the escalating attacks by Pakistan, the Indian Army has released a statement. The ADGPI has put out a statement saying that multiple armed drones were spotted flying over the Khasa cantonment in Amritsar. The hostile drones were instantly engaged and destroyed by India's air defense units. Pakistan's blatant attempt to violate the sovereignty and endanger civilians is unacceptable. And headline number 10, Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has reached Rehari, which is the part where the civilian part that's been affected. 3 or 4 homes have been damaged there. There have been 5 casualties in all of Jammu. Omar Abdullah meeting with the victims, meeting with their families there, spending some time with the individuals who were affected, and of course he's now left from there. As we sort of bring you up to speed with what is happening here in the national capital, all 3 service chiefs are at the Ministry of Defence. They're in North Block right now, even as we speak. We're given to understand that further details of what the discussions will be known as well. Remember, at 10:30, there is going to be the briefing by the Foreign Secretary. If we can have a reporter to try and get a sense of the meeting that they're having right now, and they're likely to meet with the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh as well in the next few minutes. Arunima is joining us live. Arunima, yes.
Yes, the 3 service chiefs have arrived in South Block. There is a string of briefings and meetings that is going on in South Block at the moment. The situation is now under control. The assessment part is now on. We have seen ADGPI put out details of the munition that has been used in Amritsar, drones which were carrying the munition as their payloads, the way they were taken down, and the details, the markings on the payload, all of that have been put out in the public domain. Assessment of the situation all the way from Udhampur to Jammu and also in Jaisalmer, that's on. There's a high likelihood that Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh could also meet the 3 service chiefs shortly. By afternoon, after the press conference by the Foreign Secretary has ended, there's also a possibility of the Prime Minister being briefed by the National Security Advisor and the Raksha Mantri as well. One thing that one must highlight is that the deliberate misinformation that is going on from Pakistani social media handles, most of them have been blocked by India, but international media is picking up some of those and India is countering them, one of which said that, an Indian Air Force jet has been down. Then another misinformation was that the S-400 missile system has been damaged. All of these being denied officially by Government of India.
No, Arunima, I was just coming to that the PIB needs to fact check things a little faster and perhaps in a little more active manner. They have been doing a fantastic job, but Pakistan's disinformation campaign continues. They are trying to claim that some brigade headquarters has been destroyed and that some bases, they have even named the airfields have been destroyed, etc. They've also said that some storage of missile-based storage has also been destroyed, along with downing of jets, and like you said, some of our air defense systems being destroyed. All of these are not factual, they are all false, but there is a tendency that वो कहते हैं ना अरुणिमा, if I can say that, कि जब तक सच खड़ा होकर अपनी बात कहता है, झूठ पूरा शहर घूम के आ जाता है. So that is something which is happening, and this is a massive disinformation campaign that the Pakistanis have tried to launch. And that is something that needs to be countered far more effectively. The PIB is doing a fantastic job, but they need to be a little more quick on the counter.
Yes, and the problem is that even though we are checking and putting out information that has been verified, there are international media houses, since these are Pakistani official handles which are putting out baseless information. There are a lot of international news outlets that are picking up, quoting Pakistani sources. Let me give you a string of disinformation that has happened since early this morning. First, Pakistani media claimed that the Udhampur Airbase has been damaged. It has been categorically denied by the Indian Air Force and by South Block that none of our air bases have suffered any damage, be it Pathankot, be it Jammu or Udhampur. Next, they said that in Chandigarh, a missile depot has been damaged. Again, something negated by South Block. We just spoke about the S-400 missile system. Pakistan has claimed, and international news outlets have picked this up, that our S-400 missile defense system, our air defense system has been damaged as well. Completely baseless, denied. They have put out old photographs and said that Indian fighter jets have crashed in their operation that began last night post midnight. Again, India has fact-checked, saying this is an old video which is being recirculated. So yes, both the South Bloc and the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting negating the lies of Pakistan.
Right. Thanks for that, Arunima, and I think we'll continue to put that out, and kudos to the PIB. They're working very, very hard. These are times of where war is at multiple levels. Bharat is waging a war on terror, but the Pakistan military and the Pakistan state seems to have unleashed a war against Bharat itself at various levels, and they are very devious. The enemy is very devious. They will use a lot of disinformation, and their aim is to also create and divide Bharatiya people based on communal lines or other lines, and we have to mount a collective effort, a whole of Bharat approach has to be mounted. Let's quickly go across to Siddhant Mishra joining us at this point. Siddhant, Marco Rubio has picked up the phone and spoken to General Munir. What does this indicate? In the meantime, Bharat is also launching a massive non-kinetic counter because it's a diplomatic offense on the IMF bailout. So take us through what's happening on the non-kinetic front. Yes.
Well, as far as non-kinetic front is concerned, Anand, then this morning we received a statement from foreign ministers of G7 countries. In fact, they have condemned Pahalgam terror attack, and in fact, they urge both sides to de-escalate. Perhaps coming to your question, Marco Rubio is speaking directly to Asim Munir, signifies that US knows who is calling the shots in Pakistan, point number one. Point number two, last time around, Marco Rubio rejected his counterpart, Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar, and spoke directly to Shehbaz Sharif. But then US also realized that nothing is going to happen because Shehbaz Sharif is a puppet prime minister. So today they decided to speak directly to Asim Munir. So this message should go out loud and clear to the world that who is running this country. Point number one. Point number two, that there was a surprise visit from Saudi Arabia, Anand. In fact, we were the first one to report that. And the Saudi Deputy Prime Minister met EM S. Jaishankar. In fact, we have also been told that he called on Prime Minister Modi. Though there were no photographs released by the Indian side regarding that particular meeting. Yesterday, he was in Islamabad. The pictures were released by Shehbaz Sharif's office of him and Asim Munir meeting Saudi envoy. And today, Saudi Arabia has confirmed in a statement that they are giving efforts to mediate, mediate so that de-escalation can take place between India and Pakistan. We have also been told, Anand, though I don't have an independent confirmation on this, that it could be that US and Saudi Arabia both are giving joint efforts to de-escalate situation, perhaps putting pressure on Pakistan, Asim Munir and generals of Pakistan to de-escalate and step back. Perhaps this is what I could sense at this point in time, because this morning call to Asim Munir perhaps shows that Marco Rubio must have blasted at Asim Munir for his misadventures and something which has happened in the region which never happened since 1971. What the region witnessed last night. It's all because of Asim Munir. US is very angry, very upset with Army General Asim Munir.
Right. Looks like the international community needs to be made apprised of, and that picture that was shown with Hafiz Abdul Rauf leading the prayers with the Pak military personnel standing right behind, and Pakistan giving state funeral to jihadis and terrorists, and a US proscribed terrorist leading those prayers, perhaps was not seen by the quote-unquote international community that has handed out this $1.3 billion bailout to Pakistan. So, and now there are reports coming through that there is a checkered past of the DG ISPR Ahmad Sharif Sharif Chaudhry itself, and somewhere his connections to yet another group of jihadis and terrorists and connections to Osama bin Laden. All this perhaps lost on the international community. Let's hope that the PIB machinery facts check and also puts it out, and the diplomatic machinery puts out these facts to the world to see those who they think are benign have gone ballistic over Bharat with ballistic missiles. So that's what happened. Let's look at this. Pak jets down. Pak jets have been downed. 2 of them in Jammu and Kashmir region, one around in Srinagar, one in North Kashmir. So this is confirmed wreckage that's seen there. We'll get you more details. And let's hope that in that briefing all these details are put out. There is munitions with payload, drones that have been downed, and also in Pokhran there is a missile, a ballistic missile that's been seen. Another ballistic missile that's been noted is here in Sirsa. There are also a drone launch pad on the other side, Jammu international border. Pak military post with tube drones has been a tube drone launch pad that's been negated, and that post was also a launch pad for terrorists, so that's been totally demolished. This is Lasjan Srinagar, again confirmation of projectiles falling and also possible debris of an aircraft that's been downed by the Indian air defense system, by our forces. Parts of a drone that's been found. This is a far bigger drone, and this perhaps was also carrying payload. The ADGPI has also confirmed where they've put pictures, a drone-like object found at multiple places. Suspected drone hits. There are civilian areas that have been hit by drones. Homes have been destroyed or demolished or have suffered damage. Civilians have died. One lady has died. There is an employee or an administrative officer in the Jammu and Kashmir ministry who's been hurt, who's lost his life. Our salutes to them. There are people, civilians, who are getting injured. There are some damages that have happened to certain military installations. That's what's being claimed, but nothing that is stopping any of the operations. And all claims made by the Pakistani military and Pakistan is nothing but disinformation. All our systems are intact. All our defense mechanisms are intact, and we have given them a bloody nose. That's what we've done. Now, this is another news. A missile-like projectile or object has been found in the village of Samastipur under Adanpur in Jalandhar. Now, the discovery of this missile has caused a certain amount of worry in the locals, but the cops have already reached the spot. Now, you can see the markings. These are Pak markings. These are Pak markings, and this is again at least an 8-10 feet projectile that's been found. Was it carrying what kind of payload it was carrying? We'll have to wait and see. Sometimes there could also be drop tanks of certain aircraft that could be seen. So we have to wait for verification from the ADGPI and from our official sources to see what this is. Yes, Anshul.
So yes, this debris has yet again been found. This time this debris that has been found has actually been found in Jalandhar, but the agencies are at spot. They are trying to figure out as to what could this debris be. But in all likelihood, this is looking like a debris that was actually destroyed by the anti-defense systems of our country, and hence these whatever this missile is or whatever this object is. This object was not able to fulfill its mission to carry out any sort of destruction or carry out any sort of an attack on our territory. This was in fact destroyed by our air defense systems, and now this has fallen. But yes, the initial investigations are underway at this point in time. The debris has now been picked up by the agencies, and now the further testings have started.
Anshul, very quickly, Adampur also happens to be a big Air Force base. Are authorities there, local police there, saying whether that was the target of the attack and it's been intercepted en route?
Well, yes. This is what is being said by the authorities over here, that the Air Force base was being targeted, much like what is happening in places like Udhampur and Pathankot as well, where they are trying to target our Air Force bases. But our air defense systems are very, very active and doing a great job at this point in time, thwarting each and every attempt that is made by the enemy state of Pakistan.
Okay, thanks Anshul for that. So you can add Adampur also to that list. So both Pathankot and Adampur, two big Air Force stations that India has in the Northern Command. Both of them have been targeted. Of course, all of these have been reprised as well. So there's been no damage at all. And that's what top IAF sources have told CNN News 18, that there's been no damage at all to any of our aircraft or to our S-400 air defense systems. Siddhant is also there with us. Akash, if we can go across to Akash, he's in Rihari in Jammu. We'll try and go across to him in just a moment. So the big picture, if you're joining us at close to 9:30 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, the 10th of May, it's been a hot night between India and Pakistan. There are multiple missile, drone, even a ballistic missile attack that Pakistan launched on India. India has responded to each one of those. Our air defense systems have busted each of these attacks. And in response, India has taken down 2 or 3 important Pakistani Air Force air stations, including the biggest one in Nur Khan, which used to be called the Chakwal Airbase, one of the biggest that Pakistan has. That's been the attempt, of course, was to try and render the runway useless. Then there is the Murid Airbase just a little further down. And then you have the Shorkot Airbase, the Rafiqi Airbase in Shorkot in southern Punjab. But remember, there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation, fake news that's doing the rounds as well. So the PIB, the Press Information Bureau, and their website and their social media handles have put out this. There is a claim by some Pakistani social media handles suggesting that the S-400 air defense systems, which India managed to procure from Russia, there is some disinformation doing the rounds that there's been damage to the S-400 systems. That news is absolutely fake. It's been now put out in the PIB fact check, their website, as well as their social media handles. And maybe we can have one of our anchors from our newsroom on our plasma screen showing that from time to time. So don't believe any of these fake stories, this disinformation, this misinformation. We'll try and get Griha or someone to go up there and show that to us in a second. But I also want to go across to Akash and try and get a sense, Akash. Now, you know, the picture, the meta picture seems to be emerging. I'll come to Rehari in one second, but the meta picture, which is what our viewers want to know. Clearly, there have been attempts at some of our forward air bases and air force stations from Udhampur, Srinagar, Pathankot, certainly, even the one in Jalandhar. We will get further information. The pictures that we're showing, it seems like the Udhampur Air Force Station was the target. Of course, it was intercepted. And in response, India has taken down some of these leading frontline Air Force bases of Pakistan. What is the meta picture you're hearing from the Indian Air Force?
Right. So you rightly pointed out some of the Air Force stations, in Avantipur, in fact, Jalandhar and Pathankot as well, were on target. And in fact, Jammu was very much on target. And, these attempts were thwarted. We know that how not only drones but missiles were fired. And we have been told that India strongly retaliated. And this is the reason why, we had a dogfight where we have a confirmation that dogfight indeed happened in Srinagar. And then the air defense also worked in a similar way. But Zaka, I want to highlight here, the Indian Air Force has officially denied that there is no impact or there is no hit, on S-400, air defense system. And in fact, there are several sort of locations that have been propagated by the Pakistani handles, and all of this information is in fact rebutted by the Indian Armed Forces, because this is very important at this point in time. Though we don't have access to these Pakistani handles, but yes, international media is somewhere picking the information, and the official version from Indian Armed Forces should be carried as well. And that's the reason why Indian Air Force has now come out in public and said that there is no damage or hit to any S-400 battery or the sort of system. Also, as far as these attacks are concerned, so Zaka, their primary target is, of course, the air assets, fighters, and the air defense systems as well. I was discussing it a bit earlier that how they have been targeting. They have, in fact, they want to try, S-400 and Akash missile system. One, they don't know the locations. Second, they want, and this is possibly the reason why they want to target all the, air force stations specifically that are very close to the borders.
Akash, they are masters at disinformation. They are masters at disinformation. The Pakistanis will try anything and everything. To all our viewers, to all those who are getting active on social media, let's do our job responsibly and let's stand up for our country. Let's not push any claim that's being made by any pro-Pakistani or Pakistani handle, because it's disinformation. Look at what our defense systems are capable of. Trust this. This is what, for 4 nights, not a single missile projectile has been able to find its mark. They have all been neutralized. This is a live picture of how our air defense systems, the Indian Armed Forces air defense systems, are neutralizing projectiles, missiles, loitering munitions sent by the Pakistanis. And this is all happening in the air. Listen to this. You can see the projectile trying to travel over the Indian airspace, and there you will see the flares first coming in, which are the distraction, and then the mechanism, how it works, and the entire projectile then being damaged, split into multiple parts, into shreds. It's being torn into shreds on our skies. So these are the fireworks courtesy the Indian Armed Forces. So these are the fireworks courtesy the Indian Armed Forces, and what's being blown to bits is the Pakistani devious intent. So have a look at this. Let's play the nats again. Let's look at the whole sequence. Have a look at the whole sequence.
Of Amritsar drone intercepts that are happening live. This is from early morning, so a couple of hours ago. So we should mention deferred pictures there as well. Tejinder, I believe that there is some anti-terror operation also that's happened in light of what's been happening, the hot situation both along the LC as well as the IB. What information do you have on that as we continue to show these pictures? These are the skies over Amritsar, where there is a live intercept happening of a swarm of drones sent in by Pakistan. This is from a few hours ago on the skies over Amritsar. But Tejinder, yes, go ahead.
Yes, Zaka, there is a massive anti-terror operation that has been launched by our security forces near the international border in Suchetgarh area of Araspura sector, where the locals informed the police that 4 suspected people carrying weapons, wearing salwar kameez, have been seen roaming around some vital military installations in the area. So now a massive operation has been launched by the army, by the BSF and by the Special Operation Group of Jammu and Kashmir police to ascertain who these individuals are and whether they are a threat to us, and if they are, they have to be neutralized. If you remember, Zaka, just yesterday the BSF had said that a major infiltration bid was foiled by them in the Samba sector, wherein 7 intruders belonging to the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror outfit who tried to infiltrate into the Indian territory were shot down. So at a point when our security forces, especially the army, the air force, is engaged with the hostilities from the Pakistan side and giving a befitting response to Pakistan, the sources are telling us that Pakistan has activated its terror network in Jammu and Kashmir and have asked them to carry out certain attacks across Jammu and Kashmir. But the security apparatus in the entire region is on heightened alert, and all such nefarious attempts by the enemy, whether in the hinterland, on the line of control or from across the line of control, would be foiled. Yes,
all right, Tejinder, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. These are still pictures that we are playing from Amritsar from a short while ago, a few hours ago. This is the early morning pictures. There's been a lot of focus on Amritsar for the last 2 or 3 nights, and the concern there, the worry there is that the Pakistanis might attempt something fishy, something nefarious around the Golden Temple, which is, of course, the holiest site for Sikhs around the world. So far, all their attempts have been thwarted by the Indian air defense systems. But I also want to go across to Griha, who's joining us from the PIB fact-check wall here in our newsrooms. So the PIB handles have been putting out these fact-checks of Chinese propaganda, Pakistani propaganda. The latest seems to be that the S-400 systems have been damaged. That lie has been busted. Griha.
Absolutely. That's the big thing that came out of Pakistan. It has been completely dissed by India. But let me also put across a few of the other fact checks that India has been constantly doing, Zaka. This is the Press Information Bureau. It has, in fact, put out several of these instances, like this one, where there was a claim that was made by a Pakistani handle that an old Indian Air Force crash really had happened. This was a claim that has been dissed by the PIB, where they have gone on to claim that several pro-Pakistan social media accounts are falsely claiming that 3 fighter jets, we're not just talking about one Indian Air Force jet, 3 fighter jets have crashed in different areas in the Himalayan region. But that's been completely dissed, and a claim that this is fake, where the PIB says that this is an old IF crash photo circulated. It has got no link to the India-Pakistan situation. If we also take a look further, Zaka, there was a claim that was being put out through various social media posts asserting that a cyber attack by Pakistan has caused 70% of India's electricity grid to become dysfunctional. Claims that were floated by Pakistani handles. This claim is absolutely fake is what, and these were the tweets, by the way, that the PIB has put out and branded as fake, and this fact check again by the Press Information Bureau. The third one, particularly, and this was the most bizarre one, of course, after the S-400, was social media claims where they said that India was trying to attack the Nankana Sahib Gurdwara. There was a drone attack at that Gurdwara. That also has been completely dissed, and they have claimed that this is a Khalistan propaganda, something that is absolutely fake. So these are the claims, and PIB is completely on their toes. They have been putting out these facts so that nobody falls for these misinformation, the disinformation campaign rather, coming in from that side of the border.
All right, Griha, we'll leave it at that. We'll check in with you from time to time about this massive disinformation campaign that's been undertaken by Pakistani social media handles that, of course, has been busted by the Press Information Bureau social handles as well as their website. I want to go across to Arunima, who's joining us from South Block. Siddhant is also joining us from South Block. There's a meeting, I believe, Arunima, of the three defense chiefs. In the next few minutes, I believe they will be meeting with Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, as well. So tell us, what is the assessment this Saturday morning in South Block as to what was the attempt, the escalation attempt by Pakistan yesterday, how India has retaliated and responded to that, and the damage that's been left behind in Pakistan to the air bases and to certain other locations in Pakistan. Tell us, what are you hearing first thing here Saturday morning?
See, I think it's a cliche now, Zaka, but the dialogue from the Bollywood film Uri is summing up the mood at South Block best. How's the Josh? Hi, sir. You saw the photograph yesterday also when the three service chiefs met Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. They were in combat uniform but smiling, body language very relaxed. So that's the mood now also, that yes, we have managed to thwart Pakistan's evil designs for 3 nights in a row. We have managed to bring down, that's what we are hearing, even though officially that there's no, perhaps in this press conference, Foreign Secretary will confirm, but we are hearing that there was a dogfight over Srinagar, and there is a local manhunt that has been launched to look for the Pakistani Air Force pilots who possibly ejected when their aircrafts were brought down. Amritsar, ADGPI has put out how Pakistani drones were brought down. They were carrying a payload of munition. The marking on the munition has also been put out, clearly showing what Pakistan's designs were. Overall, the situation across the international border, BSF kept a very close vigil. In Jammu, across the LOC, yes, we have lost 3 lives, including one district level official who was part of the relief and rescue. A shell landed at his own residence and he succumbed to his injuries later. 2 others, civilians, have also lost their lives. So yes, we are paying a price in terms of civilian lives, because Pakistan is focusing on targeting civilian areas, and that the establishment is also noting if there's a pattern, the way temple areas are being targeted, the way the Jammu temple was targeted, similar pattern was seen in Uri also. I think Ishan sent us a ground report. Hindu dominated areas, temple areas. Is there a design? Because the entire Pahalgam attack, which was the initial escalation, was communal. They had asked for the religion and then killed. So is that communal agenda going ahead for Pakistan vis-a-vis targeting Gurudwara, targeting Hindu temples? That's also something that India is wanting to bust to the international community.
What's the international response? Is there any attempt to try and mediate or to try and get calmer heads to prevail? Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State and the acting National Security Advisor in the Trump administration, he's been making multiple phone calls. He's spoken with the Pakistani Prime Minister twice in the last 2 to 3 weeks since the Pahalgam attack. And then, of course, early this morning, he's spoken also directly with the Chief of Army Staff in Pakistan, General Asim Munir. What is the sense you're picking up from the international community? The Americans trying to have these phone calls, working the phones, the Saudi Deputy Foreign Minister in Delhi first, then in Islamabad. Siddhant, what more are you picking up?
Well, yes, that's right, Zaka. What I'm picking is that Saudi and Americans both are perhaps giving efforts to de-escalate tension between India and Pakistan. In fact, this phone call, which was made by Marco Rubio to Asim Munir, perhaps signifies a lot of things, Zaka. In fact, it's kind of a message where which America wants to send out, that since nothing happened after Marco Rubio spoke to Shehbaz Sharif, so now America is directly speaking to the army chief. Perhaps we have also been told, Zaka, that Marco Rubio told Asim Munir categorically, very clearly, that Pakistan needs to de-escalate or be ready for future consequences. Point number 1. Point number 2, Zaka, as you rightly said, a Saudi Deputy Foreign Minister was here in India day before yesterday and was in Pakistan yesterday. In fact, Saudi Arabia is also using its office and also leverage with both India and Pakistan to de-escalate tension. So, at this point in time, we should look both Saudis and Americans, proactively using their leverage with India and Pakistan to diffuse the crisis at this point in time. But Zaka, this has been escalated by Asim Munir. He is the real perpetrator of Pahalgam attack. And the first escalation came from Pakistan on 22nd of April when 26 innocent people were killed in Pahalgam, and after which India responded. And in fact, India's position is still very clear that if Pakistan will do misadventure, we will punish them. So what happened last night, where India took down 3 Air Force bases in Pakistan. Perhaps we have also been told that their planes are down. All their attempts to infiltrate Indian territory have been thought is a punishment to Pakistan, and India wants this message to be projected in this manner, that since Pakistan did misadventure, so we punished Pakistan.
The Nur Khan Airbase, of course, is the biggest. It used to be called the Chakwal Airbase. It has both the fighter jets, the F-16s, the military transport aircraft, the C-130s, and then there's the Murid Airbase, both of which are close by to each other, just a few kilometers, and those two have been badly affected. We will try and see if we can go across to the pictures from Rehari as well. Omar Abdullah is the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister, who's met with the civilians who've been affected in the Pakistani artillery shelling, both on the LC as well as in the IB. In the case of Jammu, of course, it's across the IB. There have been 5 deaths, is what Tejinder was telling us a moment ago. Akash is joining us from Rehari, where buildings have suffered damage, individuals have also suffered damage, and you can see those pictures of Omar Abdullah confiding with the government officials and the security officials there. Akash, what are you seeing and hearing around you?
Right, I'm moving towards Shambhu Temple. That is another place, Zaka, hit by the projectiles. Now, the possibility is that these are kamikaze drones, because at this location, in fact, in the civilian population where I was, there present just a while back, there, in fact, we have multiple buildings, that have got hit. One building, primary building, has got, damage, in fact, major damage. And then we had, splinters that have affected the nearby building. So possibly these were kamikaze drones. This is what the assumption is. But then, even now, on and off, the air activities are happening in Jammu specifically, we talk about. And air defense system is somewhere thwarting those attempts, where Pakistan is somewhere trying to, target the establishment, the military establishment primarily. But then we have the civilian infrastructure that has got impacted. And in fact, this Shambhu Temple and this, civilian population, one colony in Jammu, have been hit by the Pakistani drones or the missiles. In fact, forensic teams are very much there. Forensic team is checking as to, what was it and what is the kind of damage that is very much, there and is being witnessed by the population. So CM Omar Abdullah was there in this population, in this civil, area where, people have in fact spoken to the CM, and CM was in fact taking a stock of the situation. He has gone to this Shambhu Temple as well, and we are learning that he is visiting several places that are impacted somewhere after these sort of attacks that have come from Pakistan, Zaka.
All right, Akash, we'll wait for you to get there. Omar Abdullah is reaching the Shambhu Temple there, where again the projectile fell on the outer perimeter of the temple. What we do know is in that particular attack, there's been no casualties, no one has been injured. But the fact that a temple has been targeted, and we've seen this pattern from Pahalgam, even over the LC firings, the artillery firings, the violations of the ceasefire that happened, there were Hindu temples and Hindu homes that were targeted. Let me also try and get you a sense of what is happening. The meta picture right now at 9:30 o'clock in the morning. The one thing that we can tell you is that the escalation has now gone up a couple of notches up the escalation ladder. It was Pakistan that chose to escalate. They tried to hit some of our forward defense bases, particularly Air Force stations from Udhampur to Srinagar to Adampur to Pathankot, the biggest airbase in this part of the woods, in the northern part of the woods, the Sirsa Air Force Station. They even sent out a they even sent out a Fatah-2 missile, a ballistic 400-kilometer range missile in the direction of New Delhi. It was, of course, thwarted in the skies over Haryana. So, in response, India hit back, and it is hit back substantially against at least 3 air bases in Pakistan. The Nur Khan Airbase, which is the biggest in Rawalpindi, it houses a military training college as well. And then you have the Murid Airbase in Chakwal, and then you have the Shorkot Airbase, the Rafiqi Airbase. 3 air bases have been hit by India in retaliatory firing. Anshul is now joining us. He's, of course, in Jalandhar. We're also given to understand that Pakistan launched a biker Yeeha kamikaze drone in Amritsar in Punjab. So both in Amritsar and in Jalandhar, we're hearing multiple reports, Anshul, of swarms of drones being sent by the Pakistanis. What are you hearing and seeing the morning after what has been a very dramatic and escalatory night?
Well, definitely there are a lot of reports that are coming in. In fact, this just a few moments ago, there were reports of some fresh explosions that were heard in Amritsar, and at this point in time, the authorities are telling us that our air defense systems were at work. But out here at the location at which I am standing is in Gurdaspur. Remember, there was a big explosion that was reported in Gurdaspur, and I'll just try and show you what has transpired over here. This is the kind of impact that has been made by the missile that was actually launched from the side of Pakistan. You can see the kind of impact, the kind of crater that it has created over here, and this is right in the field, right in a farm field over here. In fact, what locals are telling us that the impact of this entire blast was actually heard by at least 4 kilometers away from this location, and not only this, but also the window panes of several of these houses of these locals have also been smashed. I'll just try to speak to a few people. So, ये कितने बजे यहाँ पे ये हादसा हुआ?
4:45 थे।
4:45 में क्या हुआ था? जब कैसे पता लगा कि यहाँ पे
लो जगदी आई आ ते एकदम जगी आ लो फिर डिपे आ ते उदे प्रभाव का वज गया तू बद निकला ताणू।
हाँ जी, यहाँ पे फिर आर्मी पुलिस एजेंसीज कब तक पहुंची?
बाद च आई पुलिस और पहलों पिंड दे बंदे आ ओ डेरी कोल वेखिया फिर इत्थे वेखिया फिर बाद च आए बंदे ते उन्हां फिर आड़ के आडे लागे मुंडा लग आ गोठी वाला ये पहलो आया ये घर ते आड़ के ते वेखे आ। हाँ जी, ये आ गलबात हुई है। एक वो डिगे वही आने भैनियां पंचायत नाल उत्थे डिगे ते बाद सानू सरपंच ने फोन किया सुखदेव सिंह ने आंदा भी वेखो कि ढाडी बच गए अही भी बचे अही।
किसी को इंजरी या किसी को चोट लगने की तो कोई
ना किसी नहीं लगी चोट। पिंड दे सिमट लथे आ शीशे टुट गए और राजू बिल्ले भी शीशे टुटे आ ए कोठी दे भी टुटे और कोठी दे टुटे साडे भी टुट गए आ।
तो यहाँ पे कुछ मिसाइल जैसा भी मिला था जो
कोई गलबात नहीं सिर्फ लो वेखी आ घर वाले ने वेखी है। माता जागण दी मैं भी जागण मैं पग लैके सुता मच्छर बहुत ज़्यादा ते ये करके मैं जागण दूजे बच्चे भी जागण दे साडे। हाँ जी, आ गलबात।
So just to translate for our viewers that there was this explosion that was heard over here at approximately 4:30 a.m. this morning, where there was a huge fire that erupted over here, and post that there was an impact that was heard by people who are residing far away from here. The window panes of their houses were broken. Once they reached over here, they saw this massive crater, and hence they called the local authorities over here. And once the authorities came over here, they took the debris away from here. But this is the current situation. You can see, you can actually imagine the impact or the size of the projectile that might have landed over here. This is a massive crater that has developed over here. But the only positive news is that no injuries were reported. There was no, there are absolutely no damages to any sort of properties, big damages to any sort of properties over here. But yet again, this cowardly nation, Pakistan, yet again trying to attack civilian population out here in Punjab.
Okay, thanks for joining us from Gurdaspur, the village there. You can see that massive crater. Anshul Singh there live for us in Gurdaspur. We want to go to this breaking news. You saw those pictures over Amritsar, the blue skies over Amritsar earlier this morning. Now we have information. Pakistan launching what is called the Biker Yeeha 3 kamikaze drones in Amritsar. This, of course, endangering residential areas in Punjab. So there have been multiple attempts in Amritsar, in Jalandhar, in Pathankot, in Gurdaspur. So Punjab seems to be facing the brunt of these drone swarms as well as possible missile attacks by Pakistan, all of which, of course, has been neutralized by Army air defense guns today. The pictures that we were showing, the blue sky pictures that we were showing a short while ago, there you go on the bottom right part of your screen. These are from about 5 a.m. in the morning. You can see the air defense systems neutralizing and taking down these kamikaze drones that were sent across from the other side by Pakistan. The drone was aimed to target civilian areas and to claim civilian lives. That's been now confirmed by defense officials. Aman is also joining us, and so is Siddhant. Aman, so there's going to be multiple meetings, as you would expect. Rajnath Singh will be meeting with the three service chiefs. The three service chiefs are meeting right now in South Block. There's a press conference by the Foreign Secretary at 10:30 in about 45 minutes from now. It is a hectic morning, Saturday morning in New Delhi.
Absolutely, Zaka, and I'm just outside the Ministry of External Affairs, where in about 45 minutes from now, the Foreign Secretary and the two officers from the Air Force and the Army will be briefing the media again on what has transpired since morning. So we'll wait for the briefing to know what exactly they say, but what top sources, Zaka, are telling me are two things. Number one, saying that it is the IMF bailout. Pakistan has done this operation, this escalation against India soon after getting the IMF bailout. So it is up to the world community now to understand and to contemplate, to review what this IMF bailout actually means. India objected to it fully yesterday at the IMF, but of course the structure of the IMF is such that India could not block it. The bailout has been given, and this is what India is trying to point out now, that Pakistan waited for this IMF bailout and then has launched this big retaliation against India, big strikes through missiles targeting our forward air bases, Sirsa, Pathankot, Udhampur. They are trying to attack our forward air bases, and Pakistan is the escalator. This is the number one point that I'm learning from sources. Second point, that US Secretary of State Rubio has called up Asim Munir. He's not called up the Pakistani Prime Minister. He's called up the Pakistani Army Chief directly to tell him to de-escalate. This is very, very significant. Indian government sources are saying, number one, it shows that Pakistan is the escalator. That is why the US Secretary of State has directly called up the Pakistani Army Chief. Number two, that it is the Pakistan Army which is calling the shots very clearly. It is not the Pakistan political machinery. It is the Pakistani Army which is calling the shots, and that is why you see the US Secretary of State directly calling up the Pakistani Army Chief. So this is also something we will try and pose to the MEA today. What is their view on this development? India is very clear that India's retaliation to Pahalgam April 22nd attack was over with Operation Sindoor on May 7th. Since May 7th, in the last 96 hours, it is Pakistan which has done escalation after escalation, first sending 200 to 300 drones across India from Leh to Sir Creek, 36 locations. Yesterday morning, 26 locations again are targeted by Pakistan, and this time adding ballistic missiles to try and take out our major Air Force bases. This is major escalation, Zaka. We have responded by striking as deep as the Rawalpindi Airbase of Pakistan, and this is India's warning to Pakistan that if Pakistan does not stop here, if it does not de-escalate and stand down, India will go to any lengths now to harm Pakistan. And that is what the message India is also going to give to the world community, that it needs to reign in Pakistan. And I think US Secretary of State called to Asim Munir, Zaka, in that sense is very significant.
Oh, it absolutely is. It's the first phone conversation between the Secretary of State. He's also the acting National Security Advisor, speaking directly to the Chief of Army Staff, General Asim Munir. Really, if Asim Munir decides to stand down today in the next moments, then India will stand down too. All right, if in case you're just tuning in at 48 minutes past the hour here on a Saturday morning on CNN News 18, these are the big headlines that we're tracking right now. Headline number one, India intercepting Pakistani drones over Amritsar, managing to destroy them. This is at about 5 o'clock this morning. You can see those drones being destroyed by the Army Air Defense System, working to the T, and this, of course, is from the skies above Amritsar. Headline number two, a missile-like object was found in a village called Samaspur in Adampur. Adampur hosts one of the big Air Force stations in northern India. This is in Jalandhar district. So a lot of these Air Force stations and air bases have been the target of attacks by Pakistan overnight. The discovery of this missile has caused a degree of panic amongst the locals. The police have reached the spot and have taken away the debris. Headline number three, Pakistan attempting to scale this up, climb up the escalation ladder a couple of notches. They tried firing the Fatah 2 missile, which is a medium-range ballistic missile, 400-kilometer range, in the direction of Delhi. It was intercepted in the skies over Haryana, and what you can see there are curious villagers who've gathered in the fields there and capturing pictures of what seems to be a substantially big part, a large part of the remnants of that Fatah missile. Headline number 4, in Gurdaspur, where Anshul Singh was reporting for us just a moment ago, a massive crater seen in the ground. This again after a suspected hit of a projectile. We don't know if this is a drone or a missile that has struck there. Massive crater, again thankfully in the fields, therefore there hasn't been any casualties or any fatalities there, so that seems to be the silver lining. Headline number 5, in Srinagar, in a place called Lasjan, which is on the outskirts of Srinagar city, remnants of what is believed to be a Pakistani Air Force jet. The wreckage from the Pakistani Air Force jet have been found. It landed again in the backyard of a residential complex, and therefore again no injuries reported there. These are the images of that wreckage, and our Ishan Wani was there reporting for us just moments ago. Headline number 6, a bomb-like object was found in a place called Jamla. This is a village in Pokhran in Rajasthan, in the deserts of Rajasthan. The Indian Army neutralizing this Pakistani missile. We don't know what is the nature of this missile, whether it is a projectile, which is a medium range, or a short range rocket. But yes, that debris has been removed and taken away by the authorities. Headline number 7, damaged parts of a drone have been found in the Narsu area. This is in Udhampur, which is the headquarters of the Indian Army's Northern Army Command. They have taken away the army officials. You can see them there in their uniforms and bulletproof jackets. They've taken away the remnants of this drone for further inspection and investigation. Headline number 8, there has been damage in civilian areas, particularly in Jammu, in a place called Rahari. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah was visiting there. He's right now visiting what's called the Shambhu Temple, a famous temple in Jammu, in Rupnagar. Fortunately, the damage was in the outer perimeter of the temple complex, so there's not been any human casualties in that attack in the Shambhu Temple in Rupnagar. Headline number 9, and this is important, Aman was referring to this a moment ago, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has spoken with the Pakistani Army Chief, General Asim Munir. This was earlier today. The U.S. State Department has put out a readout, and it has said that Secretary Rubio urged the Pakistani Army Chief to stand down, to de-escalate, and that America is willing to work with both India and Pakistan to try and get calmer heads to prevail. All right, we're getting a piece of breaking news. The BSF in Jammu has managed to destroy terrorist launch pads in Sialkot in Pakistan, is what we're given to understand. You can see those images on the left side of your screen. Arunima has more details on this. Arunima, so massive shelling, artillery shelling on both the LOC as well as in the international border. But in Sialkot in Pakistan, there's been substantial damage that the BSF has managed to inflict. What more do you know?
Yes, so they've identified this launch pad as Looney, which is in Sialkot district. This is just across from Akhnur in Jammu. Around 9 p.m. last night, 2100 hours, there was heavy shelling going on from the side of Pakistani Rangers. And in its retaliation, BSF took down this terror launch pad. They put out visuals, 2 sets of visuals. One just shows you how across the fence, suddenly the area, the farmland area there lights up. And it is the terror launch pad which was targeted. And then there's another set of visual which shows that what is believed to be the terror launch pad, Looney is what BSF has identified it, that's on fire. You can see that entire area set on fire. Back to back, second day of the BSF taking down terrorists and terror infrastructure. Yesterday, I mean the night before, they had taken down 7 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists in Samba. This was also, and this is a pattern which is emerging, that while Pakistan is upping the ante, either sending in drones or sending in missiles and munitions, they're also utilizing the possible distraction. They think that our forces are distracted to put in infiltration attempts. So Samba sector, BSF neutralized 7 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. Yesterday again there was movement noticed at the Sialkot terror launch pad, and that has been destroyed as well. So Pakistan's misadventures are being thwarted at every level by the Indian Army, by the Indian Air Force, and also by the Border Security Force.
Arunima, doesn't it make us all feel proud of our defense forces, our entire mechanism, think tank, which is not just out-thought the enemy, but also tried to prove that where their thinking ends, that's where our thinking begins. So there is a certain level of preparedness that is evident at all levels. We've just got more news coming through, and we'll also try, as we get you, total 6 drones have been shot by the Indian Air Force and the Indian Armed Forces in Kutch in Gujarat, 4 by the Nalia Indian Air Force Base, and 2 by the Air Force Base or the Indian Armed Forces in Bhuj. So there are 6 drones overall that have been shot down over even in Gujarat. So wherever the Pakistanis have tried to enter, the Pakistan Armed Forces, the military has tried to enter, they have been thwarted at various levels. The first probe level drones were negated. Then the probe level projectiles were negated. Then the missile defense systems were busted there on the other side, on the enemy side. Then the Dushman tries air raids. When that happens, 4 air bases have been rendered useless. In fact, most of their machines can't even operate from those air bases. So Dushman again facing reversals. Then they try to go ballistic. They try to use their Fateh missiles, Fateh 1 and 2 missiles, Barak and Akash, neutralize them in the Akash itself. And again, more drones that they are trying to send towards military installations in Bhuj. Again, those drones with munitions have been now decimated, have been destroyed. We'll also try and go across to Pallavi Ghosh to try and also outline how the entire jihadi connection, this entire Pak military is an out-and-out patron of jihadis, and they consider them as mujahideen or soldiers itself. And that is not just because of the pictures that were seen when you had a US proscribed terrorist in Hafiz Abdul Rauf leading the prayers, and jihadis of Jaish and Lashkar, they were getting state funeral and with military personnel standing in attendance. But the DG ISPR, there is now conversation that the DG ISPR has a jihadi pedigree. The DG ISPR has a jihadi pedigree. His father was a proscribed terrorist, flagged off by the UN Security Council itself, and he was an aide of Osama bin Laden. He actually leaked key information and details to Osama bin Laden. So that's the connection. Let us hope that the Indian machinery, the diplomatic machinery, the whole of Bharat approach that we are witnessing highlights this to the international community. This is the pedigree, and this is the group to whom the 1.3 billion bailout has been given by the IMF. These are things that we need to put out to the world to show this is the Pakistan that's being backed and by the IMF, and they should be branded terror state Pakistan. Does India up the diplomatic ante? We'll wait and watch. Now going back to the drones, Akash is with us on the phone line. Akash, so more drones neutralized by the defense systems. Now there is also talk that Pakistan tried to go ballistic, and they got a bloody nose there too, with Barak and Akash equally effective in our skies.
Yes, they tried ballistic missiles last night and in fact early morning today, Anand. And yes, air defense system of India, thwarted those attempts. But as far as these drones are concerned, so these 6 drones have been, destroyed by Indian Air Force, 2 at Bhuj and 4 at Nalia. We have been given to understand. And also, Anand, since we know that Pakistan is basically targeting the air assets and in fact the airbase stations here in India. So we know that how air defenses are very much they're working pretty fine. We know that Akash air missile and in fact surface to air missiles and also the fighter jets are very much employed. We have seen the dogfight in Srinagar today. We are still waiting for the confirmation as far as downing of 2 Pakistani jet is concerned, and also other developments when we are learning about the Pathankot thing, learning about the Jammu thing, and also some sort of ceasefire violations that are happening across LC. So multiple fronts, Anand, but as far as western borders are concerned and western places here in India are concerned, so they are being targeted by Pakistani forces.
Right. There are 2 messages that have gone from our forces, from the whole of Bharat approach, and salute to our armed forces. Look at these pictures. The pictures show, this is on the morning skies, and confirmation that how these drones have been downed. I'm just going to check. These are the pictures that we were talking about over in Bhuj. And that's it. Let's try and listen into the ambient noise. These are the locals who are making the pictures, and you can spot the visual. You can spot. Yeah, ayo. That's what they're saying. See, that's the missile there. See, and the hand shakes. There you go. That's the missile. That's where it is, and this will be now down.
Missile drone ke mare la. Hane nahi wala. Uday the drone ke ba. Uday with the. Uday the drone ke. Honte bhi nahi tu. Radar de. Kanak parte bhi nahi tu.
So there you go. So confirmation there that there was a missile going, and then the air defense systems come into play. The drone has been now negated. So the drone was trying to make its way towards a military installation in Bhuj, and there you go. It's been negated, and then you see both crashing down. Once the interception happens, the drone clashes, and so does the interception. So both captured. Both captured on the screens. But Akash, the message by Bharat is very clear. घुसोगे तो मारेंगे and घुस के भी मारेंगे. Both is happening. Both are happening.
Yes, both are happening, and in fact, Anand, I want to stress on one important point here. As far as Pakistan is concerned, so they say that they have got capable platforms and weapons. Today, we have seen that how their systems are targeting the civilian population, and this one point is exposing Pakistan. They say that they are not targeting civilian population. Either your systems are getting failed, or you are intentionally targeting civilian population. In both the cases, you are getting exposed. This is one, a place that is, outside one temple here, Shambhu Temple in Jammu, where the projectile came in the morning. I'll show you the destruction. In fact, Rajesh ji is showing you the sort of destruction here. Civil population is getting targeted by Pakistani forces, and in fact, this is, out of frustration. क्या हुआ था सर यहाँ पे? कितने बजे की बात है
ये? सुबह 5:30 बजे की बात है। हम घर में सोए हुए थे तो जोरदार धमाकों की आवाज आई। कैसे लगा बम्बारमेंट हो रही है। तो 6 बजे के लगभग पूरे एक ऐसा जोरदार अटैक हुआ, जैसे लगा कि कोई मिसाइल अटैक हुआ और मेरे ही छत पे हुआ है। तो मेरा उसी समय मैं उठ के बाहर आया और अपने छत पे चढ़ के देखा तो धुआं उड़ रहा था। तो बैक साइड से देखा तो मेरे घर के बैक साइड में ही धुआं उड़ा। तो मैं उसी समय घर से बाहर आया। जैसे घर से बाहर आया तो अपने गली में बैक साइड आके देखा तो बिल्कुल इस घर में अटैक हुआ है।
रहते हैं इसमें
यहाँ पे ये जिनका घर है ये बेच के चले गए। यहाँ पे कोई नहीं रहता था। लेकिन गनीमत ये रही कि यहाँ पे जो ये हमारा प्राचीन मंदिर है, आप शंभू मंदिर, हजारों वर्ष पुराना मंदिर है ये। यहाँ पे शनिवार और रविवार सोमवार के दिन हजारों की संख्या में श्रद्धालु आते हैं और शिवरात्रि के दिन लाखों की संख्या में श्रद्धालु आते हैं।
सर मुझे एक चीज बताइए, ये तो मंदिर तो हमने देखा है थोड़ा ऑल्टीट्यूड पे भी है, थोड़ा ऊंचाई पे है, इसलिए शायद टारगेट किया गया।
इस यहाँ पे 8-10 दिन पहले यहाँ पे NSG कमांडो द्वारा मॉक ड्रिल भी की गई थी।
अच्छा।
क्योंकि ये यहाँ पे हमारा प्राचीन मंदिर है और यहाँ पे सुबह 4 बजे ही लोग यहाँ पे श्रद्धालु जाना शुरू।
मुझे एक चीज बताइए, क्या था? ड्रोन था, मिसाइल थी क्या? क्योंकि यहाँ तो कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है।
सुबह पुलिस आई थी, दूसरी फोरेंसिक टीम भी आई थी। वो मलबा लेके चली गई है। ये एक मलबा है उसका पड़ा हुआ है। अब ये ड्रोन का तो हो नहीं सकता, यहाँ मिसाइल का, ये तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन का विषय है। ये पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेट करेगी। लेकिन जो तरीके का
ये आपने उसका पार्ट, ये आनंद ही इज शोइंग यू द विजुअल्स ऑफ दिस।
कैन यू गो फुल फ्रेम ऑन दिस प्लीज?
जिस तरीके का धमाका था ये ड्रोन का नहीं हो सकता, ये मिसाइल का धमाका हमें लगता है। क्योंकि जितनी उसका आवाज जो साउंड थी ऐसे लगा कि कान के पर्दे भी फट जाएंगे। इस तरीके का जोरदार धमाका था और सीधा अटैक जो मेन टारगेट था वो आप शंभू मंदिर था हमारा।
शंभू मंदिर था। कोई इंजर्ड तो नहीं है यहाँ पे? किसी को कोई चोट?
बिल्कुल, मैं आपको ये बता दूं कि सायरन बज गया था। सायरन अगर नहीं बजता तो लोग मंदिर को जा रहे होते। यही मेन रोड है, ये प्रवेश द्वार है मंदिर का। यहीं से लोग जाते तो बहुत कैजुअलिटी होनी थी। तो सायरन बजा, हो रही थी, हम सब अंदर थे, अपने अपने घरों में थे।
एक बार फिर से अगर हमें ये दिखा पाए, ये वो पार्ट है, ये टुकड़ा है जो आपने धमाके के बाद यहाँ से उठाया है ना? और ये आप कह रहे हैं कि ये मिसाइल का वो हिस्सा हो सकता है या ड्रोन का वो हिस्सा हो सकता है?
देखिए, ये जो जिस तरीके का जो धमाका था वो ड्रोन का धमाका मुझे नहीं लगता कि हो सकता है। मुझे लगता है ये मिसाइल का धमाका है। ड्रोन का धमाका और मिसाइल के धमाके में और बम के धमाके में हमें अंतर है। तो जैसे जो पहले चल रहे थे वो लग रहा था कि ड्रोन के धमाके हो रहे थे, वो छोटे छोटे धमाके थे।
लगभग कितने लोग सुबह जिस टाइम पे हुआ उस टाइम पे श्रद्धालु भी आते होंगे, कितने लोग उस टाइम पे थे यहाँ पर जो आप कह रहे हैं कि साइरेंस के बाद अंदर चले गए?
देखिए, जब सायरन बजा तो लोग उसी समय अपने अपने घरों में चले गए। नहीं तो यहाँ पे 4 बजे ही श्रद्धालु अपने बाबा के चरणों में माथा टेकने जाते हैं। हमारा हजारों वर्ष प्राचीन मंदिर है यहाँ पे। यहाँ पे पहली बार अटैक हुआ है और ये बिल्कुल टारगेट करके, इसी मंदिर को टारगेट करके अटैक किया गया है। क्योंकि यहाँ पे 10 दिन पहले भी मॉक ड्रिल हुई थी। क्योंकि पहले भी आपने देखा हमारे बॉर्डर पे, वहाँ पे भी मंदिर को टारगेट किया गया, तो इधर भी यहाँ पे मंदिर को टारगेट किया गया।
Alright, Anand, I'll show you the visuals. Why this is important? Because this is the entry gate of this temple, And he is saying that at that time, air sirens were on, and that's why people who were present here, who were in fact, coming to this temple, were asked to, go back to their places. And this was the time when this particular projectile hit the space here. And in fact, Rajesh ji will show you. This is, adjacent to this temple, the entry, in fact, gate of the temple. And this temple is at a, height. In fact, at an altitude from where you can see the entire Jammu area. So possibly this was the target, and it was an intentional target. This is what people are suggesting here. We still don't know as to if it was a drone or if it was a missile, but we know this for a fact that how ballistic missiles are being used by Pakistan since morning, and not just in Jammu, but in other areas as well, where in Srinagar we have reports, in Avantipura we have reports, for Pathankot we have reports, and in fact we have reports for different parts in Gujarat as well. We know about the dogfight that happened in Srinagar, and we know about the sort of instances and in fact the incidents that have happened in the different parts of country, in fact in the western parts and the northern parts.
All right, Akash, we'll come back to you as and when there are further developments. I also want to go across to Lieutenant General retired Rajendra Singh, former DG Infantry, and Group Captain retired MJ Vinod, former fighter pilot, to get a sense of what this escalation means. Lieutenant General, let me start with you first. Clearly there's been an escalation from the Pakistani side. I guess the attempt was to try and hit some of our forward air bases and Air Force stations. All of that has been neutralized. In response, India has hit at least 3 air bases of Pakistan. The old Chakwal Airbase, it's now called the Nur Khan Airbase, the Rafiqi Airbase and the Murid Airbase. Make sense of this for our viewers. What is the meta picture this Saturday morning as we count down the next 25 minutes for that important press conference by the Foreign Secretary and by defense officials?
Yeah. Thank you very much. First and foremost, when we look at the overall picture today, 2-3 things are quite clear. First is Pakistan is continuing its strike on civilian targets. It is also continuing its strikes right from Kashmir to down south in Gujarat. And the second thing which is happening is that Pakistan is striking or is attempting to strike our military bases as well. The third thing which is there is that they seem to be attempting to escalate the situation. In response to this, India's response has been measured, targeted, and has been generally targeted towards their air defense assets and their air bases. The strikes today, which have happened early morning on the 3 air bases of Pakistan, are actually cases in point. Now, what does it imply? It implies that Pakistan wants that we should suffer, and our border towns and the areas around it must undergo tremendous amount of civil defense alerts, and they are wanting to escalate a situation in which India is forced to take even stronger measures.
All right, let me go across to Group Captain Augustin Vinod also. Group Captain, so one pattern is very, very clear, that the attempt by the Pakistani side was to try and take out or at least attempt to take out some of our forward air bases. There were multiple drone swarms at Pathankot, the Srinagar Air Force Station, the Jammu Air Force Station, also Udhampur, I'm given to understand, all the way up to, Sirsa. Why? And in response, India has attempted to take down Nur Khan, which is, of course, one of their biggest air bases right in the heart of Rawalpindi. Why are either side trying to attack each other's air bases? Why is that the first line of defense that's being tried to be taken down?
Great question, Zaka. In fact, just kind of a while ago, I was discussing with Akanksha the same thing. If you look at how the pattern, when we hit their terrorist target, they didn't have an equivalent target to it. So they had some kind of choice, but they made a wrong choice. Okay, because of which we said, okay, it's not a tit for tat, but we will if you're going to hit us 3, we are going to hit you 3 and leave it at that. And at every point, Jaka, we of course discussed ad nauseum on that. Gave you off ramp and continue to give you off ramp. Even today, though it's very nearly war, we are not even declaring a war. Even today, we are not crossing the red line in two sense, LAC, LOC, or IB. We are staying this side of the line and trying to every time tell you this is our capability. Please wake up. But that seems to be not happening. If you look at Nur Khan erstwhile Chakwal, like you said, we took out their strategic asset, most probably an MRTT or C-130. And you look at Murid, all their UCAVs comes from there. Their strategic UAVs comes from there. UAVs which can carry, I believe, even the nuclear air-to-ground weapons come from there.
Okay.
We have taken that out. And Rafiqi is again a very important base because it has 6 fighter squadrons. Not only that, it is a very emotional base for them because it is named after squadron leader Rafiqi, who got Hilale Pakistan and Sitare Surat. It's, I think, he's the only guy to have both gallantry award together in their scheme of things, and we have taken that out, and we have in the briefing also told them that's a no further. But have they got the message? I don't think so, because immediately after that came the Srinagar attack.
All right.
And we saw I believe we saw 2 fighter aeroplanes, if not 3, going down over Srinagar. So,
okay, just give me a moment, Group Captain. I want to get to this breaking news as well. There is now an emergency meeting that's been called for in 7 LKM. The Prime Minister is meeting with the National Security Advisor, Ajit Doval, who has reached 7 LKM. There's now a meeting between the Prime Minister and his National Security Advisor. Arun Danta has more on this. Arun, yes, go ahead.
That's right. Zaka, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval just arrived here at 7 LKM, and he's meeting Prime Minister Modi. This is a very, very significant meeting, Zaka, because we know what is happening, the way Pakistan has resorted to drone attacks, and the way India is, in fact, giving equal reply with the full measures to Pakistan. And in that regard, of course, this meeting is going to be very, very important. It's been 5 minutes since NS Ajit Doval has gone inside. Remember, even yesterday, he was here for
5-6 hours at the Prime Minister Modi's residence, and he's somebody, Zaka, who's been point person for Prime Minister Modi. He's somebody who's been giving regular updates to Prime Minister Modi, starting from the day one when the Pahalgam attack happened, and how India formulated the strategy against dismantling the terror infrastructure in Pakistan, and especially in last 2-3 days, ever since India started the Operation Sindoor. So NSA Ajit Doval has been that person who's been the point person for Prime Minister Modi. He's somebody, even if he's not here, he's been briefing Prime Minister Modi about each and every detail, each and every measure that the Indian forces are taking. So this is a very, very important meeting. We are also given to understand that he's also in touch with the CDS and the 3 services chief, because Rajnath Singh, of course, is also going to move towards the South Block, where already tribal services chief are there, where war room has been formed. They are monitoring situation from there, and NSA Ajit Doval's visit to Prime Minister Modi is very important, because he is giving those details to Prime Minister Modi, which he of course got from the Tri-Services Chief and the CDS.
Well, thank you for those inputs. Let's go across to Lieutenant General Rajendra Singh joining us, former DG Infantry, and also Group Captain MJ Vinod. Are we seeing perhaps not just a calibrated escalation from Pakistan, General Rajendra Singh, but also now is Bharat going to now up the ante? Is there going to be a shift in the overall posture of Bharat itself in this entire war on terror?
My assessment is that it is high time that India ups the ante and take on Pakistan in a much bigger way. And that is what is likely to take place. But that is my assessment. What the decision makers are going to do is a different thing. The second point which I want to make is that when you are dealing with an unpredictable, totally irrational enemy, then you need to strike him with strength. You cannot carry on with your measured stance for a long time. We have already struck their air defense targets. We have also restricted our strikes onto their air assets. And we have not gone beyond that. I think it is time for us to go beyond that. And I think that is what is likely to take place. Because unless you do this, the punishment that Pakistan is going to get would not be enough. I think we need to strike them with a blow that these people come to their senses. At the moment, I think that time has now come for India to really show its might.
Now, there are also the non-kinetic options, but we'll get into that diplomatically. What should be the assault? There are huge question marks around the supposed jihadi pedigree of the DG ISPR itself. We'll talk about that also. Should Bharat now go on a diplomatic, kinetic, all-out offensive, especially after the IMF, despite what Pakistan has resorted to, gave it out a bailout of $1.3 billion, and soon after that Pakistan goes ballistic. But Group Captain MJ Vinod, our defenses of our skies, now has Pakistan been put paid? The probing aspect to try and see where they are located and if they can target all of that, none of this seems to have worked. But they have, now there is confirmation on that aspect that they have resorted to ballistic missiles. Fateh 1 and 2 have been pressed into service by the Pakis.
Absolutely. In fact, Anand, like you know, for a while, for a long while, I was the Secretary of Ballistic Missile Defense, and I know what goes behind when you are trying to bring down a ballistic missile. And thankfully, we placed them the way we placed them. And over Sirsa, the missile which was heading towards Delhi and probably closer to your studio, who knows, we were able to intercept them over Sirsa and bring it down.
Yes.
And it was a huge explosion that we saw when it was intercepted in air. So that and those probing missions, like you rightly said, Anand, should have given them some sense of fear and some sense of appreciation as to what they were looking for and what the effect was. It wasn't matching.
Right.
So at that time, someone who's a sane voice, and there are sane voices emanating, Anand, as we speak, from the Pakistani side. Marshal Akhtar has come up and said, and many people are saying that you guys are going on a madness rampage, and mind you, air war is conducted by air warriors, and air war is not conducted by army people, like it is being done in Pakistan, which is very sad.
Group Captain MJ Vinod, I think you would be aware that the Pak Army Chief General Asim Munir, during the time when he was a major itself, was labelled the deceiver. So many in Pakistan believe he's deceiving the Pakistani people with what he's doing, but Pakistan is also deceiving the world. Meanwhile, closer home in terms of the kinetic action that was witnessed over our skies, and it was all blocked, but there were two loud explosions that were heard in the morning over in Srinagar. So these are the pictures, and so this is CCTV records. CCTV records which are now showing two loud explosions, or we can hear them. There are two, yeah, that's the second one. So two loud explosions that now, is this one of them, one of the planes that's being brought down, or is it the missiles that have been brought down, which, and this is at a time when, yes, Ishan is joining us. Ishan, so what are these sounds reportedly? Do we have any, this one, and is it close to the location where supposedly there was a missile and also remnants of a Pak plane that were found in Srinagar?
Yes, exactly. This is near that particular area where the CCTV footage clearly gives you an idea. the sort of explosions that we all heard in the morning. And since then, people are in a little bit of panic, but the administration is trying to tell them to stay calm. Well, there are reports that there's a possibility of an aircraft of Pakistan origin which has been shot down on the outskirts of Srinagar. And since then, we don't want to divulge any further operation details because it's an operation in progress. But two of these objects were recovered from the house of one of the persons living there. It's a very closely knitted locality where they fell, and lucky enough for the residents, they didn't fall on any of the houses, could have led to damage. But those were taken away by the police, and now what we have been given to understand is that a team is looking after it, what kind of object it is, whether it is part of an aircraft that possibly could have been brought down, because they believe that they have been able to successfully neutralize aircrafts over Srinagar. Whether it's an aircraft or a drone which was neutralized, that remains to be seen, and that's being investigated. That part is being done by the security forces.
Right, and if it is two aircrafts, Pakistani jets that have been neutralized over Jammu and Kashmir, what happens to the pilots and have they been apprehended? Plenty of questions doing the rounds. There's nothing confirmed. We're standing by for the briefing, the MEA briefing, scheduled at 10:30 a.m. this morning. In about 10 minutes, it should start. So the countdown is on for that briefing to get underway. How detailed is this briefing? And is there a shift in the posture of Bharat itself? Overall, we'll see what Mr. Vikram Misri has to say, what Colonel Sophia Qureshi has to say, what Wing Commander Vyomika Singh say in that briefing, and how much do they outline and detail out what all Pakistan attempted in the intervening night of 9th of May and the 10th of May. Rahul Shivshankar joins us on the broadcast this morning. General Rajendra is with us, and so is Group Captain MJ Augustine Vinod. But more importantly, General Saab, if I may ask you, and Rahul takes it forward, this is a serious escalation by Pakistan. Now, is this foolhardy? Have they walked down a path of no return? And should Bharat now respond not in equal measure, but in a far more punitive measure? As of now, the counter strikes itself have hurt Pakistan. We are given to understand that at least 4 air bases of Pakistan have been rendered ineffective. Rawalpindi has suffered massive setbacks. Their machines also there have been destroyed. There is speculation it could be the C-130 fleet or squadron that's been destroyed entirely, but there are that's subject to confirmation. We'll wait for the official confirmation, but this is confirmed that Pak air bases have been hit. Yes, General Saab.
Yeah, I think you are absolutely right. The time is now there for more punitive action. That doesn't mean that you don't carry on with your diplomatic efforts. It also does not mean that the other means that you are adopting must not continue. But I think time is now right. Our army and the BSF is already responding correctly as far as across LC and international border in Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. I think time has now come to punish Pakistan in a bigger way. We need to strike their military targets again. I am not suggesting that we start striking civilians, which we will not do, because that is not ethical. That is not the kind of operations that we undertake ever. And I think unless we do this, these mad people running the military hierarchy in Pakistan will not come to their senses.
Well, what is very interesting, General Saab, is that this morning Mark Rubio actually spoke to General Murid. That's what has been reported by Reuters and other international media organizations, suggesting that for the first time, the American dispensation is addressing itself to the military, which they believe actually runs Pakistan. There's no secret of it. But I want to bring in Wing Commander Vinod also. Wing Commander, this morning, the entire thrust, once again, has been aerial. But Pakistan craft, we are told, were sighted over Srinagar. There were dogfights. We have been told that one of their crafts is downed, or maybe even 2. There's debris that has been recovered. You've seen some of those loud explosions that happened around 5:45 in the morning when we were all waking up this morning, and it pretty much happened real time. And after that, we know. So, what do you make of this? Getting the jets into the race now. At one time, it was just drones. Now come the jets. Sure sign of escalation, and we haven't. And let's be very clear, isn't it? Please correct me if I'm wrong. We haven't crossed the LOC in any which way.
Absolutely. In group captain, it doesn't matter. See, a couple of things, Rahul. In fact, while that famous movie, while we were sleeping, I was with Akanksha covering. I mean, we both were going through this live as it was happening. The issue here is, I'll start your last question first. The issue here is we have the capability, Rahul, uh, not to cross the LOC, LAC, IB, and yet hit them where we want to hit them because we have that kind of vectors, like I covered earlier. We have scalp engine going up to 300 to 550. We have Rudram 1, Rudram 2. Rudram 2 is hypersonic. I mean, किसी का बाप इनको intercept नहीं कर सकता है. Not a single weapon in the world, Rahul, has a capability to intercept Rudram 2. We have Rudram 1, Rudram 2 carried by Sukhoi 30. We have a wonderful weapon called Crystal Maze. I've tweeted about it as well. Crystal Maze is a lower version or a lesser weight version of a famous missile called Popeye, which is an anti-radiation missile. We have that. And I believe, I mean, I'm betting my money on Popeye used in the attack in Nur Khan, where we took out probably an MRTT or a C-130 of theirs in Nur Khan. And Nur Khan, we have inflicted serious damage. So is in Murid. Murid, Rahul, I think we have completely decimated their UAVs and that is unmanned aerial vehicles and unmanned combat aerial vehicles both together in one shot, which means today they cannot simply penetrate into India unmanned and attack us because those Bayraktar 1-2 kind of drones is Swaha already. Rafiqi is the base, for the sake of viewers, I'm saying Rafiqi is the mother base for the Mirage. They also have a Mirage fighter there. It's Esther version of Mirage fighter, Mirage 3s and Mirage 5s. Also, Rafiqi has, if I'm not wrong, one squadron of JF-17 called the Tail Choppers. So Rafiqi is a major military base. A majority of military targets which were on the ground have been neutralized. So it was 3 versus 3. It was not tit for tat. I mean, tit for tat was they sent very pow kilo ke bomb, just to probe, just to attack on our bases. That is their capability. So be it.
But colorful language this morning from the group captain. Fantastic to hear this. Yes, viewers, look, we're just awaiting any moment, and I just want to draw everyone's attention to that very critical press conference. Remember, viewers, now for 4 or 5 days, we've had these press conferences daily. It takes me back to Kargil. General Singh and the group captain here will remember those days when there was a briefing every day in the afternoon and sometimes even twice a day. So, yes, this is war by another name. No doubt about it. India is being very, very responsible. I think both the general and the group captain this morning have been underlining that point. We've been extremely guarded. We have not done what the coward terror force that Pakistan has been doing, which is targeting our civilians. We've only been targeting their military assets, their military infrastructure after their terror infrastructure. So if there's been any graduated escalation, we are still within the bounds of law. We are still giving them what is known as, viewers, escape ramp or a ramp out. We also now know that the Americans have started interlocuting with the military directly. The call has gone out from, yes, General Saab, go ahead.
As far as our actions up till now is concerned, firstly, it's very heartening to hear the group captain about the kind of damage that we have been able to inflict. It is very good. But the point which I am making is that we need to up the ante. We need to start bleeding Pakistan economically. There is a need for naval blockade.
Just coming to that, we're 2 minutes adrift of that press conference. I want to quickly go across to my colleague, Griha, because there's a lot of fake news that Pakistan is trying to sort of put out there. I just want her to go through some of that fact-checking that is being going on by the PIB. Yes, over to you.
Absolutely, Rahul. Thank you so much for that. Let's one by one take into account the kind of fake news propaganda that's been called out by the Press Information Bureau here in the country. Let's begin with the first one here. Indian female Air Force pilot captured. That was the claim that was made by one of the Pakistani handles where they had posted the picture of the Air Force pilot and a fake video doing the rounds where they claim that she has been captured. It has been completely rejected by the PIB, where they say that the pilot has not been captured. Pro-Pakistan social media handles have claimed that an Indian female Air Force pilot, squadron leader Shivani Singh, has been captured in Pakistan. This is fake news, doesn't have to be believed. Now, Rahul, the problem is that it's not just restricted to Pakistani propaganda. There are global reputed media houses who are posting certain unverified facts, and that is becoming rather problematic, and that is also constantly being called out by the Press Information Bureau here in the country. Here, this is the one that has been posted by Al Jazeera, where they have spoken about how there have been about 10 explosions around Srinagar airport in Indian-administered Kashmir. That's how they refer to Kashmir as, and reports have been, in fact, put across. This has been completely called out by the PIB, where they are saying that Al Jazeera English has claimed that there have been those 10 explosions at the Srinagar and around the Srinagar airport in Jammu and Kashmir. This claim is fake. Rely only on official sources for authentic information. Do not fall for these false claims intended to mislead and cause confusion. Underlined fact that has been posted by the PIB. Another one that's coming in here, where the PIB says that it is being claimed that there is a temporary closure of services on Delhi-Mumbai airline route, an important one for anybody traveling within the country, where they are again saying that it's a fake claim. The Airports Authority of India has extended the temporary closure of 25 segments of air traffic service routes within Delhi and Mumbai flight information regions due to operational reasons only. And that has also been dissed. Another one, something that was, of course, rather bizarre, was the claim that was made by another Pakistani handle, where Pakistan said that it has destroyed the Indian S-400 air defense system. That claim, again, has been fact-checked, and they are saying that this is what the truth is. Posts circulating on social media that claim that Pakistan has destroyed an Indian S-400 air defense system. Remember, an important one, a jeweled feather in the ADS crown of India. Absolutely a fake claim, says the PIB. Reports of destruction or any damage to an S-400 system are absolutely baseless. So all of these fact-checking accounts, they have been put out across at the Press Information Bureau website and also on the social media platform.
Absolutely. The real facts now will be presented in just a few minutes. We were told that at 10:30 the briefing is going to begin. We know that the NSA is meeting the Prime Minister right now. That's also news that has come through. But it's a minute past 10:30. That meeting is going to happen any moment now. It'll be interesting to hear from I suppose it would be the Foreign Secretary, Mr. Misri. He's been helming these along with the two Indian Armed Forces personnel there. So we're being told that that is the same team that is going to be addressing this press conference. So it's a wait and watch, viewers, because our side has been very, very conservative with the news. We haven't tried to make bombastic claims, even though there have been many questions lingering in the air about casualties that the Pakistanis have suffered, action that has been taken on Pakistan soil. We have kept it extremely, extremely anodyne, factual, understated. And even when questions have been posed to the team that comes out for these press briefings about whether India has taken this action or that action will be brought down X plane or Y plane, they have said these are operational details which can't be disclosed because these are ongoing operations, which of course is extremely important. Now, we're keeping an eye on that, but just a very quick one, viewers, a quick update to where we stand. About 10:30 in the morning, a total of 6 drones have been shot by the IF in Karachi, Gujarat, 4 shot down in Nalia and 2 in Bhuj. BSF Jammu has destroyed launch pads in Sialkot. We have news coming in that the NSA is meeting the Prime Minister. They are clearly going into another huddle, perhaps even reviewing the night's progress, the operations, going back on the effectiveness of the Indian action. You are seeing pictures of many Pakistani projectiles that have been knocked down, missiles included. There was talk in the morning that there were even one particular kind of projectile headed towards Delhi which was knocked out of the skies close by. We were also being told that loud explosions were heard in the morning in Srinagar, and that 2 Pakistani aircraft have gone down in Srinagar region. We are being told that that is an ongoing operation to try and recover personnel who might have come down. We can't confirm any of that. China has expressed concern over the escalating conflict, but is sitting very firmly on the fence, saying we urge the 2 sides to de-escalate. The Americans have picked up the phone and are interlocuting now as we speak with the general who's leading Pakistan, who has led Pakistan into this misadventure, who has thought that for personal gain he could get away by executing the terrible, dastardly act of carnage in Pahalgam, but clearly has fallen on his face because Pakistan's attempts have been thwarted time again. 4 days they have tried to breach Indian defense systems. They have failed miserably. They're looking poorer for it. And I want to bring in once again the group captain, Augustine Vinod, and also General Singh. Group captain, Pakistan looking poorer for it because A, they perhaps don't have the wherewithal, and they've underestimated India's firepower. It's very clear. There's no other way of looking at this, and resolve, of course.
Of course. In fact, Rahul, I'll tell you something, and for the sake of viewers, there is a fundamental difference between the way war fighting is done by India and war fighting is done by Pakistan. The fundamental difference being ours is a polity-driven country and theirs is a force-driven country. I was teaching war plan and war gaming in the College of Air Warfare. So with that as a background, and let me tell you, the people who take decisions in the upper echelons of Indian Armed Forces all go through those training courses where we understand what an escalation ladder is. The question or the observation that General was making. In our case, we follow different, we study different kinds of escalation ladder models, be it the Khan model, the KHN model, or the Russian model, where we know at what level of escalation we want to take it to and what are the pointers at which we will escalate to what level. So all that has been wargamed, all that has been decided. And like I said, since we are a polity-driven country, we have other aspects also, Rahul, to keep in mind before we escalate it to make it extremely prohibitive for Pakistan. And you see in last 2-3 days, there is no the nuclear saber rattling from Pakistan at all. And even that, Rahul, has been wargamed. And wargamed 1,000 times. At what stage will he press that red button? Right. And I must tell the viewers and you, there is no war game conditions in which the Pakistan can and will press that button, and which is why probably the reason why he's not nuclear saber rattling anymore.
Okay, well, some inputs coming in, sir. Some inputs coming in. Let me just update our viewers as well as you, of course, so you can make something out of this. We also have General Singh with us. This is a Chinese statement that has come out, Chinese government. We strongly urge both sides to act in the larger interest of peace and stability, exercise calm and restraint, return to the track of political settlement through peaceful means and refrain from any action that could further escalate tensions. The Chinese putting pressure on both sides to de-escalate. Of course, with India, we have not been told whether there has been direct contact between the Indian government and the Chinese government. So clearly this is just being put out by them on their social media handles. In fact, we are being told that AFP is quoting a spokesperson of the Chinese External Affairs Ministry. So that's really what's happening, a briefing. And Siddhant joining us for more on this. Siddhant, what can you tell us about all these interlocutions that are going on? So the Americans are calling the Pakistani general, Munir. The Chinese are urging India and Pakistan to de-escalate. Any conversations happening at the official level or just these statements by the spokespeople, etc., etc.?
Well, these statements do matter, Rahul, especially in these times when there have been missiles fired by both sides. And in fact, as far as Saudi Arabia and United States, these two countries are concerned, perhaps from a day one, it appears to me that they have have mainly been involved in mediating, perhaps talks or rather, pushing de-escalation. In fact, in the same series today, Marco Rubio spoke to Asim Munir directly to the Army General. In fact, we have been told that that very clearly, in a very clear word, Marco Rubio told Asim Munir to de-escalate. Perhaps last time when he spoke to Shehbaz Sharif, nothing happened, and this time around, Americans realized that let's just speak to the person who is the mastermind and who is calling the shots in Pakistan. Now we're getting to know that the Chinese have come up with a statement. In fact, Chinese have said in the statement that they strongly urge both sides to act in the larger interest of peace and stability, exercise calm and restraint, return to the track of political
But there's been no official contact between the Chinese government and the Indian government, right? I mean, there's been no confirmation of any conversations that are happening.
Last I know, Rahul, after the strikes were conducted by the Indian side on the terror camps, NS Dowell established contact with his Chinese counterpart Wang Yi, and that is the last time I guess India spoke to China. After that, if some back channels are on, I really don't have any idea about that. But officially, that was the last communication between India and China. Having said that, Saudi Arabia and United States, as I said before, it appears to me that they are the main guys, pushing for a de-escalation.
Well, viewers, all I can tell you right now, as we await that all-important press conference where many things will become clear. I don't know, of course, how far the officials on the Indian side will take us through the actions that have been taken very visibly, viewers, because we've got enough visual evidence now, and I'm going to show you certain visuals that have come in from Pakistan, from the streets of Pakistan, from these air bases specifically. There is also talk of degradation of certain airfields, which are very, very critical to the operational requirements of the Pakistani Air Force, etc., etc. Airfields, of course, one of the first things that are targeted, General, because they completely, at one level or the other, disable an enemy's attempt to try either thwarting or, of course, coming across and causing damage. So that's one of the reasons why I presume the airfields are the ones that are first targeted, as well as, of course, radar systems. But what is your reading of the way the Indians have responded since last night? What does this constitute in your mind? The choice of targets and, of course, the quality of the action that we have seen visibly.
I think India has been carrying on with a kind of a plan that is well thought out, and as per the strategy that we have evolved for ourselves. This similar strategy was evolved, or a similar strategy was implemented during 1971 war also, where right in the beginning, our Air Force was able to actually decimate the complete Air Force of Pakistan in Bangladesh. And in the Western sector also, they were able to achieve a favorable air situation which allowed the ground forces to go in for major offensive. I think the similar thing is happening. But I think for us to, now we are dealing, there are two things different. Now we are dealing with the irrational, totally irrational military leadership of Pakistan. And we seem to be depending far too much on United States. They have the very fact that this IMF loan was sanctioned.
Yes.
I think that has been facilitated to a very large degree by United States. Their vice president is saying it is none of our business. I think our diplomats, our external affairs minister and Prime Minister Modi is going to take a note of it. I am by no means suggesting that we do not make use of the good offices of
some big
United
news coming
States
in,
of
General
America.
Saab. Some big news coming in. There is news that seems to suggest, and this has been put out here, that India is launching retaliatory attack at Sargodha Airbase of Pakistan's Punjab. Now, if I can just bring back the group captain, who is extremely clued in about these strategic assets that Pakistan maintains. The Sargodha Airbase, tell us a little bit about this.
It's a, it brings back the memories of 1971 Rahul. Because the Sarkoda Airbase, when we hit it with the hunters, and I believe it was the Operational Conversion Unit which I commanded, which hit Sargoda. And Sargoda kept burning, can you believe it, for 7 days. 7 days the Sargoda
7
kept burning.
days. Wow.
7 days it kept burning. So that is a kind of target Sargoda is. The Combat Commander School, which is the Top Gun equivalent, is there in Sargoda. So Sargoda is a very, very big target in terms of target selection. Now, quickly, Rahul, give me 30 seconds for me to make sense to people who are watching us as to how this air war is panning out and how this is going to have a much larger effect, taking a leaf from what General also talked about in 71 operations. And what we do is something called counter air operations. Counter air operations. The aim of doing counter air operations is that when you're doing a ground offensive, or when you're moving your own troops within your country, etc., you don't want enemies' air to come and interfere with you. So the counter air operations has two sub aspects. One is something called DEAD, spelled DEAD, also dead, is when you take out his radars and his other communication networks, etc., which we have done and done very beautifully. Next thing about counter air operations is hitting the airfield. That was your question.
Yes.
So if we have to keep the enemy down, we have to blind him and we have to cut off his limbs so that he does not come and interfere with you. So that, to the extent that we achieve, is where we say the air control, which General also mentioned, favorable air situation. So for the air control is also
okay. I just need to interrupt you. Those are the shots coming in from Sargoda. Look on your screens. Viewers, as well as the group captain. Just look very closely. That's the Sargoda Airbase. These are videos that have been sourced from Pakistan. So, look, we're going to be a little careful about not going full tilt with claims. But this is what the Pakistani media is claiming, that Sargoda has been hit by the Indian aircraft or missiles or projectiles. I can't say, viewers. We don't know, but this is all the reporting that is happening from there. Something has gone and smashed and hit the Sargoda Airbase, which is in Pakistan, Punjab. Tejinder joining us. Tejinder, what can you tell us? This was a drone strike? Was this a missile strike? What was it?
See, what we have been told that a strike has been launched by the Indian Defence Forces on the Sargoda Airbase in Pakistan's Punjab. And those visuals which have come from Pakistan clearly show that people in the area saying that the Sargoda Airbase has been badly hit. There have been several explosions, though right now the operation is still underway. So the agencies are not disclosing what type of ammunition, whether it was an air strike, a drone strike, or a missile strike that has been carried out on the Sargoda Airbase. But yes, we can confirm that the Sargoda Airbase of Pakistan Air Force has received extensive damage. The runway has been damaged. Their hangars have been damaged. This is what the sources have confirmed to us. And the locals in the area who saw the blast taking place inside the Sargoda Airbase have also confirmed that there has been a massive destruction that has been caused. This is the retaliatory effect of the Indian Defence Forces because the Pakistan, if you see the Pakistan tried to carry out multiple strikes on various Indian military installations across not only in Jammu and Kashmir but other parts of the country. All those air strikes, missile strikes, drone strikes from the Pakistan were destroyed by our air defense mechanism. But in a retaliatory effect, the retaliatory fire which the Indian armed forces have carried out several. The Sargoda Airbase has been...
Now where exactly is the Sargoda Airbase, Tejinder? How far deep into Pakistan, Punjab is it across, of course, our borders?
See, it is deep inside Pakistan's Punjab province, which from where the Pakistan Air Force and Pakistan military, they launched several attacks. We are told that this airbase was used to carry out drone strikes, the air strikes, and also missile strikes by the Pakistan armed forces
on our defense installations, which were foiled. So deep inside Pakistan's Air Force base, the Indian defense forces have carried out a strike, and massive destruction has been caused to Pakistan Air Force assets. We are told, though we don't have exactly the number of aircraft of Pakistan Air Force that have received damage because of this airstrike, but yes, the confirmation from the highest level of sources say that there has been large-scale destruction to the air assets of the Pakistan Air Force, and the runway has also been destroyed, making it the airbase incapable of launching any airstrike anytime soon. So right now this airbase seems to have lost the capacity to launch any airstrikes against India, but yes, a massive retaliation by Indian armed forces towards the one of the biggest, what we are told, this is one of the biggest airbase of the Pakistan Air Force. And
so since the morning now, Tejinder, since the morning, we've seen a large number of retaliatory strikes by India on air assets of Pakistan. Now, can you just take us through some of them? There's Rafiqi, we are being told, all in the Punjab province, I think. Rafiqi, Murid, we're being told there is one in Pindi, and now Nur Khan, and of course this one, Sargodha.
Yes, there is also a Rahim Khan Airbase that has also been attacked by in the retaliatory fire of the Indian Army, Indian Defence Forces. We are told that the airstrip of that, the Rahim Khan Airbase, has also received extensive damage. But yes, this retaliation has come in the backdrop of Pakistan Defence Forces launching multiple airstrikes, multiple drone strikes, multiple missile strikes towards Indian Air Force stations. You see, Rahul, they tried to attack the Udhampur Air Base, they tried to attack Avantipura Air Base, they tried to attack Srinagar Air Force Station, they tried to attack the Pathankot Air Base, but all those attacks from the Pakistan side were destroyed. Their air projectiles that they launched, whether in the form of missiles or drones, were destroyed by the air.
Okay, the press conference has begun. Viewers, let's go straight across. That's the all-important press conference this morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this press briefing by Foreign Secretary Shri Vikram Mishri on the ongoing developments around Operation Sindoor. We are also joined by Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh for this briefing. With that, sir, the floor is over to you.
Thank you. Indeed, good morning. Namaskar. Sorry to keep you all waiting. जैसा कि हम पिछले 2-3 प्रेस ब्रीफिंग्स में भी बता चुके हैं, ये पाकिस्तानी गतिविधियां हैं पिछले 2-3 दिन से, जो एक एस्केलेटरी तौर पे देखी जा रही हैं और प्रोवोकेटिव तौर पे देखी जा रही हैं. I've said on numerous earlier occasions, it is Pakistani actions that have constituted provocation and escalation. In response, and I repeat, in response, India has defended and reacted in a responsible and measured fashion to these provocations and these escalations by the Pakistani side. Earlier this morning, we saw a repeat of this escalatory and provocative pattern, and I'll invite Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh to update you on the developments since early this morning. Colonel Qureshi.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar. पाकिस्तान सेना ने पूरी पश्चिम मोर्चे पर लगातार आक्रामक गतिविधियां जारी रखी. उसमें यूकैब ड्रोन, लॉन्ग रेंज वेपन्स, लॉइटरिंग म्यूनिशंस और लड़ाकू विमानों का उपयोग कर भारतीय सैन्य ढांचे को निशाना बनाया. नियंत्रण रेखा पर भी ड्रोन घुसपैठ और भारी कैलिबर हथियारों से गोलाबारी की. अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और एलओसी पर श्रीनगर से नलिया तक 26 से अधिक स्थानों पर हवाई घुसपैठ के प्रयास किए गए. भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने अधिकांश खतरों को सफलतापूर्वक निष्क्रिय किया. फिर भी वायु सेना स्टेशनों पर उधमपुर, पठानकोट, आदमपुर और भुज बठिंडा स्टेशन, इन सब पर उपकरण व पर्सनल्स को हानि पहुंचाई। मैं ये भी बताना चाहती हूँ कि पाकिस्तान ने हाई स्पीड मिसाइल सुबह 1:40 पर इस्तेमाल करके पंजाब के एयरबेस स्टेशन को दागने की कोशिश की। एक निंदनीय और अनप्रोफेशनल एक्ट के तहत पाकिस्तान ने श्रीनगर, अवंतीपुर और उधमपुर के वायुसेना अड्डों पर चिकित्सा केंद्र और स्कूल परिसर को निशाना भी बनाया, जिससे उसके द्वारा सिविल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर हमला करने की गैर जिम्मेदाराना प्रवृत्ति फिर उजागर हुई। पाकिस्तान द्वारा सैन्य ठिकानों को जानबूझकर निशाना बनाने के पश्चात भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने त्वरित व सुनियोजित जवाबी हमले किए। टेक्निकल इंस्टॉलेशंस, कमांड एंड कंट्रोल सेंटर्स, रडार साइट्स और हथियार भंडार को चुनकर निशाना बनाया गया। रफीकी, मुरीद, चकलाला, रहमियार खान, सुकूर और चुनिया स्थित पाक के सैन्य ठिकानों पर एयर लॉन्च सटीक हथियारों व लड़ाकू जेट से प्रहार किए गए। पसरूर स्थित रडार साइट और सियालकोट का एविएशन बेस भी प्रिसीजन एम्यूनिशन से टारगेट किए गए। इन कार्रवाइयों के दौरान भारत ने कम से कम कोलैटरल डैमेज की क्षति सुनिश्चित की। चिंता का विषय यह रहा कि पाकिस्तान ने लाहौर से उड़ान भरने वाले नागरिक विमानों की आड़ लेकर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हवाई मार्गों का दुरुपयोग किया ताकि वे अपनी गतिविधियां छिपा सके। ऐसी चालों ने भारतीय वायु प्रतिरक्षा तंत्र को नागरिक सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करते हुए अत्यधिक संयम के साथ कार्य करने के लिए विवश किया। साथ ही साथ पाकिस्तान ने मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन का सहारा लेते हुए आदमपुर स्थित S-400 प्रणाली, सूरतगढ़ व सिरसा के हवाई अड्डों, नगरोटा के ब्रह्मोस बेस, देहरागिरी के तोपखाना पोजीशन तथा चंडीगढ़ के अग्रिम गोला बारूद डिपो को नष्ट करने के झूठे दावे सोशल मीडिया पर फैलाए। भारत इन फॉल्स नैरेटिव्स को पूर्णतः खारिज करता है। नियंत्रण रेखा पर पाकिस्तान ने ड्रोन घुसपैठ और भारी तोपखाना गोलाबारी के कई प्रयास किए। कुपवाड़ा, बारामूला, पुंछ, राजौरी और अखनूर सेक्टर्स में तोप, मोर्टार एवं हल्के हथियारों से भीषण गोलाबारी जारी रही। भारतीय सेना ने प्रभावी व तुलनात्मक प्रत्युत्तर देते हुए पाक सेना को काफी क्षति पहुंचाई। पाकिस्तान सेना के अग्रिम क्षेत्रों में सैनिकों की डिप्लॉयमेंट बढ़ती दिख रही है, जो स्थिति को और भड़काने की मंशा दर्शाती है। भारतीय सशस्त्र बल पूर्ण परिचालन तत्परता की स्थिति में है। अभी तक सभी शत्रुतापूर्ण कार्रवाइयों का प्रभावी ढंग से सामना कर उपयुक्त जवाब दिया गया है। भारतीय सशस्त्र बल दोहराते हैं कि वे तनाव वृद्धि नहीं चाहते, बशर्ते पाकिस्तान भी ऐसा ही व्यवहार करे। आखिर में आपको कुछ वीडियो दिखाना चाहती हूँ जहां पर इंडियन आर्मी के वेपन्स LOC पर पाक के एसेट्स को ध्वस्त करते नजर आ रहे हैं। स्क्रीन में आप देख सकते हैं इस वीडियो को। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Pakistan military continued with its provocations, carrying out aggressive actions employing multiple threat vectors all along the western border. Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircraft to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and the line of control, air intrusion and several harassment attacks were also attempted from Srinagar till Nalia at more than 26 locations. Indian Armed Forces successfully neutralized these threats and majority of the vectors. However, limited damage was sustained to equipment and personnel at Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Adampur and Bhuj. There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare Center and school premises at the air bases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chakwal, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar sites at Pasroor and Sialkot Aviation Base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage. Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Adampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota, RT gun positions at Dehrangyari and Chandigarh Forward Ammunition Depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arm fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Aknoor sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army. Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian Armed Forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military. At the end, I would also like to show you a few images of Air Force bases in the Punjab sector and Rajasthan sector, where it is mighty clear that we are debunking the Pakistani claims of causing destruction at these air bases. You can yourself see the normalcy at these air force stations. This is Sirsa, Suratgarh. The runways are intact. There are also time stamped. Just notice there are also time stamped. This is today. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Colonel Qureshi. Thank you, Wing Commander Singh. I just have a few points to make in closing. First of all, as you have seen, Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Adampur was destroyed, completely false, once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc., being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes. The second point that I wanted to emphasize is that Pakistan continues with its execrable and wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially in the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. There is also on its part a consistent attempt to sow discord between communities in India. As I said, there has been a particular focus in its targeting of civilian infrastructure and the population in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. Earlier this morning, Pakistan shelled the town of Rajouri, killing the additional District Development Commissioner, Shri Rajkumar Thapa, adding to the civilian casualties and the damage in that state. We have also observed overnight damage to property and injuries to civilians in Firozpur and Jalandhar, among other places. Finally, as I said, Pakistani officials also continue to make ludicrous claims about India firing missiles towards Sri Amritsar Sahib. As I said, these lame attempts to divide India are doomed to failure. We have also seen in some of the remarks that have been shown on television that the Pakistani army spokesman seems to take great joy at the fact that the Indian public should criticize the government of India with regard to various issues. It may be a surprise to Pakistan to see citizens criticizing their own government. That is the hallmark of an open and functioning democracy. Pakistan's unfamiliarity with that, again, should not be surprising. And finally, there is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan. Ladies and gentlemen, as you would have gathered from this morning's briefing, we are dealing with an evolving situation. Accordingly, today we don't have the time to take questions, but we will continue to update you on this situation as we go along. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning.
Well, viewers, that was a very comprehensive press conference there by Mr. Misri and, of course, the two officials of the Indian Armed Forces who have been doing their job diligently day after day. Now, let me just quickly recap for you some of the points that were made before we connect to Siddhant and other reporters who were there at this press briefing. I can tell you that the first big headline that emerges from there is that the Pakistanis are moving their troops into forward areas, which marks on their part, according to Mr. Misri, an attempt to escalate. So let's note that very, very importantly, 8 air bases have been struck by India. Varying degrees of incapacity has been imposed on Pakistan forces in those air bases. They were detailed and they were known and listed like Sargoda, Nur Khan, Murid, Chakwal, Rafiqi, Retaliatory Khan, Sukur, and the Sialkot aviation base. All of them targeted, all 8 of them targeted by Indian forces, viewers. no, of course, comment on the kind of munitions that were used to do this. Also, we have news that 26 localities were targeted overnight, ranging from Srinagar to Nalia, and they were targeted using an array of airborne munitions, including fighter aircraft by Pakistan. That is also what the team has told us, led by FS Mistry. Now, lies and propaganda, viewers, is being spewed by Pakistan, and all of that has been negated by the 2 or 3 officers that made that presentation. Lies about offensive successes peddled by the Pakistan state agencies are all lies. Which ones exactly? Well, the fact that they targeted the Sirsa Airbase, for example, that looks absolutely spot on. You can see it on your screens. Suratgarh, S-400 base at Adampur, critical power cyber systems, all of these are very much functional, not touched by the Pakistani offensive. Also, civilians have been targeted, and there's been an attempt to sow the seeds of dissension between communities. The news about Sri Amritsar Sahib being targeted in a false flag operation is lies. There are no strikes on Afghanistan, and several high-speed missile attacks have been made by Pakistan in complete violation of all known laws. I want to go straight across to Akash for more on this. Akash, what do you make of this press conference? A lot of details, and I have to say that most of these details, congratulations to you and the others in CNN News 18 getting the information right. The scoops were all right. Yes, go ahead.
2-3 takeaways, Rahul, I want to stress on. First one, the weapons that have been used by Pakistan to target the infrastructure here in Jammu and Kashmir, in Punjab and in Rajasthan as well. UCAVs were very much used, long-range weapons were very much used, loitering munitions were used, and jets were used. We know that how there are reports that jets were downed, in fact, by the Indian Air Force. We are still waiting for the confirmation. Nothing on that aspect was spoken in the press conference. Also, in the contrary, India used precision weapon, which means that we only targeted the infrastructure that we intended to. And this is the reason why they don't have any civilian population impacted with the sort of strikes that were conducted in retaliation to what they initiated. Also, as far as our country, our places are concerned, so we have seen in Jammu and in fact in Firozpur that how civilian population is targeted. They have targeted one hospital, in fact a nearby hospital was targeted here in Jammu, and we have seen that how they have targeted one temple here in Jammu. Other than that, they are moving their forces in the forward areas. We have been reporting for days now that how there is a movement that has been reported by the intelligence agencies where they have been in fact mobilizing their forces in the forward areas. They are placing their artillery in the villages, and it was very much mentioned by Colonel Sophia in the press conference, and she said that Pakistan military is moving its troop in the forward areas with offensive intent to escalate the situation. We have categorically mentioned that we don't want any escalation, and this is the reason why we are not targeting any of your civilian population or your administrative blocks for that matter, but instead you have been targeting not just our military infrastructure but also our civilian population. We have seen that how in Rajouri and Poonch civilian areas were targeted. On LC they have been using howitzers, they have been using these RT guns in fact to target the towns. We know that how in Poonch dynamics are such that in the base we have Indian village, and at the top of the hill we have the Pakistani post. So it is very easy for them to target the civilians, and this is what they are doing for so many days now. In fact, last night firing was happening, and across the LC we have seen that how they have been involved in ceasefire violation. A number of other things were also in fact made very clear as far as our establishment and our assets are concerned. So all assets are safe, and in fact it was categorically mentioned by not just the Foreign Secretary but also by Colonel Sophia and the officer wing commander who was sitting there for the press briefing. It has been categorically mentioned that whatever they targeted, they got failed in it because our air defense was very much there, our AD weapons were there, AD guns were there. In fact, we have made a number of damages to their infrastructure. We know that how a number of their Air Force stations were targeted, and in fact we have been reporting, Rahul, since morning that how their Nur Khan Airbase, which is of course in Chakwal, has been targeted by Indian forces. A precision hit is what has been done by the Indian Armed Forces. And this is the reason why, their AD radars and in fact their sensors and the weapons within the FO stations have been destroyed. We have been talking about, Shorkot Airbase that is in Punjab of Pakistan, and also the Murid Airbase, which was targeted. A number of other military infrastructure was targeted by India. But the difference between the Indian strikes and the Pakistani strikes is that India has targeted, the exact location where they have their AD systems. On the other hand, they have been targeting our civilian population out of frustration because they have not been successful till now in any sort of attempt that they have tried. Rahul.
Well, let me very quickly, viewers, hold this phone up for you, and we're going to try and focus on some of these pictures. So, viewers, this is one of the air bases that Pakistan says it struck, and you can see that this airbase is the AFS Sirsa Airbase. Fully functional. There's a timestamp there, and the timestamp shows 10:48 a.m. So quite clearly, this is why the press conference got a bit delayed, because we were collecting information to ensure that all the fakery would be set aside. So this is one very clear example of Pakistan saying that they've taken out the Sirsa airbase, but here it is fully functional, cars going in and out, not an issue to report there. Now viewers, AFS Suratgarh, there you can see once again the runway absolutely intact, all the assets intact, runway intact. In fact, this was taken again, and I'm just trying to blow this up here so that one can get an idea, around 10:44 a.m. So at 10:44 a.m. you can see there are fresh tire marks there. This entire airstrip is absolutely functional, not a blemish. Now a long drawn out shot here again of the airbase there. Again, viewers, you can see this is a more panoramic view. Nothing has changed on the ground. There you can see it, viewers. Nothing has changed on the ground. We're going to also put those visuals out for you after treating them properly so you can get a sense of them. This is the propaganda that Pakistan has been spreading, that they've caused extensive damage. All of these pictures are latest within the last 10-15 minutes, viewers, half an hour. In fact, less than half an hour. All of them show that these particular air installations are perfectly okay. So clearly the Pakistanis are harried. They don't quite know what to do, how to do, when to strike. There you can see there's a military truck, there are personnel on the ground. There is not a scratch. There's not a scratch. Maintenance, which is regular maintenance and inspection. There you can see you have some of our assets there. I don't want to focus them too much, but you can see all of them are there. Nothing here which shows that anything untoward has happened. So it's quite clear, viewers, that all of this propaganda by Pakistan has assumed is coming out of desperation, really. Coming out of desperation because they haven't been able to do squat to India. And there is going to be a briefing in the evening, and there's going to be, the phrase is, Sham ko sab batayenge. So questions have been asked, and I'm going to try and get Siddhant on this. Questions have been asked about other interesting details. Akash there also, Aman also there. Aman, the phrase that was used was Sham ko sab batayenge. It's almost as if picture abhi baki hai. There's a lot to tell. Clearly there have been other incursions and other successes by the Indian Army, which for operational reasons which are in continued motion right now can't be divulged. Would you agree with me?
Absolutely, Rahul. And I think the sense which I got from the press conference where I was there inside the Ministry of External Affairs, two things very, very clear. That one, Pakistan is on an escalatory, inflammatory mode. They are trying to provoke India. They have used high-speed missiles at our Air Force stations in Punjab. They are trying to damage us. And this is all happening, Rahul, after Pakistan has secured the IMF bailout last evening. So it is very clear that Pakistan has reserved this provocation only after it got the IMF bailout. So India is essentially also asking the world community that, look, you're putting dollars, in their bank, billions in their bank, and they are firing missiles at us with that very money. So that is one question that India is very clearly asking to the abroad community. Second question, I think, which is very interestingly, they said that even the Pakistani armed forces, the Pakistani military is mobilizing in big strength on the borders. This shows that their intent is not good. This is also a very, very important, development, because this shows that Pakistan is also trying to put pressure on the LOC, on the international border, by mobilizing its forces.
Okay, some breaking news coming in. Just hold your thoughts. Aman, Marco Rubio has also spoken with Indian External Affairs Minister Subramaniam Jaishankar. Dr. Jaishankar, there's a conversation that's happened. Secretary Rubio emphasized that both sides need to identify methods to de-escalate and re-establish direct communication to avoid miscalculation. He further proposed US support in facilitating productive discussions to avert future disputes. Well, one of the problems, viewers, is that the United States has facilitated a IMF bailout for Pakistan. So start walking the talk, America, and I want to bring in Aman Sharma on that point. Walk the talk. Don't give us this lecture sermon about de-escalation, nuclear powers, when you are actually rewarding one that is completely out of line.
Absolutely, Rahul, and India is strongly saying that off the record that it is US, which is helped with this IMF bailout to Pakistan. US has a bigger vote because of its economy size at the IMF. It was because of the US, India did abstain, India did register its objection, but it is ultimately the US also has to introspect. And interestingly, Rahul, the US has, Mr. Rubio has called up Mr. Jaishankar here, but who is called up in Pakistan? He's directly called up the Pakistani army chief, Asim Munir, because US is also realizing that the real power is not with the political machinery, not with the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif, but with the army chief. And no, the word I'm getting from inside here, from top government sources also is, US may say what it wants. US can call up Munir, US can call up our foreign minister. India will hit back if we are hit. We will not listen to
Let me also bring in Zaka Jacob on this. Zaka, what do you make of this? The Pakistanis wanting us to de-escalate, this, that, the other, but also, of course, playing their own games on the side.
So, Rahul, look, I think the Americans are realizing that both India and Pakistan are, pretty much in conflict now. This is not a low-intensity conflict anymore. This is a full-blooded war. We've had 4 wars in the last 75, 77 years of our history. This is likely going to be the 5th one. It's drones, it's missiles. Now there are long-range missiles. You heard from the press conference a moment ago saying that Pakistan is moving troops to the forward area. So clearly the Americans, and I think Donald Trump has basically told Marco Rubio to be the front person as far as the Trump administration is concerned, to try and engage with both Indian and Pakistani counterparts. So earlier this morning we had the readout from the State Department saying he's spoken with the Chief of Army Staff, General Munir. Now he's spoken with Dr. Jaishankar as well. The other problem, Rahul, is no direct engagement between India and Pakistan. There were some reports about the two NSAs speaking, but of course the steer that we're getting from the Indian side is that we're not necessarily talking. We're in touch, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we're talking. One other interesting development is China. The statement that was put out this morning by China asking, I think for the first time, explicitly Pakistan to de-escalate. I think that will have some bearing, some weight on Pakistan as well. But look, I think there are two conflicting factors here. The Americans and the Chinese are now asking very publicly and having almost daily conversations. Certainly, Marco Rubio is having multiple conversations, every few days with both his Indian and Pakistani colleagues. But at the same time, the conflicting factor is, militarily speaking, both sides are now locked in. They're locked in this escalatory ladder. And if either side needs to come off, then they need to go back and be able to claim to their respective domestic constituencies that, look, this is the win that we have. Otherwise, we seem to be locked in this escalatory ladder. What started off with drones, then progressed to missiles, is now soon going to progress into troop movements, which is already alluded to by Wing Commander Singh in that press conference. The Indian side also is matching the troop movements on our side. So eventually, what you're going to get if both sides don't climb off this escalatory ladder is that you're going to have a ground offensive. And I don't think that's particularly going to be good for either country. Now, look, India is very clear in its position. We didn't start this. The original escalation was Pahalgam, where 26 Indians were segregated by religion and they were killed. India's response has been to Pahalgam, to the original escalation. That's why India carried out Operation Sindoor, after which we gave Asim Munir an off-ramp saying that, look, this is a one-time retaliatory strike. We don't want to escalate this any further. We've not targeted any military installations. But Asim Munir chose to respond and escalate further, so he's now targeted military installations. The press conference there also said that some of the targets certainly were the Air Force stations in Pathankot, in Bathinda, AFS Suratgarh, AFS Sirsa, all of which there is no damage at all. So, countering this Pakistani misinformation. So while India hit terrorist targets, Asim Munir has escalated this to the next rung by targeting military installations. Therefore, India is left with no choice but to defend as well as to retaliate, to respond. So in response, India has hit the Sialkot base station there in Pakistan, also some of these major Air Force stations. The Nur Khan station, for example, is the biggest in Pakistan. It's one of the oldest. It used to be called the Chakwal Airbase. There's a military training college in the middle of that campus. The general headquarters in Rawalpindi is barely a few kilometers there. It's almost an adjoining campus. So these are some real high-profile military targets in Pakistan that the Indian forces have hit. But this is in response. This is in retaliation.
Yes.
So I think we'll have to wait and see, which of these countries, which of these international mediators will have pressure to bear on Pakistan and India. Clearly, look, the person that they need to get off the escalatory chain is Asim Munir. He's the guy who's climbing the escalatory chain. He needs to be asked to back off.
It's the hyphenation that actually is a bit disingenuous, because even you've sort of suggested that it was the Pakistanis that were the ones that started all of this from Pahalgam. And when they were given an off-ramp, they didn't take it. We were very clear that our actions on the day one were only targeted at terror infrastructure. They had no business to come through the next night and go about targeting our civilian. Now, let me just read this statement to you because it's very interesting. The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, spoke with Indian External Affairs Minister Subramaniam Jaishankar. Now, let's focus on the words. Secretary Rubio emphasized that both sides need to identify methods to de-escalate and re-establish direct communication to avoid miscalculation. So there is a quick but almost immediate expectation, which is start speaking to each other and first to avoid a miscalculation and then to identify methods to de-escalate. And he further proposed US support in facilitating productive discussions to avert future disputes. Now, there are 2 or 3 ways of looking at it, and I want you to weigh in on this. Number one, is US part of the problem or is it part of the solution? Today, we've had off-record briefings from Indian officials who have said that it was most unfortunate that the United States didn't weigh in on the IMF, lean on the IMF to try and stall that loan, because that is what has actually given Pakistan this sort of boost, some sort of confidence lift to go ahead and do what they've done today, which is an escalation.
Absolutely. I think that announcement from the IMF came around midnight, and soon after that, it was like an emboldening signal. It was a signal to not just the Pakistani civilian establishment, but certainly to GHQ in Rawalpindi. All right, you've got the monies you need. It was $2.3 billion. It's not a small amount of money, and that's gone through. So go ahead. So the signaling that they seem to have taken away from that is that, look, the international community is standing with us. The IMF, of course, is controlled by the Western powers. America has 17% weightage there. Anything above 15%, Rahul, is a veto power. So effectively, the United States had veto power in the IMF, and yet they've chosen not to exercise it. And you look at the comments that have been made by President Trump initially, and then J.D. Vance, I think, articulated it. He was here in India when Pahalgam happened, and people were talking about how, this high-profile attack happened timed to his visit here in India. And he says that, look, we're not going to interfere in somebody else's war. It's their business. It's up to them to sort it out. I can't think of a previous US administration that's taken such a hands-offish approach, despite the fact that Mr. Rubio, the Secretary of State, seems to be speaking to both parties every few days. Like I said, this morning he's spoken to the Chief of Army Staff in Pakistan, General Munir. He's also spoken to his counterpart, Dr. Jaishankar, here in Delhi. And the one thing that stood out for me was Secretary Rubio emphasized that both sides need to identify methods to de-escalate and re-establish direct communication. This is the other problem. Even in 2019 Balakot, when the Pulwama Balakot escalation happened, there was direct negotiations happening between the NSAs, the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, and his then counterpart. Right now, there is no direct negotiation happening, and I think that is one part of the problem. There were some suggestions that the two NSAs, the new NSA of Pakistan, who also happens to be the DGISI, there's been some conversation between Mr. Doval and him, but Indian government sources have said that they're in touch, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're talking. So I think you have a situation where you have this deranged military general who seems to be, wanting to really send his country down to the gutters. And at the same time, you're giving him off-ramp after off-ramp. He's not willing to take it, and there is no communication directly between both parties concerned. I think, the military reality on the ground is we are locked on this escalation ladder. Munir does not want to take an off-ramp. India does not have a choice but to be seen as responding to each.
What struck me above and beyond, of course, Akash, you're on air actually. What struck me really about this statement, and of course, just prior to this statement, the telephone call or whatever they did to reach out to the general. Now that is important, viewers, because it tells you that America knows only the general is actually in control. Now, whether the general wants to be formally in control, we don't know, but certainly motivated by some sort of personal idea of personal gain, some sense of self-aggrandizement, he went and gave the green signal to conduct Pahalgam. And that has led really to this escalation to the point where the world is now waking up to a situation where troops are moving to forward areas, and we are seeing the kind of visible scenes of destruction in Pakistan that are being relayed almost live to us. Now, I want to also, Zach, just stay on with me. I just want to quickly bring in Aman, as well as, of course, Akash on this. Aman, very quickly, there seems to have been a predetermination on the Indian side. After Pahalgam, we're just going to shut down all visible communication doors. Now, I don't know what is happening back channel. One Pakistani minister came out, and Zach, you were privy to this, you saw that on air, saying that, no, there have been contacts between the NSAs. I don't know. First of all, do you actually lay, Zach, I'm asking you this, do you believe that there was some sort of a back channel that has been opened? NSA Doval, of course, talking about him, he's just leaving the Prime Minister's residence. So what do you make of that?
Well, Rahul, I think...
no, one second. I was just bringing in Zach on that, and I want to bring you on to the larger question. Yes, Zach, go ahead.
Just very quickly to your point, the very next day, there was a steer that came from the Indian government that, look, they're in touch, the two NSAs, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're talking. So I don't think they're talking. I don't think there is direct communication, because if there was, there wouldn't be a need for the US State Department readout that just came out, Marco Rubio's conversation with Dr. Jaishankar, asking both sides to have direct communication. So that's the other part of the problem. There isn't a direct communication that's happening right now.
That's an important observation, actually. Yes, if you really read between the lines, that's really the implication, isn't it, viewers? Now, we don't know if this was a predetermined decision. I just want to quickly bring in both Aman, and I also want to bring in Arun Dhanta, I think. He's the one who's outside there, outside 7 LKM. Arun, first to you very quickly, that meeting over between the NSA and the Prime Minister has gone on for quite a bit of time, actually. It's gone on for about 1.5 hours, if I'm not mistaken, maybe even longer.
That's right, Rahul. 1 hour, 20 minutes. The meeting lasted here at Prime Minister Modi's residence, and NSA, of course, we know that, in fact, yesterday he was here at Prime Minister's house for 5 hours, and he was part of every other meeting that happened here, either with Rajnath Singh and the three service chief, and then Raw and IB chief, and then finally with the External Affairs Minister and the Foreign Secretary. And today, when, of course, we are seeing at Rajnath Singh's house, CDS Anil Chauhan is meeting him. They are assessing situation there. You have three tri-services chief in the war room in South Block, and here NSA meeting Prime Minister Modi, and of course briefing about the current situation and how majorly India's response has been against Pakistan, and that has, of course, amply been made clear by the Foreign Secretary in that press conference, that their responses have been measured, calculative, and no civilians were targeted by them. So I think at this point in time, when India is giving brute response to Pakistan at different locations, this meeting between Prime Minister Modi and NSA Ajit Doval is very important.
Sure.
And in some time
and
from
I
now,
want to
Rahul,
bring
we're
in
expecting that perhaps...
Yes, we are going to have a second briefing by the MEA. So, and they've said that they're going to let things, they're going to talk in more detail. And Aman, you were, of course, privy to that. And I want to also bring in you on this point. The NSA meeting the Prime Minister is also to look at perhaps what else can be done at the sub-threshold level, sub-nuclear threshold level, which doesn't lead to a conventional all-out war, but remains a low-intensity conflict where you are still being able to punish Pakistan. And I think that part of this comes from this predetermined sort of outlook after Pahalgam, that look, we are not interested now in interlocuting, we are only interested in imposing costs. That's really what it is. And what is the cost that India will be happy with imposing upon Pakistan, which could serve as a deterrence, is the main question, isn't it?
See, Rahul, I think the Indian standpoint is very clear. The original escalation was by Pakistan in Pahalgam and by Operation Sindoor, where we targeted the terror headquarters of Jaish, Lashkar and the Hizbul amongst the 9 locations. That was the answer of India to finish off Pakistan's terror tap for good. That was India's intention, and for India, larger point of that objective was complete with Operation Sindoor. That was India is very clear. We didn't attack any military infrastructure, but since then, since May 7, just look at what has happened. May 8th, May 9th, we have seen these swarms of drones coming from Pakistan, targeting our civilian population in cities like Jammu, right from Leh to Sir Creek, and now they've escalated it to missiles, high-speed missiles targeting our military installations, trying to target our Air Force stations and Air Force bases. This India sees is a provocative and deliberate escalation by Pakistan. This is very clear. And the word I'm getting from top government sources is that if they will hit us, we will hit back. We don't care what the US says. We don't care what the world says. If India is hit, India is going to hit back with double the force. And that is what we have seen last night in the airbase of Rawalpindi or the other air bases that India has listed out where it has inflicted damage. India is very clear with that. Also, I think very significant, Rahul, is that the earlier call of Mr. Rubio, the Secretary of State, was to the Pakistani Prime Minister a few days back. That was when things were normal. Pakistan had not, begun its retaliation. But now the US calling up directly Asim Munir, Mr. Rubio speaking to Asim Munir, shows that the Pakistani political establishment, the Prime Minister, is not in control, it seems, of the military strikes. It is Mr. Munir who is on his own agenda to escalate the situation. India is also very clear about it, that it was clear from the start to India that it is Munir who started Pahalgam and who is behind all this. And that is why I think we are seeing India's response is very clear inside, Rahul, inside the top government offices, that India is going to strike back double hard if Pakistan does a strike on India. Yes, we are not escalatory in nature. We are a measured response, but India will not wait if Pakistan is going to do such measures like rain high-speed missiles on our air bases. That is deliberate, almost an act of war by Pakistan, and India will not tolerate it.
Yes, the trouble is that the Pakistanis are not taking the off-ramp. And I want to go across to Siddhant on this point. Siddhant, look, if India has to begin to heed the advice that is being dished out by the Americans, both countries need an off-ramp now. Luckily for us, the Pakistanis have only saber-rattled, but haven't inflicted any damage. On the other side, we've inflicted damage. It's visible damage. From day one, we took out their terror assets, we've hit their terror infrastructure, now we are bleeding their military infrastructure and they haven't done anything, and the pictures on our screens are telling us that they're spreading lies. So, second off-ramp has not been taken by General Munir. And I have to ask you, the conversation in government now must be, how much punishment is enough? And Akash also joins me, and I'm going to bring him into this. What is enough? What is the point where the Indians will be satisfied that Pakistan will say, nahi, ab agli dafa India ko nahi marna hame, kisi bhi tarike se, kuch bhi karke. We don't want to do this business of cutting, using all sorts of extremists, this low subcutaneous sort of subliminal war that we have been waging. What is that point now?
Well, Rahul, the larger, the core of this military strike, in fact, on terror camps was perhaps to establish deterrence. And in fact, now what I could read after, what I could understand after speaking to my sources in the government, and in fact, I'm being told that India will apply policy of tit for tat. If they will hit us, we will hit them back. And this has been told to me by a very senior officer. And in fact, he very clearly said in a layman's language that if they will hit us, we will hit them back. It will be tit for tat. Point number one. Point number two, also Rahul, look at the general, if you look at the pattern in which Operation Sindoor briefings are taking place. India is not asking the generals to go and do the press conference like the Pakistanis are doing. Our press conference is being done by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri and two of the young lady officers of the forces. Perhaps it again shows that, in India, diplomacy is something which perhaps India, which should be the first path. Okay, and that is a very strong message which India is still sending out, despite so many so many times attack being done by Pakistani side. That India still believes in diplomacy. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri is doing press conference. It signifies, it shows that as well. At the same time, today's press conference was also about how Pakistan, since has already lost many battles to India, is now into spreading lies and misinformation.
Yes.
In fact, now what they're doing is that they are into cyber warfare. They
yes.
are
not even that, not even effectively, because even that has been sort of checked by the PIB. Stay on with me, Siddhant. I just want to quickly bring in Akash also, very importantly. Akash, there is now a confirmation that we have struck their bases, but more importantly that Pakistan is moving troops into the forward area with all intentions of ramping up. So this is what has been said by Vikram Misri. Also, there has been talk that we have been able to successfully thwart a large amount of their military capacity. Can you elaborate on these 2 points and what exactly is meant by when the officials there said there's going to be a lot more we will discuss in the afternoon? What are they hinting at? What's this about?
The operation is still on, Rahul. That's the reason why they said that, they will have much more to offer in the evening. And I'll not go into specifics because of the fact that these are ongoing operations. But Rahul, you see, by definition, it is not yet a war, but a conflict. However, the actions that we are seeing from Pakistan, be it using UCAVs or, these high-speed missiles, ballistic missiles or the jets, these actions are somewhere indicating that, they want escalation, further escalation to war. They have been moving their troops to the forward areas. We know that how they have moved their artillery to the civilian population so that, they can fire their artillery from that particular village where they have residents living. And if India will retaliate, so they can show to the world that how India is targeting their civilian population. Now, this is an era where, social media plays an important role. And since morning, we have been seeing the narrative, how they have been propagating theories that they have destroyed S-400, they have destroyed several jets, and they have destroyed several military stations and AD systems and radars. This is possibly for two reasons. First one, they want to send a message to the civilians, possibly want to target the morale of the forces, men on ground. But this is not going to happen, Rahul. It has been made very clear. And since morning, we have been seeing that how PIB has been rebutting, all these allegations, claims, and in fact, the narratives that are going, on social media. As far as this particular time is concerned, Rahul, I'm standing in Jammu, and in Jammu, recently one drone was, sighted and in fact has been destroyed. In fact, I cannot show in the air right now. I'll not in fact show the live operations. But then, in Jammu, it is still happening. They are still attempting, several places. And this is the reason why, it has been said that by this evening, we'll give you some more details of the kind of activities that Pakistan is involved in and also the sort of retaliation that is going from India. Till now, it is a measured retaliation, but people have been demanding that there should be some decisive action against Pakistan. Now it will be important to see as to how armed forces are reacting to the sort of activities that have been happening since last night. Later in the evening, yesterday, we saw that how it started with a ceasefire violation in Uri and Kupwara, and then, they started targeting Jammu, in fact, Amritsar, Pathankot, and a number of other, Air Force stations. Now, since they are not successful, they have been changing their weapons. They initially tried it with drones. Yesterday we saw that how they sent empty drones without explosives, possibly to see the capabilities, possibly to check the sort of systems that we are employing for the air defense. And today they have sent the ballistic missiles. We have reports that they targeted, in fact, the locations in Delhi, and in fact this attempt was thwarted. But once again, it has been made very clear, we have not disturbed you ever.
you were the one, who sent the, terrorists in Pahalgam and carried out that sort of attack where 26 of our tourists were killed.
Absolutely.
We have only taken action against the terrorists, who have carried out this sort of attack where we have lost our civilians. In fact, we waited for some sort of action that we were anticipating from your side, but you did not take any action against those terrorists who were there on ground, on your ground. And that's the reason why, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision strikes on 7th of May, where they only targeted these infrastructures where we had credible input that these terrorists have been living, their families have been living, and in fact these are the training camps and not the infrastructures, not just the infrastructures. Also, as far as the actions after that, we have seen that how India mentioned categorically that we don't want any escalation, we are not going to target your military infrastructure, we are not going to open fire on LC, we are not going to, in fact, we had no movement, in the forward areas. You must be remembering we were getting videos from Pakistan that how they have been mobilizing their troops, they have been sending their artillery, in fact, in a number of areas. But we did not have any movement at all because we did not, want war. But now it seems that whatever Pakistan is doing is escalatory in nature, Rahul.
Escalatory in nature, but India has also said that, look, we have continued to give Pakistan the off-ramp. We have continued to focus on military infrastructure. We are not targeting like the immature, petulant, and obviously invidious, evil-minded Pakistani military establishment that is targeting our civilians with all sorts of motives. Now, here it is, viewers. This is Shorkot Airbase that was targeted, and you can see the plumes of smoke. A large number of people in Pakistan gathered, watching in absolute shock and awe at India's audacity. Look at this. This is a precision strike on a military and minimum collateral damage. That is what we've been told this morning. Minimum collateral damage. Let's have a look at the Shekhupura district. This is a drone impact on Lahore. This is not, of course, an airbase, but in Lahore, the streets, these people are talking about the actions that they have witnessed from the Indian military. And they are completely in a state of shock. There is a huge swath of fire on the horizon, lighting up that horizon in Lahore, Shekhupura. Let's have a look at the next. Here it is, Pindi, viewers. That's the base, the Pindi base. This is really the heart of the military establishment. You can't get any closer to the general headquarters. Munir must be sitting and quaking in his boots right now because this is Pindi. Look at that massive cloud up there and that huge spark of light lighting up the entire sky. This has happened in the dead of the night, but look at the bright lights because it's a massive explosion. Nur Khan Airbase on fire. We've been told that it is massively impacted. We're going to go across to our guests now to get a bit of a sense of what really India has done, what is the motive behind it, what it means for Pakistan as far as degradation is concerned. And of course, there'll also be Brahmacharani because we're going to talk a little bit. And this is Narawal, viewers. Look at the horizon. Look at the extent. This is a massive strike on military infrastructure, hobbling Pakistan as we speak. Hobbling Pakistan to the point where they're going to have a few problems, viewers, responding. And we've got Pakistan where we want them. What can we do next? Those are the fundamental questions. Tilak Devasher, let me bring you on this as well as Brahmacharani. Important conversation this morning. You've heard the press briefing. You're up to speed with all the details. So Tilak Devasher, first of all, what has India tried to do with these military targets? What was the intent behind this? Why are we targeted these specific bases, etc.? I think you're on mute, so I can't quite hear you. If you could just unmute yourself. Thank you.
I'm so sorry.
Yes, there you go.
You remember on your show last night, we were talking about India's response and being proportionate and responsible. I think last night India did get back and hit Pakistan in response to what they were doing. So you've had attacks on these various military bases. And I'm glad that this was done because, you are now telling Pakistan, the message you're conveying to Pakistan is that enough is enough, that you're going to continue on this path, then you better be prepared to face the wrath of India. Second, two other points I'd like to make, Rahul. One is that Shehbaz Sharif has called for a meeting of the National Command Authority. Now, National Command Authority is the apex body that talks about the nuclear policy and all the matters relating to the nuclear policy of Pakistan. I don't think so. This is a very serious move. I think this is just to show the world that things are getting out of hand and that you had better escalate. But this is something that India needs to watch very carefully what happens in that meeting of the National Command Authority. Second, if you read between the lines of the US statement by Secretary Rubio, I think what he's doing is giving you a free hand. Rather than weighing in on India's side, I think they're telling you that, look, do whatever you have to do and sort it out amongst yourself. I think I would look at it in that frame of mind rather than saying that the US did not weigh in on India. I think India is pretty competent. They also realize competent to deal with Pakistan on their own. So whatever they have to do, they will do. So long as I think there are no boots on the ground, and so long as there is not, you go up the escalatory ladder to a stage where you escalate up to the nuclear point, I don't think so the US or China are going to get too excited.
The foreign minister has just responded, Dr. Jaishankar. He said, I had a conversation with the US Secretary Rubio this morning. India's approach has always been measured and responsible and remains so. So it does two lines put out there. What do you make of this response?
What else can he say?
Yes.
He's going to say exactly that.
Yes.
It is a measured response to what Pakistan is doing. But Pakistan has gone up the escalatory ladder. You know, there was a report that they fired a missile at Delhi, at the national capital region. Now, if that is not a major escalation, then what is an escalation? I mean, Pakistan is willing to risk attacking your capital. Fortunately, we were able to disable it to make sure before it hit Delhi. But what if it had hit Delhi? And how do you know it's an armed conventional or is it a nuclear armed missile? So Pakistan is testing the limits of India's patience, and therefore any response henceforth will be measured. But that measure will also go up several notches.
Well, again, since you're talking about that, well, let me report two other developments. Sirens on in Jammu and another explosion heard in Srinagar. So let's just hope that everything is, everyone is out of harm's way. Akash joining us for more on these details. Ishan Wani reporting another explosion heard in Srinagar. Akash, the sirens in Jammu and the explosion heard in Srinagar. Yes.
Yes, we have been hearing the sirens. In fact, I'll try to give you some natural ambience. There you have the sirens. And, these sirens are on since just a while back. We heard the AD gun sound destroying, one drone. And I was, in fact, reporting that, Rahul. In fact, in Srinagar, we have been, hearing about similar activities. So it seems like Pakistan is still not, letting its
big
men
news coming
rest
in, Akash,
from the sort of
big news
activities
coming
that they
in.
have.
First phone call between India and Pakistan. The DGMOs are talking. Now, just break this down for us. DGMOs talking. What does this mean?
Yes, Director General Military Operations. We have seen that how their offices connected last Tuesday. But Manoj Gupta has been reporting that one hotline connection has been established, in fact, today. And Pakistan wants de-escalation. This is a big news coming in fact, Rahul. Pakistan wants de-escalation. Situation is, in fact, bad in the country and Pakistan wants to meet Indian side. This was the connection between the DGMOs on both the sides and they have spoken on hotline. DGMO, remember, is someone, who takes care of the operation of the military on both sides. And we have been given to understand that DGMOs connected from both the sides and Pakistan
right now, I have to go across
de-escalation.
Okay, just 1 second because we only have him for 10 minutes apparently and I've been asked to go straight across to the father of Daniel Pearl. Daniel Pearl, we have to go across to Jude Pearl. I'm being told that we only have him for 10 minutes. I'm sorry, viewers, but in the middle of this breaking news, I have to go across to Jude Pearl, I'm told. Jude Pearl, your reactions really to the Indian strike, taking out the brother of Masood Azhar, a person directly connected with the incident involving your son.
Are you speaking to me?
Yes, Mr. Jude Pearl.
Oh, I can hardly hear you. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, the question was what my reaction is. I'm, of course, very delighted that the issues of my son has come to the attention of the media and the general public, because it has been almost forgotten. And what was forgotten is the fact that the people responsible for his murder have not been brought to justice. So I'm glad that at least the person who was indirectly connected with his abduction was killed. I'm not sure that he was killed, actually. I haven't seen any confirmation from the Pakistani side that Azhar was killed. But I trust the Indian intelligence to verify that.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Jude Pearl, for speaking with us. Thank you very much. We'll just come back to you in just a short while. There has been a huge development here in India, viewers. Let's go back to that big story. I want to go straight back to Siddhant. News coming out that nervous Pakistan is seeming to wave the white flag. Can we remove the Jude, yes, the Pearl visuals? Yes, there you go. There you go, Siddhant.
Well, yes, that's right, Rahul. In fact, this is what Manoj Gupta is bringing for us, this piece of information that Pakistan wants to de-escalate. Rahul, situation is bad in Pakistan. Pakistan wants to meet Indian side. In fact, first communication between the two countries have been established. Communication has been established. This is what Manoj Gupta is bringing for us. First direct talk has taken place between India and Pakistan since the escalation. This is a DGMO level talks. Perhaps a very big piece of breaking input we are putting out for our viewers, and in fact this has been brought to us by investigation editor Manoj Gupta, and in fact he has got this confirmation that that there has been a direct contact which has been established by Pakistan with India. Pakistan wants to de-escalate. Now they don't want to further escalate the situation. Perhaps, Rahul, this development is also happening after Secretary Rubio speaking directly to Asim Munir this morning. And in fact, we were reporting that how that particular call was only to tell Asim Munir directly that, look, better de-escalate or face the consequences. And now we're getting to know that Pakistan has reached out to India, and in fact, first DGMO level communication has been established. Pakistan wants to de-escalate. Situation is bad in the country. Their own people are not liking that in these times when there is the economy is in doldrums. Pakistan is going all out on war with India. And this is one of the reasons that Manoj Gupta is telling us that Pakistan has reached out to us. First, DGMO level communication has been established between the two sides. A very, very important piece of input.
Okay, let me bring in Akash. Let me bring in Akash on this point. We also have, of course, Tilak Devasher, and we also have Brahmacharani with us to put this into perspective. But Akash, yes, over to you. This is big news, very big news.
It is big, in fact, for the first time when DGMOs have connected, because till now only officers were getting connected where the colonel rank or brigadier rank officers were talking to each other. But this time around, we are learning that Director General of Military Operations on both the sides have connected via hotline, and Manoj Gupta, has been bringing this input for us, where he is suggesting that Pakistan, wants de-escalation. In fact, there are bad conditions there in the country, and that's the reason why they want to meet the Indian side. Possibly, meeting would happen very soon because DGMOs have somewhere talked to each other. Rahul, just one context, back in 2021, when there was a constant ceasefire violations on the LC, even at that time, DGMOs played an important role. And it was February 2021 when there was a DGMO level understanding for ceasefire. And since then, we were not seeing any sort of escalation on the borders. Once again, when things were getting escalated, it seems that DGMOs have connected and Pakistan wants de-escalation. this is indeed a big development that Manoj Gupta has been bringing to us. And, in fact, what was the sort of issues that were discussed? One meeting was the core agenda. We have been told that, they wanted to meet. And since this was a hotline communication, so, of course, not many things were discussed. But definitely, Pakistan wants a de-escalation. This has been clearly indicated, and in fact sources have been suggesting this to Manoj Gupta, that how Pakistani DGMO and in fact the Indian DGMO connected on hotline and they discussed the current scenario, and Pakistan wants de-escalation, Rahul.
De-escalation is the buzzword right now. This is very, very interesting news, viewers. Yes, Pakistan has been punished. We've shown you those pictures, and I'm going to ask our director Saab to show those pictures of Pakistan being eviscerated. We'll also have confirmation, and not contested, because this has been confirmed by DG ISPR that they have been attacked on their air bases, viewers. Don't forget this. This is confirmation that came this morning from DG ISPR. He looked glum. His face was small, shrunken. His cheeks were shrunken, he looked petrified, and we have struck really in Rawalpindi. In Rawalpindi, viewers, that's where General Munir sits, and therefore he picked up that phone from Rubio almost immediately, because he realized that his time is up. His time is up. And I want to bring in Siddhant. Siddhant, the compulsions here weighing on the Pak Army Chief are great. He's leading his country into a massive misadventure. He doesn't have the public support. He doesn't have political support. This man is completely in it for himself, and he realizes he's made a grave error of judgment.
Well, that's right, Rahul. And in fact, he heard it from Americans this morning. This is what I have been told. And since a very long time, Rahul, he was looking for this opportunity. Asim Munir was looking for this opportunity. In fact, there is a direct link between his speech given at Pakistani diaspora event, perhaps where he said that the both countries were divided on the religious lines. And perhaps right after that, Pahalgam took place, where the people were singled out on the basis of religion and killed. So there is direct linkage between the two. In fact, the same was highlighted by Foreign Secretary also on the very first day of his press briefing. So Asim Munir is the mastermind of Pahalgam terror attack, and perhaps he is calling the shots in Pakistan, and Americans know it very well. And this is the reason that last time when Rubio spoke, he spoke to Shehbaz Sharif, but nothing happened, because Americans also understood that Shehbaz Sharif is a puppet. Nobody will listen to him. So today this call was made. This call directly to a army chief, perhaps, Rahul, is a very big thing. American Secretary of State, National Security Advisor, will never talk to a counterpart who is much below to him in
why is all of this happening, viewers? Siddhant, stay on with me. Why is all of this happening? Because we're getting inputs left, right and center now. Viewers, we are completely on the front foot here, and we're getting inputs that ADG PI has put out a statement of the Indian Army saying that Indian Army pulverizes terrorist launch pads. Their entire auxiliary infrastructure has been absolutely eviscerated as a response to Pakistan's misadventures of attempted drone strikes on the night of 08 and 09 May 2025 in multiple cities of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. The Indian Army conducted a coordinated fire assault on terrorist launch pads, pulverizing and raising them to cinders. The terrorist launch pads located close to the line of control were a hub for planning and executing terror attacks against Indian civilians and security forces in the past. The Indian Army's swift and decisive action has dealt a significant blow to terrorist infrastructure and capabilities. All of these details, viewers, being put out now by the ADGPI, and that were put out in about 10 minutes back. Massive views. All the photographs of that action are here. This is how it's gone up, viewers, on the LOC. They are being taking them out one by one. Those are our forces using their munitions, and you can see them in their bunkers, winding it all up and releasing these grenade launchers, all sorts of other munitions. Viewers, I'm not going to go into the munitions, but they've been put out there for the world to see. There you can see it, pulverizing the living daylights out of Pakistan, its proxies. It is complete focus, it is clinical, and it is absolutely debilitatory. Pakistan falling apart. And if they are pushing troops to the front lines, viewers, it allows us to engage at the front lines and even alter the LOC. Remember, even that can be done. So you can see these pictures. This is a video that has been put out. This is a relay of all the action that has been taking place. It is a complete newsreel, one after the other, and Indian soldiers showing the victory sign, flashing the victory sign their viewers. They're doing this in every video. They are completely blowing the Pakistanis out of their bunkers, smoking them out. This is what India has brought to the table. It is brought to the table not just at the LOC, but on Pakistan soil. 8 bases flattened, viewers, we are being told. Massive punishment being inflicted on the body of Pakistan. The body politic, the mind, scarring the mind. The public is out on the streets, shocked, seeing their country in flames. Look at those pictures, viewers. That's Rawalpindi. That is where the Pakistani army sits and plots evilly against India. Today, they are not safe in their cribs. They are not safe there, viewers. Look at that Rawalpindi in flames, ball of flames lighting up the sky. Nur Khan Airbase flattened. Those are the pictures, viewers. Video released by the ADGPI 10 minutes ago. Look at these pictures. The Indian Army clinical, bashing the brains out of Pakistan's terror and, of course, BAT, as well as their forward positions. There you can see them, viewers, completely. And after each one of those attacks, a victory sign. You can see them going up one by one. This could be out of Rambo, viewers. This is not a movie. This is absolute real life. Fact is always stranger than fiction. It is more compelling than fiction. This is what it's looking like right now for India. Pakistan blown out, pushed back, mentally scarred, physically debilitated, and worse, viewers, militarily on the back foot, thwarted, defanged. They don't know what to do. They've tried everything. Now, the deranged leadership is trying to play the nuclear card. The National Command Authority is being summoned. They're doing what they always do. Hold a gun to their heads to negotiate, get the world to pay attention, say, come, still India's hand, help us. It's a cry for help. Let me go across to, I think we're supposed to go across to Siddhant, right? To go back to Siddhant. Okay, we don't have a reporter right now. Colonel Kohli joins us live. Colonel Kohli, this is a complete annihilation, isn't it?
Good morning, Rahul. I'm Lieutenant General Kohli. Anyway,
sorry, General Kohli.
No, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Sorry about that.
Absolutely okay.
Kohli. Yes.
This was expected, Rahul. This was expected. They do not have the capacity and the wherewithal to fight. It was known to them also, but they had been showing bravado so far. And yesterday, the boost which they got through IMF, $2.3 billion which they got, which they started, and they were that time also. In fact, yesterday I was on a TV. I was mentioning this only. They knew that they will get us on the negotiation table through American pressure or through somebody else. And before that, they wanted to achieve something so that they could show to their population that they have also been able to do something. So, though their attempts have failed, even they attempted today missile at Delhi, which was also failed. But now they are seeing the future because they do not have. Their ammunition is less, their economy is less. You know what economic conditions are. So
absolutely.
What this 2.3 billion has been given, how long will it last? 15 plus 2.3. You see, we have 660 billion if you talk of the forex what we have. So they do not have the capacity. But at the same time, Rahul, I wish to say, we should not let go of this opportunity. Today, conditions are very good for us. In the past, if you see these many 70 years, 4 wars we have fought with them. We have allowed them to go away. In 71, these many prisoners were given. Haji Pir Pass was given in 65. We should make use of the situation what is there today. We must achieve something and sort of inflict on them deterrent punishment so that they don't do this kind of thing in future. Because any kind of peace treaty with them will have no meaning. It will last only for a few years, few months only.
Okay. Let me bring in Professor Nalapat. Good morning, Professor. Good afternoon, rather. 5 minutes past noon. And we have Pakistan leaning against the ropes. Their air bases flattened, their forward positions pulverized. I'm not saying it, the ADGPI is saying it. I'm not saying it, the MEA is saying it. This is a complete humiliation, a defanging of Pakistan. It's happening at the behest of the Prime Minister of India. We are teaching them a lesson. We are establishing deterrence. We are also being told now that nervous Pakistan is seeking a meeting with India. It's willing to throw in the white towel. We've got them where we want them, Professor Nalapad. What should we do?
We haven't got them, Rahul. The fact is that they always do this. Whenever they are down, they want to resist a knockout blow, which will come soon. And then they say, well, you know, now I'm down. Now I'll come back up. And then they swear everlasting peace. That peace usually lasts only a few weeks.
Yes.
If it's not that long.
General Kohli is saying the same thing. Yeah.
A bunch of cheats,
yes,
a bunch of liars, and they're hardwired to hate India. The GHQ Rawalpindi is hardwired to hate India. The colonel knows full well the unique chemistry that they have. They genuinely believe that Hindus and Muslims are two different species. They've invented a new form of biology. So what they're looking for, they know they're on the ropes. They are on the ropes. They want to avoid a knockout blow. The point is, this is not the time for any kind of leniency. You have to give that knockout blow. And in the meantime, whatever devices they have for interception, whatever devices they have for finding out what is coming at them, these devices need to be put out of commission. Pakistan needs to be rendered completely defenseless. We have the means. I'm sorry to say that the United States doesn't seem to understand. It's a war between Terroristan and India. But I'm sure that people are going to reach out to the MAGA community in the US, and they're going to understand that very soon, that their president is wrong, their establishment is wrong, that is India which is fighting terror. And when you want to fight the global war on terror, this is the most important front. And Pakistan is the facilitator of terror. Hamas, Hezbollah, you name the organization. There are Pakistani trainers working there, retired or serving. And again, this is well known. So the reality is, this is not the time to let go.
So, Professor, I want to ask you, because Pakistan is convening this meeting. First of all, Mark Rubio calls not the Prime Minister, he calls the General Munir, number one, which tells you that Munir perhaps did all of this because he wants to consolidate power, perhaps even go in for a coup and install himself as the real leader of Pakistan, come out of the shadows, so to speak, number one. Number two, the National Command Authority has been summoned by the Prime Minister. What does all this mean?
It means nothing. It means hot air, frankly. The reality is the nuclear button cannot be pressed. You remember some decades ago, there was a big hoo-ha. Again, the Americans got very alarmed. Oh my God, nuclear conflict. And the reality, and I wrote at that point in time, there'll never be a nuclear conflict. Pakistan knows very well that you might eliminate quite a lot of Indians, but nowhere close to, we will eliminate practically the whole of Pakistan if that happens, and the whole region will be affected. So they are irrational, but they're not madcaps. The Nuclear Command Authority thing is a farce. It's not meant for India. We know the truth. It's meant for the United States. And Marco Rubio, frankly, doesn't know what is happening. He has been misbriefed. He doesn't understand this situation. He doesn't understand the Pakistan army. He better bone up. And he better, because Rubio has studied China, he better understand Chinese tactics. Pakistan has become a Chinese proxy. Just when Apple and Google and others were shifting from China and relocating to India, you have Pahalgam. Is that a coincidence? Of course not. The Chinese are terrified that India will, with the decoupling that takes place in China, which I regard as inevitable. You may have coziness, you may have trade talks, but the fundamental interests are divergent, and the US and China will decouple. In that situation, the US needs India. Marco Rubio needs to look at China and its connections with Pakistan, and then he can understand what we are facing.
Now, Professor Nalapad, I want you to, you're a foremost analyst, so I want you to tell me, what really has India achieved by going in there and knocking out some of these air bases? What was the thinking? We'd also ask the General that question, General Kohli. I'll bring him in too. But Professor, your thinking, about the targets. Now, if you're going and attacking the Pakistani military in Rawalpindi, you're basically telling them that we've got you by the scruff of the neck. It's only a matter of turning our guns in your direction. And Munir, you can be wherever you are, but you're not safe.
Rahul, please understand that these gentlemen do not believe India was capable of this kind of a completely comprehensive response. They regard, I'm sorry to use religious terms, I've never believed in religious differentiation. I've always believed in all faiths living peaceably. But they honestly believe the Hindu is some kind of an inferior species. The Hindu cannot fight back. The Hindu is the only mammal in the world without a backbone. They honestly believe that. From the time you look at school textbooks in Pakistan, you look at school textbooks, there you're taught to have contempt for the Hindu, to despise the Hindu, and the primary rule of wartime is never underestimate your enemy. The fact is, we are Homo sapiens. They have a backbone, a pretty weak now. We have a backbone, but the point is, Rahul, they're economically very vulnerable. They are on the ropes economically as well. And they will go under if this lasts for more than, I would say, about 2 weeks. The Pakistan economy will collapse like a house of cards. And all those people in the IMF who voted, we need to out them. We need to put their images out. We need to show who they are, because these people will have blood on their hands. They are funding a terror machine. They're not funding the civilian government. Shahbaz Sharif is a paper cutout. He has no authority, nothing. And Munir is the madcap who made Pahalgam happen, believing, oh, ye Hindu hai. Hindu kya karega? Arey, kuch nahi karega. Ek, do, yahan, hum 2-3 thappad laega, khatam ho jayega. I am sorry to say, over the decades, we proved Munir right. But not this time. Not under this Prime Minister. Not the Indian people today. We are different from the Indian people of some time, decades ago. The Indian people of today are saying, enough is enough. Let's put an end to this situation once and for all. And we have them, as you correctly said, on the ropes. So now they want to second wind. They want to again recover and recoup. Do you think Israel is going to allow Hamas a second wing, Hezbollah a second wing, the IRGC a second wing? Of course not. The Israelis made a big mistake in tolerating Hamas for so long. We made a big mistake in tolerating this terror machine for so long. But the fact is, Rahul, they have a distorted view of India.
Yes.
And that view blinds them to reality, that this is a resolute, resilient people with a resolute, resilient leadership under Prime Minister Modi, and we have enough, domestic talent to have produced some of the finest weapons which are now being deployed in combat.
Yes,
and
we really come to this, haven't we, very well prepared. Over the last 10 years, since 2014, we've been thinking this through. Yes, there has been a huge amount of viewers, and you have to now go back to those conversations. Those people who printed in their newspapers reports about how the Rafale, this, that, the other was not up to it, how we shouldn't be buying it, how this is a big scam. All of that was happening, Professor, if you remember. At every stage, Modi was being opposed. When he talked about Atmanirbhar Bharat and the investment in defense, people laughed at him. Today, he's having the last laugh. And also, I want you to weigh in on this because this is very important. The one person who's changed strategic thinking is Ajit Doval. It's quite clear. Ajit Doval is the man who's having his moment. He's having his revenge. He was the IB director in IC 814 times, if you remember, 1999. We all covered it. And at that time, he was actually implicated as being the one who came up with this soft strategy of going out there and exchanging terrorists for hostages. And he wasn't, it later turned out, was wrongly blamed. So he's been waiting for his moment. He's got his moment. He has been the prime orchestrator of this strategic new recalibration in Indian thinking. Would you agree, sir?
Well, I'll tell you that the one person who understands India very well is Ajit. Ajit Doval. There's no question about it. The man understands Pakistan as well, and he understands Pakistan like the palm of his hand. So there's no question that he knows the psychology of that country, and there's no question that he would have advised the Prime Minister. But the fact is, we have a very determined leader. Minister, but he worked under Narasimha Rao. If he had worked under some other leader, maybe he would have been a flop as finance minister. But the reality is, Ajit Doval has got the perfect leader for him. And that's why he is working so beautifully. And because we have Prime Minister Modi, we have a resolute Prime Minister, we have a resilient people, we have a glorious armed forces. What are we waiting for, Rahul? Let's end this menace of cross-border terrorism once and for all.
India wants, viewers. That's what India wants. And I want to bring in General Kohli. Stay on with me, Professor Nalapat. Professor Nalapat, top of his game, as always, viewers. As always, giving you insight. He's incisive. He knows exactly what to talk about. A Pakistani drone shot down there once again. Viewers, they're throwing it all at us. The kitchen sink and everything, but they're not going far. Look at that. Jammu and Kashmir is at the front line. We've been told there in Jammu, in Bishna area, another drone down. There have been loud bangs once again in Srinagar. In the morning at 5:58 or 5:48, if I'm not mistaken, there were 2 loud bangs. Many people have said that Pakistan aircraft are down there. That's a different story because that's an ongoing operation. I don't want to talk about it too much, viewers. But we heard from the MEA that they're going to come back and give us a full briefing in the afternoon. So that'll be around 4:30, and that's going to be very, very interesting. They've said there's a lot to still tell you, a lot to update you about. Wait, have patience, just follow the guidelines. Yes, General Saab, I want to bring you in on this. Professor Nalapat is of the view now that this is it. This is our moment. Let's not fall for all these, highfalutin conversations that come out of Washington, D.C. and this, that, the other and get pressured and, think that we should. Yes, of course, we want Tilak Deveshwar also. Please bring him in. Very important voice in this calculus. But, General, this is it, really. From a military strategist point of view, could you be better placed? I'm just asking, and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Look, anything can happen in battle, so we have to be very, very careful. We don't want to sound triumphal. We don't want to at any level sound as if, we won any big contest. We haven't even gone up 1 or 2% on the escalation ladder. So it's very early days. But yes, we have shown that whatever they thought of us is wrong. So, General.
Rahul, before I answer that, I just want to say, you see, this call is between the DGMOs.
Yeah.
And this is the calls between DGMOs are a routine thing which happen. Even during the previous wars, these kind of calls have taken place.
Yeah.
And in any case, monthly they speak to each other. At times weekly they do speak, depending on the condition.
Yeah.
So we may not read too much
into it. Yes.
with this call. Second point which you said, Rahul, there is no doubt in this. This is the moment, either now or never. We are very well placed. Firstly, militarily, if you ask me economically, diplomatically, international support, no matter whatever America is saying, America is in any case, they run with hare and hunt with hound.
That's
the
right.
way they have done it so far with number of countries. But, and other thing is, you see the total domestic support is with us. Today, the entire nation is behind Prime Minister Modi. And everyone is expecting that something should happen.
Yeah.
Now, talking purely from armed forces point of view.
One second, sir. Just a second. There's some news coming through. I just want to go across to our reporter. I'll come right back to you. This is an evolving situation, viewers. Tejinder Sori with us. Tejinder, yes, what can you tell us? Update us, please.
Yes, sir, Rahul. Pakistani drone has been shot down by our air defense system in the Bishna area. It is in Jammu, wherein the Pakistani drone tried to carry out attack on a vital military installation in the area. We are not disclosing the exact location and the exact name of the military installation, but yes, a vital military installation was the target of this drone. However, our anti-aircraft mechanism that is in place in that area has taken down this drone. Now this drone has been taken away by security forces, and they are analyzing what type of drone it was, what type of payload it was carrying. So clearly, once again, the nefarious design of the enemy nation, Pakistan, has been foiled by our security forces. And there are also reports that several other drones have been shot down in other places, including Pathankot in Srinagar. So these
reports are being verified. But in Bishna, yes, a Pakistani drone whose target was a vital military installation in the area has been shot down by our security forces, by our defense mechanism. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Also, we're getting news that certain loud explosions have been heard in Srinagar or over Srinagar. Can you confirm that?
Yes, Rahul. There are reports that Pakistani drone has also been shot down near the Srinagar airport. The entire area has been sealed. There is electricity in the entire area has been cut off, and air raid sirens are on in various places, including Baramulla, including Srinagar. Yes, some loud bangs were heard in the vicinity of Srinagar airport, wherein the report suggests that a Pakistani drone has been shot down. In Pathankot also there were certain explosions, and the sources are saying that another Pakistani drone which tried to attack the Pathankot Air Force Station has also been shot down by our air defense mechanism, which is in place in the area. Yes, Rahul.
Okay, stay on with me. I just want to quickly go across to Wing Commander Abhishek Matiman, as well as, of course, General Kohli. Both of them are in with us. Professor Nalapat stays on with us. We're also going to try and connect with Tilak Devasher. This has been an evolving situation, viewers. Lots happening on the ground. We know now that Pakistan is reeling. Abhishek Matiman, can you hear me, sir? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Wing
can
Commander.
hear you. Loud
Yes,
and
weigh
clear.
in on this. We've completely taken their bases out. We are being told that by the MEA. You heard the press conference. Lots of details emerging from that press conference. We're seeing the skyline above those bases alit. I mean, there's fire all over the place. It looks as if they walked into some sort of an inferno. They're done. They're fried.
Absolutely, Rahul. And what my point of view is, hereafter, let's make them continue crying visibly in front of the world and in front of their own populace. General Munir, I am talking about. Let him keep crying, keep begging for peace, keep begging. He needs to come out with a begging ball on this front also.
That's
the
fine.
only
But I want to
point.
ask you, Wing Commander Matiman, just talk me through these bases that we've attacked. What do you make of these attacks? Number one, why were these targets picked?
See, having prodded for the last, say, more than 48 hours, their defensive as well as offensive capabilities, as I said yesterday, their entire network, the EW network and the air defense network, lie exposed. We knew where exactly the loopholes are. All our projectiles went through, whereas they were hardly able to land any of theirs on our soil on target. So having done so, we went for the kill. The first step was to carry out SEAD missions, suppression of enemy air defenses, which we did very clinically, one by one, on their air defense radars, on their much touted Chinese superior technology radars, putting them down, biting the dust. And thereafter, clinically went from one airfield to the other, from Rahim Yar Khan to Shorkot to Nur Khan to Sargodha to Rawalpindi to Chakwal. All these airfields have historically been the backbone of the much touted Fizaya Pakistani Air Force. Now that these airfields have been put to rest, at least temporarily, we have a clear window. We have a clear window to go for the kill. Mind you, in the morning, what they did was they launched a tactical ballistic missile which was apparently headed, as per information, towards our national capital region. We were lucky. I would rather say we were so professional, and the last 48 hours have shown that. And what we had been doing all this while, we knocked this one also right out of the sky, right in the middle of its flight path over Sirsa. The air warriors and all the armed forces so far have been doing a fantastic job. And I think the time has come for us to
are you saying,
continue.
You see, Mr. Vikram Misri, when he was addressing, or I think one of the two officers were addressing, they made references to a high-speed missile from Pakistan. Is that what they were talking about? Is that the high-speed missile? the tactical ballistic missile? I'm not a military man. I don't understand military stuff. So please break it down for our viewers. And people like me.
That was an indication, to my knowledge and to my understanding, that was the Fateh 2 he was pointing out to, which as per reports was launched this morning. And that is a trigger enough for us not only to react, not only to escalate, but react in a manner befitting our own capabilities and the volume of firepower and gunpowder that we can inflict upon them. We, being the superior power, now reserve by any conventions of warfare and by any stretch of imagination, we reserve the action.
You said that we went clinically from one airfield to another. So what do you think we employed to do this? What were the kind of munitions we might have employed? You're an airman, so I'm asking you this. Also, a speciality or two about this Rawalpindi Airbase, the one in Sargodha. Why are they so important for Pakistan?
See, what happens is, if we have gone through the entire thing, three of these major airfields that I just named are close to their nuclear sites. These are the bases, if at all Pakistan is ever going to imagine or think in terms of launching a nuclear attack, these are the air bases which are close to their nuclear sites. So, rendering them ineffective for the time being restricts their ability to deliver their much hyped nuclear arsenal, at least by the medium of air for the time being, till such time that they are able to repair their runways. What we would have, the weapons we would have used to address these airfields would be a variety of them, including, again, standoff weapons launched by air-launched weapons launched by our fighter aircraft, as well as BrahMos as and where required.
So that would have been a panoply of weapon systems, obviously completely catching these Pakistanis off guard. It's surprising, viewers, that for 4 days, these Pakistanis, much vaunted warriors, couldn't protect their soil. We have taken out at will the targets that we aimed our guns at, our missiles at, our aircraft at. General, what does this tell you about the state of preparedness in the Pakistani army?
Yes, the results, they speak for themselves, but having said that, you see, these are the forward airfields, like my Air Force friend has said. These are taken out because once they take off, their fighters will take off from here, subsequently also. Also, every country...
How will they do that?
Once they take off, these are the bases.
Yes.
Sargodha, the Reem Yar Khan, these are their bases.
Yeah.
Right? If they have to take off and come on us, these are the places.
Right.
But these airfields which have been kind of destroyed, this is a very temporary phenomenon. They will have the drills of recuperating them. Within few hours or within as many hours, you will find the airfields will be functional and these things will come up. Normally, these things are done when we make use of it, and like when you destroy them, you prevent them from taking off and we take certain action. But this certainly sends them a message. Now, you asked me the comparative thing, that how does it show their preparedness? Their preparedness is seen. You see, their air defense has failed. Chinese HQ-9 system, what they are deployed, we suppressed that very well. And their JF-17s have been brought down, 2 yesterday and probably 2 today or 1 today.
But we can't compare, we can't confirm that, but that's the talk.
Yeah. But 2 have been brought down, and even that PL-15 missile, which lots of hype was created when they gave it to them. This is a Generation 5 one, which had been given to Pakistan. Yesterday, the debris which were found, where PL-15 was also found. So their equipment-wise, they are slightly inferior. We haven't made use of so far our naval forces, in which we are much superior. That card remains with us, and I'm sure the government at the appropriate time, those things will also be made functional. Second thing is, as far as army is concerned, you know the differential, the 6.5 lakhs versus 14 lakhs and remaining equipment also, I'll not go over that. And the other thing is, which is very strong in our favor, is the morale of our troops. You see, there are dissensions in their army.
Right.
The way, the kind of beating they've been getting from BLA, TTP and their seniors have been disowning that kind of thing, that doesn't motivate a soldier. And it's always the man behind the gun or behind the equipment which makes the difference. So that is their weakness, and we have very solid thing with us. So they know their weaknesses. For how long will they last? and probably that's how they're behaving like this.
Okay.
But what has been spoken that we should let it go like this.
We should let it go. Professor Nalapat, you said that they don't consider us, which are the Hindus here in India, a species like them. They think we're some new biological mammal that has been sort of supplanted. But they also don't. The Punjabi Muslim there, that is the ruling elite of Pakistan, they don't treat the Kashmiris as their own, the Sindhis as their own, the Pathans as their own, or the Balochis on their own. So we have deep fissures in Pakistan. Could we this massive contest now, I'm not even going to call it a war, I can't even call it a conflict in that sense because it hasn't been declared as one, but this sort of tit-for-tat response and the attenuation of the Pakistani military system, the vulnerability of the great general Munir, the deranged man that you have defined very well using choice adjectives. Now, could we see perhaps the unraveling of the Pakistani state in the months, years ahead? Have we established that the army there is actually quite vulnerable?
Look,
quite hollow.
Yeah. What is the Taliban? The creation of the Pakistan army. And today the Taliban has become a ferocious enemy of the Pakistan military and is friendly with India.
Yeah.
The very thing that they nurtured has turned against them.
Yes.
Why? Because essentially, I've been to Punjab multiple times during the 1980s. They are wonderful people. And in terms of that, maybe in the military, unfortunately, they have the superiority complex, Punjabis, because they run the military. Potoharis, frankly, people from that Potahar area of Punjab dominate that. But I want to say one thing, Rahul. Don't make the mistake that was made in World War II by Germany. Hitler was pounding away, the Luftwaffe was pounding away at British air bases. Internal documents show that had these pounding attacks continued for a little while longer, Britain would have had no military air bases to take off its RAF from. The RAF was in panic. And then what happened? One stray bomber got through to Berlin and dropped a few bombs. And Hitler went mad. The man was mad anyway. And he ordered full-scale civilian retaliation and therefore removed the threat from the airfields, and that saved the RAF. The airfields are a vital element of defense. Very vital. And going after them, dismantling their protection systems, dismantling the operational capability is a fundamental priority. So nothing should distract us from that. But regarding the United States, Rahul, I have my own views. I think it's no secret that Trump is not like Biden or the usual run of US politicians.
True.
We need to have people who can appeal to the MAGA crowd in the MAGA idiom. Frankly, Rahul, I hate to say this, but you would fit that bill pretty well and so many others. But the reality is that they don't like officials and former officials. And this very disciplined and very,
starchy,
doesn't work with them.
Yes.
So we have to convince them and convince them of the China factor. And very importantly, convince them of the fact that we have brought down Chinese defensive equipment, whether it's missiles, whether it's your satellite imaging technology, whether it's protective systems. That's precious gold to the Americans.
Absolutely.
We need to drill that into them.
The world is watching.
Absolutely.
China is looking very, very, very bad. It's looking very bad, viewers. Indian missile systems, indigenously developed, are better than the Chinese. We have shown that they make plastic junk, pollute the earth, and they also make metallic junk that they think is going to create waves militarily. It's all junk, viewers. It's junk. It's scrap. It's absolute scrap. And Professor Nalapat is saying so. Hold your thoughts, Professor, because we've got an entire report from the ground, from Jaisalmer, where India has done fantastically well. Let's just go across to it.
So?
We are in Jamla village right now, where a part of a missile fell here last night in a residential area, and we have travelled all the way from Jaisalmer, and there are some residents of this village who had actually seen this missile coming in and falling in. We have ex-serviceman Padma Rao ji with us. Sir, क्या हुआ था कल रात में? क्या देखा आप लोगों ने जब ये गिरी थी?
जी सर, मैं मेरे घर के आगे सो रहा था, बढ़ियाने के पास में मेरा घर है, तो मेरा बच्चा भी मेरे पास में सो रहा था, वो जगह है अचानक ही। उसने बोला सर ये फाइटर आ रहा, कोई पीछे इसकी लाइट जग रही थी लाल कलर की, तो मैं भी जगह, मैंने देखा भाई इसकी आवाज़ तो नहीं है, आवाज़ नहीं, तो मैंने बोला ये तो मिसाइल है मुझको। उसके बाद में 2 फाइटर ऊपर मंडराए बढ़ियाना गाँव के ऊपर, उन फाइटरों ने 2 चक्कर निकाले, फिर जैसे ही ये फाइटर इस तरफ आए तो इन्होंने पीछे ट्रेस किया है और इस मिसाइल के अंदर आग लगी है। आग को जलते हुए हमने देखा, इस पीछे छर्रे निकले थे। उसके बाद में ये भटक कर यहाँ जैमला के अंदर आके गिरी है। ये मुसलमान भाई है, नूरदीन, इसके घर के आके गिरी है। मैं पूर्व सैनिक और हमारे अंदर अभी भी इतना ही जज्बा है कि हम अभी पाकिस्तान की छक्के छोड़ाने के लिए तैयार हैं।
कुछ धमाका वगैरह भी हुआ था जब गिरी थी तो?
हाँ, 2 धमाके हुए थे जोरदार। एक इसका था, एक पता नहीं और कहाँ का था। 2 जोरदार धमाके हुए थे।
तो कोई जान माल का नुकसान है?
जान माल का नुकसान नहीं सुना अभी तक, कुछ भी नहीं सुना। धमाके जोरदार हुए थे।
So with big explosions, this part of missile came here, and they then reported it to the local authorities, and then the military and air force and other intelligence agencies were informed. They are all here. A lot of people are here to, they have, entire area has been cordoned, and they are making sure that it remains intact so that it can be taken further for inspection. With video journalist Rama Shankar Yadav, this is Anil Srivastava for CNN News 18.
But let's go across to Wing Commander Matiman. Wing Commander, did you see that that projectile?
Yeah.
Blackened by soot.
Yeah. Correct. Looking by the sheer size of it, appears to be a kind of a missile, not a big one in the sense. Could have been an air launched missile, as he rightly, the ex-serviceman present at that place rightly pointed out. He saw 2 aircrafts hovering, or 2 fighter aircrafts to be specific, over the place when this was dropped. This was knocked out and dropped onto the ground in the vicinity of his residence. So it could have been one of those missiles used in the air combat, which eventually landed up on ground. So there have been souvenirs of Chinese technology, in fact, being home delivered to us ever since we started spinning our magic over the Pakistani territory. Also to remember, and even at the cost of repetition, we must remember all this magic spun and the one-sided affairs we see over the last more than 48 hours is mostly more than 90% of it has been guided and executed only by the Indian Air Force, suitably supported a fraction of it by army elements. We didn't have the larger force, that is the Indian Army is still coming really into its colors and showing, giving them the real taste of defeat. That is yet to come. We are only on our way to pick out their air defense assets, to neutralize their war waging capabilities, to achieve air dominance, eventually air supremacy, to pave the way for our ground forces who are raring to go, I am sure. And now let me remind the initial talk that the Prime Minister delivered immediately in the aftermath of the Pahalgam attack in the political rally in Bihar. The desired end result, what he stated there specifically in English for the global audience to listen to him loud and clear, was we are going after terrorism, after the people who give birth to terrorism, who are the planners and the executors. We are here to uproot terrorism in its entirety, and so was exactly replicated on various occasions by the Honorable Home Minister and the Raksha Mantri also. So the end state is yet to come. We have just put the foot on the pedal. I think we need to keep it there for a while and watch what is to follow. They will automatically fall apart. The fissures are already visible. The moment the ground forces move in, my gut feeling says Balochistan will fall all by itself. We already have reports of Pakistani army and police forces running helter and skelter
I want to get in with Professor Nalapat on this. What we saw there really looks like a drain pipe. suffused with Chinese garbage. That's what we saw there. I'm sorry, it's colorful language, but Professor Nalapat, that long projectile looks like a drain pipe to me. And you know what drain pipe carry? We all know that. So you made that analogy that this is the moment where China is looking extremely bad. Can you elaborate on that point? That's an interesting point. And then, of course, we'll flip it to Baluchistan and others.
Look, I wouldn't call them inferior or anything, but the reality is that we were superior. And frankly, Atmanirbharta is very important. Yeah. Why? Because foreign equipment was very, willy-nilly. We don't know what Trojans are there, what data. For example, some of the advanced fighters, they've got microchips in them which transmit real-time data on all operations back to the maker. The maker of the jet gets all the information. God forbid that maker has got, that our enemies have access to that particular maker, then we'll be in trouble. So the reality is Atmanirbharta is very important. Drones are important. Smart bombs are important. Smart missiles are important. And I can tell you, Rahul, this is the age of smart warfare, where the real warriors are, of course, the people in the front line giving their all. But the fact is, also important are the people, who have got thick glasses and who are just in a dark room looking at a bank of computers and guiding drones and predators, especially. We need to replicate a predator. We need to get more of our own drones so that there are no Trojans anywhere. And most importantly, I would like to say, we need to convince the United States about the justness of our cause. I am really surprised at the reaction of Trump and Marco Rubio.
Yes.
So, one thing I'll tell you about Prime Minister Modi, from the beginning he made it clear, I have given freedom to the military. I have given freedom to them to act as they will. That's the wisest decision that a leader can take, and he took it. So my point is very simple, Rahul. We are united. Where is this? The Munir was talking about, as you said, a new biological species. Where is the disunity? We are one. We are 1.4 billion people.
Yes.
All religions, all regions, everything. We are all together in this war. And we may represent the four of us may represent four entirely different parts of the country. But the reality is we are united in love of our country, in love of Bharat, that is India. And I would like to say, Rahul, this has shown the nonsense that Munir was spouting.
Yes.
He was hoping for all-out communal conflict.
Yeah.
He has got nothing. And I would like to congratulate the people of India for having stood unitedly and for remaining united.
And viewers, I have to tell you this. Talking about unity, talking about the unity of purpose, I want to tell you that the picture that we just showed you on the left of your screens, just a little short while back, where the Indian BSF and other units who are deployed at the LOC and the IB are hammering Pakistan. If you listen to that entire video that has been released, it is cut to the strains of Kadam Kadam Bada Ja, a beautiful anthem. Yes. If you listen to it, if you play it loudly, you'll understand. And viewers, that anthem mobilizes all of us and makes us take a stride in one direction. All of us. No one is left behind. The PIB fact-checking unit is also working overtime, viewers. They've just put out a tweet saying, heard of the attack on Nagrota Airbase? Well, beware, they've said, beware. An old and digitally altered video is being falsely circulated as footage of a Pakistani attack on the Nagrota Airbase. The Pakistanis are daydreaming, viewers, and they're putting out all sorts of garbage. All sorts of garbage on social media. They're only fighting this war on social media, viewers. Let me tell you this. Because on the ground, they're getting hammered. Absolutely hammered. We'll take a short break. Take a short break. We'll come right back.
escalation. I mean, Pakistan is willing to risk attacking your capital. Fortunately, we were able to disable it to make sure before it hit Delhi. But what if it had hit Delhi? And how do you know it's an armed conventional or is it a nuclear armed missile? So Pakistan is testing the limits of India's patience, and therefore any response henceforth will be measured, but that measure will also go up several notches.
Well, again, since you're talking about that, well, let me report two other developments. Sirens on in Jammu and another explosion heard in Srinagar. So let's just hope that everything is, everyone is out of harm's way. Akash joining us for more on these details. Ishan Wani reporting another explosion heard in Srinagar. Akash, the sirens in Jammu and the explosion heard in Srinagar. Yes.
Yes, we have been hearing the sirens. In fact, I'll try to give you some natural ambience. There you have the sirens. And, these sirens are on since just a while back. We heard the AD gun sound destroying, one drone. And I was, in fact, reporting that, Rahul. In fact, in Srinagar, we have been, hearing about similar activities. So it seems like Pakistan is still not, letting its
big
men
news coming in,
rest from the
Akash.
sort of
Big news
activities
coming
that they
in.
have.
First phone call between India and Pakistan. The DGMOs are talking. Now, just break this down for us. DGMOs talking. What does this mean?
Yes, Director General Military Operations. We have seen that how their offices connected last Tuesday. But Manoj Gupta has been reporting that one hotline connection has been established, in fact, today. And Pakistan wants de-escalation. This is a big news coming in fact, Rahul.
पाकिस्तान ने ड्रोन अटैक के बाद में अब मिसाइल हमले शुरू कर दिए, वो भी रिहायशी इलाकों के अंदर। जैसलमेर के मंगलियों की ढाणी गांव के अंदर है और यहाँ पर आप तस्वीर देखिए कि मिसाइल का टुकड़ा, ये नज़र आ रहा है मिसाइल, ये देखिए कि यहाँ पर किस तरीके से ये मिसाइल यहाँ पर मारी गई है। और बिल्कुल रिहायशी इलाका देखिए कि ये देखिए काफ़ी वजनी है, उठाना मुश्किल है। ये पूरा आप देखिए कि पीछे से ये पूरी सब कुछ लगा हुआ है। ये मिसाइल का बड़ा टुकड़ा जो यहाँ पर घिरा है, ऐसे कई सारे पीस गिरे हुए अलग अलग जगह पर। आप तस्वीरों में देखेंगे कि यहाँ पर ये गांव, ये देखिए यहाँ पर ये मिसाइल के अलग अलग भारी टुकड़े ये गिरे हुए। ये घर देखिए, बिल्कुल घर, यहाँ पर घर के आंगन के पार खरीदा और इससे आप देखिए कि बड़ा हादसा हो सकता है। घर में किसी को नुकसान तो नहीं हुआ। ये आपके यहाँ गिरा, अगर थोड़ा सा पीछे गिरता तो नुकसान होता। घर के अंदर भी गिरा है, घर के अंदर मलबा पड़ा है, अभी अंदर किसी के लगी, किसी के चोट नहीं आई। कम से कम 5 किलोमीटर तक ये टुकड़े गए। 5 किलोमीटर रेंज में ये गए। तेज धमाका हुआ, तेज फुल 3 धमाके हुए।
An escalation. I mean, Pakistan is willing to risk attacking your capital. Fortunately, we were able to disable it to make sure before it hit Delhi. But what if it had hit Delhi? And how do you know it's an armed conventional or is it a nuclear armed missile? So Pakistan is testing the limits of India's patience, and therefore any response henceforth will be measured, but that measure will also go up several notches.
Well, again, since you're talking about that, well, let me report two other developments. Sirens on in Jammu and another explosion heard in Srinagar. So let's just hope that everything is, everyone is out of harm's way. Akash joining us for more on these details. Ishan Wani reporting another explosion heard in Srinagar. Akash, the sirens in Jammu and the explosion heard in Srinagar. Yes.
Yes, we have been hearing the sirens. In fact, I'll try to give you some natural ambience. There you have the sirens. And, these sirens are on since just a while back. We heard the AD gun sound destroying, one drone. And I was, in fact, reporting that, Rahul. In fact, in Srinagar, we have been, hearing about similar activities. So it seems like Pakistan is still not, letting its
big
men
news coming in,
rest from
Akash.
these sort of
Big
activities
news
that
coming
they
in.
have.
First phone call between India and Pakistan. The DGMOs are talking. Now, just break this down for us. DGMOs talking. What does this mean?
Yes, Director General Military Operations. We have seen that how their offices connected last Tuesday. But Manoj Gupta has been reporting that one hotline connection has been established, in fact, today. And Pakistan wants de-escalation. This is a big news coming in fact, Rahul. Pakistan wants de-escalation. Situation is, in fact, bad in the country and Pakistan wants to meet Indian side. This was the connection between the DGMOs on both the sides and they have spoken on hotline. DGMO, remember, is someone, who takes care of the operation of the military on both sides. And we have been given to understand that DGMOs connected from both the sides and Pakistan
right now, I have to go across
de-escalation.
Okay, just 1 second because we only have him for 10 minutes apparently and I've been asked to go straight across to the father of Daniel Pearl. Daniel Pearl, we have to go across to Jude Pearl. I'm being told that we only have him for 10 minutes. I'm sorry, viewers, but in the middle of this breaking news, I have to go across to Jude Pearl, I'm told. Jude Pearl, your reactions really to the Indian strike, taking out the brother of Masood Azhar, a person directly connected with the incident involving your son.
Are you speaking to me?
Yes, Mr. Jude Pearl.
Oh, I can hardly hear you. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, the question was what my reaction is. I'm, of course, very delighted that the issues of my son has come to the attention of the media and the general public because it has been almost forgotten. And what was forgotten is the fact that the people responsible for his murder have not been brought to justice. So I'm glad that at least a person who was indirectly connected with his abduction was killed. I'm not sure that he was killed, actually. I haven't seen any confirmation from the Pakistani side that Azhar was killed. But I trust the Indian intelligence to verify that.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Jude Pearl, for speaking with us. Thank you very much. We'll just come back to you in just a short while. There has been a huge development here in India, viewers. Let's go back to that big story. I want to go straight. Viewers, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a day that has brought some news of devastation from Pakistan. We've been telling you it's been building up to this, and it has. It's dawned on Pakistan and its military bosses that where they sit, the very ground beneath their feet is shrinking and is unstable. And worse, it's within reach of the Indian Armed Forces. Look at the pictures, viewers. Narawal, Rawalpindi, Nur Khan Airbase, not just one airbase, viewers. Half a dozen air bases are up in flames. In the middle of your screens is Rawalpindi. That is the citadel of the Pakistani military establishment. That's where General Munir sits. It's the military headquarters. And within yards of that military headquarters, viewers, there's this massive ball of fire. Fire, viewers, you can see that lighting up the sky. Imagine the psychological impact of that. Narawal, viewers, it looks as if the entire horizon is lit up. Viewers, all of this would have been speculative had it not been for confirmation that has come via Vikram Misri. Vikram Misri and the two army officers, the two military officers rather, who brief the Indian media, brief all of us on a daily basis came out and gave us a whole rundown of what has transpired, viewers. So Pakistan provoked as it always does. It provoked across 26 locations. It tried to call our bluff. 26 locations from Srinagar all the way down to Nalia. And it thought that India would do nothing, viewers, because you see, they think that India sits on the moral high ground, wants to look like goody two-shoes. But viewers, not quite so. Not quite so, because India has retaliated in a manner that Pakistan is not going to forget. Pakistan troops are moving to the forward areas. They're shaken. They don't know next if India is going to cross the LOC. And we are expecting some more drama from them. But they're also moving, viewers, because they're getting strung out and eviscerated, debilitated at the front line. We've got visuals of Indian troops shelling Pakistan forward positions, Pakistan posts on the LOC. I've told you air bases have been struck. All Indian air bases, however, that they sought to target in the wee hours, pre-dawn hours, are safe. And how do we know this? Because pictures have been put out, viewers, time-stamped pictures showing our air bases absolutely unscathed. Viewers, there has been a massive propaganda campaign launched by the Pakistani forces and the cyber divisions. What have they been saying? They've been saying that the Sirsa airbase in India has been targeted. That's the biggest lie, viewers. Pictures were shown at the press conference, time-stamped from today, 10:48, to show that everything there is working normally. Then they said that Suratgarh airbase was flattened out. Viewers, the Suratgarh airbase is looking $1 million. It's looking $1 million, again, unscathed. S-400 base in Adampur has been flattened. That's what they said, viewers. That's also been denied. Critical power and cyber systems in India have been brought down. That's also been denied, viewers. They launched high-speed missiles, the Fatah-2, which was intercepted, viewers, over Sirsa. It was supposed to be heading to Delhi. Everything the Pakistanis are throwing at us, viewers, is collapsing. Civilians, however, are being targeted by their coward army, their terrorist force. Since they can't really hit us where it hurts militarily, at our military installations and assets, they've decided, let's go after the soft targets, viewers. Because that's what terrorists do, don't they? They're bullies. They never take on someone equivalent. They always take on the weakest link. And they've gone after our unarmed, defenseless civilians, viewers. And some have suffered grievous casualties. And there's also been an attempt, cowardly attempt, insidious, invidious attempt, viewers, to sow seeds of division between communities by spreading fake news, suggesting that Indian forces have carried out a false flag operation and targeted Sri Amritsar Sahib. Again, viewers, if you just have friends or anybody, they'll confirm to you that that's not the case. They've also said that we've been striking in Afghanistan. Can you believe it, viewers? That's also, of course, a lie. They're using civilian planes, viewers, as shields. That's also happening. So as tensions continue to escalate, viewers, listen in to Vikram Misri.
Pakistani actions that have constituted provocation and escalation. In response, and I repeat, in response, India has defended and reacted in a responsible and measured fashion to these provocations and these escalations by the Pakistani side. Earlier this morning, we saw a repeat of this escalatory and provocative pattern. Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation, and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Adampur was destroyed, completely false once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc. being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes.
Viewers, let's go straight across now to Arun Dhata, who's joining us with more information. It's been a very, very busy day. It's been a fast-paced day, viewers. Lots of developments. The Tri-Services chiefs are at 7 LKM meeting the Prime Minister. Earlier, the Prime Minister had a 1-hour, 20-minute meeting with the NSA. So a lot happening. Defence Minister also at the Prime Minister's home. CDS also present. Let's go straight across to our reporter there to get a sense of what really is transpiring. Remember, viewers, yesterday at around 6:30 or 7 in the evening, we again had one of those big meetings where first it was the naval chief, and then he was joined by the 2 other chiefs of the 2 other military wings. Then you had the CDS, then you had the NSA. All of them met. You had the RM joining in, the Raksha Mantri, that is. And that meeting also was at 7 LK. Everybody said that there was something big that was going to happen, and look what transpired. So here is another brainstorming session. Let's go across to Arun Dhata for more on this. Arun, what can you tell us? It's a big development.
Well, that's right, Rahul. Tri-Services Chief and CDS Anil Chauhan and just now Defence Minister Rajnath Singh have arrived here at Prime Minister Modi's residence, and this is very significant. In the morning we saw NSA Ajit Doval coming here and in fact sitting with Prime Minister Modi for almost 1 hour 30 minutes, and now we are seeing Tri-Services Chief and Rajnath Singh. This is also of course about the retaliatory action that India could take. We are seeing since morning that how India is responding to the Pakistan's violations at different places. We saw before this, Rahul, that Rajnath Singh had a long meeting with CDS at his residence, and on the other hand you had 3 services chief sitting in the South Block, in fact also monitoring situation from the war room. Now all of them are here at Prime Minister Modi's residence, and remember yesterday when they were here for 5 hours, long meeting happened. In fact, we are also given to understand that External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar could be coming here. So India is of course planning action on a larger scale because they are anticipating that Pakistan is continuously violating through the ballistic missiles and other drone activities which they are doing. So there needs to be a proper planning to really counter them and then hit them hard. So this meeting is very, very significant, Rahul. We are present outside Prime Minister Modi's residence at this point. As we speak, the meeting has commenced inside the residence.
Okay. Well, you know, viewers, it's all really about figuring out how much to put pressure on Pakistan so that deterrence is established. That's what really it's about. And I want to go straight across to Shivani Gupta because Shivani, we know since the morning, details have come out, Shivani, that tell us just exactly what India has been up to. Is that going to be enough to establish deterrence? We don't know. That's all a decision that is being taken at 7 LK.
Absolutely. But let me just break down some of the top visuals from through the night, which will detail the most important developments. So India has launched retaliatory strikes at major Pakistani air bases, including the Nur Khan Airbase in Rawalpindi, Murid Airbase in Chakwal and Rafiqi Airbase in Shorkot. These are some of the visuals that we have picked up of the damage that has been caused. This is, of course, some of the blasts that have been captured in Rawalpindi. And, of course, this is the Nur Khan Airbase where a massive blast has been picked up also in Narowal. India has hit Pakistani posts in Sialkot and Narowal. Chakwal as well, and visuals have been accessed by CNN News 18. India has also launched an attack on Shorkot Airbase in Pak's Punjab province. Let's take a look at India's action at the Shorkot Airbase. Behind me are visuals from that airbase. As you can see, these are people who have been taken aback as far as India's strikes are concerned. India's action in retaliation. This is the Shorkot Airbase from where we have captured the blasts that have been caused by the Indian retaliatory strikes. India's drone impact on Lahore Sheikhpura district has also been captured, and these are those visuals. This is in Lahore, one of the biggest cities in Pakistan, Sheikhpura district. You can see remnants of what seems to be the Indian strike, and you can see Pakistani men surrounding them and looking at them. A lot of damage has been caused. India is not saying it or detailing it, but we have visuals to show that several Pakistani cities have been hit back in India's retaliatory strikes. Damage has been sustained due to Pakistan's cowardly attack on Indian side of the civilian border areas as well. These are some of the regions that we are bringing to you. A lot of them are damages from the areas across the LC, particularly in Jammu, in Baramulla, in Uri, and so on and so forth. These have been caused both because of Pakistan's heavy artillery shelling, but also because of the swarm drone and missile attack that Pakistan attempted once again. So here you can see in Jammu city, a Hindu temple was targeted, homes have been damaged in Rehari, shops have been destroyed in Jammu's Nagbani, and civilian residential areas particularly have been targeted in Uri and Baramulla. In the press conference that also was held a short while ago, that's exactly what the Foreign Secretary detailed, that civilian areas are being targeted, and this has been happening for the last 3 days. Let's also get you some more footages that we've captured from across Indian cities. Drone and missile debris is being found in multiple cities along the IB in India. Remember, 26 locations along the western border where drone and missile attack was attempted again by Pakistan, and a lot of that debris is being found. In Srinagar's Lasjan, what is believed to be remnants or parts of a downed Pakistani jet are seen in some of these visuals at the very left top of the screen. But also in Lasjan, there are of course a Pakistani projectile debris that has been found. In Jaisalmer, a bomb-like object has been found. Parts of drones found in Amritsar and Uddapur. Also, there is footage here, there on the bottom left is the footage of India's action against launch pads from where a lot of these drones were being fired. This is how India has acted. This is footage released by the Indian government. This is where drones were being fired.